If you just joined us in the last few months on behalf of school clubs are available at just for £1 from the cafe. Cafe. Got coffee down with the seat and the next to expensive. The final reminder to all that supporters of the first each. The list is going to be a secret box. You'll see next to the score cards, two scoreboards, and the middle list. Finally, if you'd like to listen to our big round commentary, please make the expensive delivery where you can pick up a commentary headset for a returnable deposit of £5. This match will resume shortly. Umpires Paul Collins and Anthony Harris. Your match referee is Simon Hicks. Your and Terry Owen.
Good morning. Welcome back to the county ground in Northampton. It's of Northampton's final home game of the 2024 County Championship. Northamptonshire versus Leicestershire. The score overnight, Leicestershire in their second innings, a 69 for 4, trailing by 111 with Scott Curry and Lewis Hill, the not-out batters overnight. It's gloomy again, it's grey, it's overcast, the floodlights are on. It's pretty brisk out there. My name is Dan, joined by Aaron Viles, stream powered by Daffabet. And how's your day been so far?
Really good. Love the connection to the County Cricket podcast there as well. Very nicely done. Yeah, it's been really nice. Had a lovely morning. Shame about the weather. It's not quite as glorious and sunny as it was yesterday. It's meant to improve slightly heading into the afternoon, but I suppose at this point, given the game situation, will Northampton might have a bit of overcast conditions, the ball nipping about a bit early on in this morning session? I don't think they will. So definitely Northamptonshire's game to win this. They have the visitors 69 for 4. They'll be looking for early wickets. And yeah, just looking forward to this. Potentially our last day of cricket commentary of the season. So a little bit bittersweet in that regard. But of course, for the home side, if they do go on to win this back-to-back victories, you can't really ask for much more.
No, absolutely right. Hunting that first pair of back-to-back championship victories since the 19th of September 2019, so exactly 5 years ago today. It's been a while, I think, would be the short summary of that statement. But good morning to you, Joseph. SMB as well, and AB makes a great point. Feels rather like a Ben Sanderson kind of morning. We spoke yesterday, stuck on 399 first-class wickets is Ben Sanderson. I think he had one put down by Lewis McManus yesterday, which would have taken him to 400. But it's going to be seen to start. Jack White will be opening the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre ends on day 3. And it's into the pad straight away. And a big appeal from the bowler and behind the stumps. And third umpire sat alongside me, just indicated that that was sliding down the leg side. But that's an encouraging start for Northants.
It is. Good start that from Jack White. Just look at the movement off the surface. Was going down the leg side. I think we'd all be in agreement with that. But already you can just see utilising these conditions to their advantage. And yeah, Jack White and Ben Sanderson on a morning like this will be absolutely licking their lips.
Yeah, you give them this setup, they'll be biting your hand off for it. So that one's a bit shorter. Slower nature of this pitch. You can see there, Lewis Hill just played that off the back foot with all the time in the world. I would imagine we're in for a fairly similar day if it does go the distance. These floodlights and these overcast conditions with the temperature we've got will probably be on for the morning session. Give that kind of late summer sun, that autumnal sun kind of chance to burn off the cloud. So these conditions should be in favour for Northants with White and Sanderson pretty much through the morning session, but I don't think we're going to be waiting long until we see the leg spin of Yuzvendra Chahal. That's a leading edge. Captain just pushed at it up towards that man, Ben Sanderson, at mid-on. It's going to be interesting as well. How do you think Leicester are going to play this? They were very, very defensive yesterday. Batted for a long time last night and did very well up to kind of a They had a poor 15 minutes, didn't they, where they lost 3 quick wickets. But other than that, they batted really nicely. Do you see any change of approach from Leicestershire today, or do you think it's going to be more of the same? It's going to be really, really difficult for Leicestershire to get a positive result out of this game from this situation. I'm just curious as to how you think they might go about doing that.
Well, we spoke about it yesterday, didn't we? I think for this first hour, maybe even for the morning session, especially with these two in the middle, I think they'll go defensive. Just try and take some time out of the game. Maybe add about 50, 60 runs even. I know that is very attritional. But you've got to look at the situation. That deficit is still 111 runs. They've got a massive mountain to climb in this game. When these two depart, at some points, I think the approach will change, especially when you bring in the likes of a Ben Cox, for example, Tom Scriven. Here is Jack White then. To Hill again, probing on that off-stump line. I think that's when they'll go a little bit more positive. But either way, regardless of their approach, this is Northamptonshire's game to win. We spoke about that right at the start of the broadcast. It's massively advantage in favour of the home side, and they did that by great bowling, good batting as well. James Sales, how impressive was he yesterday? Career best, 135. Northamptonshire deserve to be in this position, but in terms of Leicestershire, we'll wait and see what the approach is. But as I said, I think they'll start off defensive. Once they've got a little bit of a platform, that's when we'll start to see a few more shots being played as they try to build up a bit of a lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I must admit, I am with Joseph as Lewis Hill just turns that one into the leg side. I think that's come off the thigh pad. It's just going to be 1 to the total tally, so it takes the score up to 70. I'm with Joseph. With the way that the evening session panned out yesterday and losing those 3 relatively quick wickets, it just ended up looking like Leicestershire batted for a long time and didn't go anywhere. And I think with 110 runs behind at this rate, it's going to take over another 50 overs to chase that, or to get to level par at that point. That is a long time. That's a lot of Ben Sanderson, a lot of Jack White, and a lot of this man, Yuzvendra Chahal, who's going to open the bowling from the David Capel end in the morning of day 3 to negotiate and navigate before you get yourself to a position where you might then be asking Northamptonshire to bat again. And I don't know whether that's the right way to go about it or not. Scott Curry, I think, will be looking at this as an opportunity. He's got eyes on milestones and career bests and 50s and potentially better than that. He wouldn't have got too many opportunities, I don't think, to bat for 2 days in Championship cricket. So he'll be excited. I'm sure Lewis Hill will entrust him to do his work. And Yuzvendra Chahal starts, as you'd expect, on the money, ball 1 and AB. You're right. It no longer feels quite like a Ben Sanderson kind of morning as Luke Proctor elects to go for his talisman, the overseas leg spinner of Yuzvendra Chahal. Again, 2 and 2 on the money. And it was last night just starting, wasn't it? Just starting to really bite into the surface. A bit of extra bounce, a bit of grip. So that will excite Luke Proctor and Yuzvendra Chahal. There's a short leg and a first slip in place. That one's flight, and it's a big leading edge from Lewis Hill that dribbles out into the offside.
Again, though, I think this will be more of the same, actually, heading into this first 30 minutes to an hour. With these two, I don't think they'll do anything too aggressive, too proactive just yet. As I said, once they can negotiate that passage, then I think we'll start to see a few more shots being played. Again, Curry with the defensive shot out towards backward point. But again, for Leicestershire, either way, regardless of that approach, they're in a bit of a hole. And that's probably putting it lightly, because Northamptonshire have got a very potent and very capable bowling attack. Here is one of them, Yuzvendra Chahal to Scott Curry. There's just no let-up at all. Because let's say, for example, you do survive this opening spell from Jack White. You've got Chahal holding up one end. Then you bring in Ben Sanderson with 399 first-class wickets. Here is Chahal again. to Scott Curry. That one played defensively. In terms of the bowling rotations, you've then got Sabe, who was very impressive last night as well. So he got the wicket of Rishi Patel. I thought he bowled an excellent spell in those closing stages. And you've got Luke Proctor, who again is no slouch. He's Northamptonshire's second leading wicket taker in the championship this season. So regardless of how they sit up, regardless of how they go about this, they've got so much ground to make up.
Yeah, and it felt yesterday that actually being defensive was okay. That was achievable. That was pretty doable. Rishi Patel, Ian Holland batted for a long time, and they weren't really looking to score. I think that would be fair to say. But the second then that you try and accelerate on this pitch, where it has got that bit of hold in it, a bit of tackiness, then that's when it started to get a little bit difficult, didn't it? Like Ian Holland, when he used his feet against Yuzvendra Chahal and just had that one turn and beat the outside edge, walked past one. Rayan Ahmed walked out with an intent, which I think, as I said yesterday, that's the best way that he felt that he could be effective. It didn't work, but on another day it might have done. We had a similar conversation about Nye Donald last week. And it will depend, because it's Curry Hill here. They could bat time without looking to score. And that looked like a tactic that was relatively achievable. Actually, though, if you do that, you are going to have to go for that mentality and that technique for a long time before you even get close to level par.
You are, and to be honest, I don't think this current Leicestershire batting lineup is set up for that. It's not one which is going to grind out for an entire day. It's probably just a session, and then they'll be looking to get some inputs, take the attack to these Northamptonshire bowlers. But it will be so difficult. Here is Jack White then, into bowl to Lewis Hill. That's a really good run between the Leicestershire pair. Call was nice and early from the captain. Curry responds, and yeah, they do sharp through for a quick single. Moves Hill onto 13. But yeah, I think with Scott Curry, I don't think he'll start dancing down the wicket and trying to dispatch Yuzvendra Chahal into the Spencer Lounge or the heavy stand. I think for him, it'll just be a case of survive. Block. If there's a bad ball, try and punish it, get that scoreboard ticking along at a rate.
Yeah, what were the details of that high score of 40 that he picked up this year? Do you know those numbers off the top of your head, off your encyclopedic championship knowledge, as he looks to work that one through the offside but can't get it past save? Was there strike rates or sixes and fours being hit in that 40, or was it a dogged rearguard action?
Well, it was more just a case of the pitch, to be honest. I mean, you can see in terms of the scorecard, it's 450 played 450. So it's just a case of, well, ball's there to be hit, you hit it. I'll get the exact strike rate up in a few moments' time. I'll get the scorecard up. But he scored 44 not out in that match. It was a fine effort from Scott Curry. And as I said, he can bat. Here he is then facing off against Jack White. Again, White's testing the defences of the Foxes' night watchman. But yeah, this morning session, in so many ways, you can say it's a session that Leicestershire can't really win in the grand scheme of the game. They can have the morale boost, of course, of surviving and losing as few wickets as possible. But it's all about just making it through to lunch and then assessing your options. Because realistically, they're probably not lead in this first session. Even if they do go out there and start attacking a bit, it's still at 108. Really is a massive deficit on a wicket, which is proving difficult to score runs on. Again, Curry defensive there. Of course, you have to survive the bowling of Yuzvendra Chahal, who has been an X factor. He really has been phenomenal. Because aside from that opening spell against Derbyshire, where we said about inconsistencies, in this game, he's not been inconsistent at all. He's been so reliable. He's been so accurate. Every single delivery, it feels like something major will happen. And it has such a psychological impact on your opposition.
Yeah.
It's incredible to have a bowler like him, and Luke Proctor as a captain really must be relishing this. Having one bowler who, you know, every single time can just hold up an end. Worth his weight in gold. And here he is then from the David Capel end.
Nice shot through the offside by Lewis Hill. And on the offside boundary, make sure that is only a single, so that we can Scott Curry back on strike. And yeah, just a big test of patience, isn't it? And one that was broken eventually with Ian Holland looking to use his feet and just dance past one. That'll be the big question for these two in the middle, is how long are they prepared to be patient for? How long are they prepared to bat out against Yuzvendra Chahal? Because Chahal's not going to get bored of just dropping it down on that perfect length that he has done so far during this game. And they're a touch straighter. Does turn, but nicely played by the leg side. Joseph get a silly mid-on in as well. Well, this is what I said last night. With the two of them, or with basically for the duration of Leicestershire not looking to go anywhere, it did give you an opportunity to really kind of surround the bat, and that's a beauty from Chahal. Curry's tried to defend on the back foot and give the benefit of the doubt. I think probably just withdrew the bat there at the last moment. But Luke Proctor, until that kind of final half an hour, elected not to do so. Nicely played. Bit of indecision from the two of them, but just wide enough of safe save to come through for a single. And the other thing as well, if you do provide a little bit more company around the bat, and you offer a bit more, real estate to put the ball into, do you encourage a slightly more attacking mindset from a batter?
It's a really good delivery.
Lewis McManus, sharp work behind the stumps. Lewis Hill has to go. Second stumping of the innings for Lewis McManus. Ian Holland last night, the captain Lewis Hill this morning. And that partnership is broken by Yuzvendra Chahal. 3 for 25. And what looked like had been a good 15 minutes for Leicestershire. Chahal unpicks the lock. And Lewis Hill, foot just moved. McManus quick. 74 for 5. 5 to go for Northants.
Well, it's quite astonishing, isn't it? You look at that run rate, 1.68, and yet 3 of these dismissals have been stumpings. It's lightning quick work from McManus behind the stumps. Really is a quality keeper against spin bowl. Again, it's just beautiful from Chahal. It's flight, it's guile, it's drift. It's something we didn't see from the Leicestershire bowlers. They were trying to really rip it off the surface. And there's just enough degree of turn.
Yeah, that just slight stretch from Lewis Hill there. The umpire at square leg. Obviously, the line belongs to the umpire, doesn't it? I think Hill did have a look around there just to see whether that back foot had or hadn't moved, but the umpire at square leg thought that it was on the line or just outside. Lewis McManus, brilliant work again. The new man for Leicestershire is their wicket keeper, and it is Ben Cox. Hopefully, Louis Kimber is okay. I did see him out with the football warm-ups. I don't think he was participating, though. I think he was very much kind of on the sidelines officiating. But if you don't know, he went off yesterday lunchtime-ish, wasn't it, I think, after a pretty horrible incident in the field off the bat of James Sales. Standing very, very close in a short cover, went straight through the hands. We think, but we don't know. We think got Louis Kimber somewhere in the face. Hopefully, as I say, he's okay. It's good to see him on the grounds. Hopefully he's okay to bat today. But it is going to be Ben Cox joining Scott Curry in the middle with the over as well. So Jack White at the end of his mark has the night watchman Scott Curry in his sights. 10 off 42 for the Hampshire Loney. That's left outside off stump with a nice bit of shape back into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
It's a really good leave, that, isn't it, from Scott Curry? Well judged. I have just found the scorecard, by the way, from that game back in April. 44 from 75, included 4 fours and a 6. So it is a very different approach, also a very different game, very different pitch. As I said, bit of weather around and 450 played 450.
Yeah.
So ended in a high-scoring draw, but he can bat. He really can bat. He's a sensible operator with the blade in hand, and here he is then facing off against Jack White. Guides that down towards that deep third region.
Yeah, nicely played, wasn't it? And first time in this game as well, we've seen a man down on the boundary. It must have been, without really thinking about it, 30 or 40 runs have come down through that area over the course of the 2 days that we've had so far. So Luke Proctor just taking away that boundary option, not allowing Leicestershire to feel like they're gaining any momentum here. Trail by 100. Jack White searching for a few more wickets. 1 for 12 off 8.5 overs for Jack White. I'm sure he'll be backed up by Ben Sanderson. Nicely played into the leg side for Ben Cox's first delivery. Sanderson searching for 400. Is he going to get it today?
I hope so.
No, that wasn't. Is he going to get it today?
Yes.
Yes. Okay,
yes.
Good.
I think he will, because it would just be perfect, wouldn't it? 250th career game for Northamptonshire. Then, of course, he's got 400 first-class wickets. If he gets it today, I think he will, personally speaking. And as we've already mentioned, that piece of trivia, first back-to-back victories in the county championship, 5 years today.
Yep.
It would be brilliant. So, yes, I hope that Ben Sanderson does, and I do back him to get it done. Here is Jack White, though. And there's a huge appeal here, wrapped on the pads. Umpire unmoved.
I think I heard 2 noises. I think I heard 2 noises through the effects mic. Well, I'll get the benefit of a replay. We possibly won't be able to see the edge there, and it may well have been sliding down, but very, very close if he hadn't have nicked it. But I thought I heard 2 noises through the effects mic. Big appeal, though. There's been plenty of them this morning. All things are happening for Northampton. Leicestershire have got, well, that hole that you mentioned just got a bit bigger, isn't it, with the departure of Lewis Hill, that over before. 2 slips in place for Jack White. Oh, and that's just kept a little bit low, outside off stump. Nice work by Lewis McManus. Is it possible to sign Chahal for next season, Wolf? Well, from a Northamptonshire perspective, we hope so. We certainly hope that would be an opportunity. He's been an absolutely fantastic cricketer to add into the side. By all accounts, a great personality to have in the dressing room as well. And someone that has chipped in significantly and elevated this Red Bull team for Northamptonshire over the last couple of weeks. So fingers crossed for next season. Uppish drive, beat safe save in the covers. I don't think that's going to go. It wasn't timed brilliantly. Couple of runs for the Leicestershire keeper. He gets himself off the mark. And the score ticks up to 77 for 5 after 45 overs.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't think there's a single person in attendance here, or indeed probably watching on the live stream, who does not want Chahal back here next season, because we can talk about his performances on the field, and that's one thing. He is an absolute magician. But off the field, he just comes across as a delight. He really is such a warm character. Lovely man, got plenty of time for the fans, and he's quite clearly a very popular member of that dressing room. So if it was up to us, I think you know the answer, to be honest. We would have him back in a heartbeat. But it just depends on availability. So he will be at the IPL. Yeah, there's no question about that whatsoever. It's just about the summer. I don't think he'll be playing in the India tests. So in theory, he should be around in the height of summer. But again, it just depends on any other commitments he has. Here he is then to Scott Curry, played back to the bowler. it's just been a pleasure. It's been a privilege to commentate on his bowling, and we spoke about the identity of Northamptonshire heading into the future, building around youth.
Yeah.
It also helps, doesn't it, to have experienced overseas players like Yuzi Chahal.
Absolutely. That one just going down the leg side, not turning that time from Chahal. One leg by added to the score. Yeah, and I think someone that brings that weight of experience as well, just galvanizes teammates. You can't ignore the fact that he's played all of those games for India, that he has played for the IPL. Everybody knows how important and how big achievement those things are in a professional cricketer's career. And he's got a decent CV to back up a decent bit of leg spin bowling as well. Ben Cox on strike, facing up against Yuzvendra Chahal for the first time. 2 or 4 for the keeper. Oh, and that's flighted up there, and leading edge that just rolls, dribbles out into the offside from Cox. Not had the pleasure of speaking with Yuzvendra Chahal during this stint at the club. I don't know whether you have in a previous life.
I wish I had. Maybe today is the day.
Could be. But hopefully, if all things line up and Yuzvendra Chahal is back in Northampton for 2025, then I will make it a mission to have a chat with Yuzvendra Chahal. He comes into the bowl with a first. Oh, it's just gone past James Sales. Timed well enough. Goes out to the man on the offside boundary, the one wearing Lewis McManus's jumper. That is, of course, Krish Patel. He's named in the match day squad for this county championship fixture. He's on the field for, unfortunately, Rob Keogh's absence. Oh, it's a beauty. That's an absolute ripper. Chahal. Curry's just prodded forward at that. It's gone through to the gloves of McManus. Yeah, Rob Keogh's suffering with a bad back. He was in quite a lot of discomfort yesterday, wasn't he? With bat in hand in the morning. Looked painful, looked sore. We saw him get a bit of treatment from Nick Allen and probably a few paracetamol as well. Did then make his way out onto the field, and I think was desperately trying to stretch the back out, loosen it up as best that he could. Tried kind of bowling a few in between overs and actually elected to go with safe save because it just didn't feel right. And unfortunately for Rob and for Northampton, he hasn't been able to take the field this morning. So Krish Patel is on as the substitute fielder, but hopefully not too bad for Rob Keogh, and hopefully he can get back out there again before the end of the season. Jack White continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So fingers crossed, Rob. Hope all is well. Hope it's a speedy recovery.
Oh, absolutely. Echo that 100%. He's such a good player, isn't he, for Northamptonshire? Does absolutely everything. Pulls off worldies in the field. Quality bowler and an excellent batting option as well. Really played a massive role in that victory against Derbyshire last week. So we hope that Rob has a quick recovery. Fingers crossed that it's nothing too serious. And Krish Patel is another one of those youngsters to watch out for from a North perspective. Here is Jack White to Ben Cox. That one flicks off the pads down the leg side for 1 run. Yeah, he's playing his club cricket down in Surrey for Esher, which might be familiar to a number of people tuning in to the broadcast today. Justin Broad also had a stint with them in 2021. And I remember watching Krish for Surrey in the One Day Cup. He has got a lovely cover drive. Top class, top quality cricketer. At times, you can tell he's a little bit inexperienced. Can gift his wicket away. But goodness me, when he's on the money, he is a seriously talented individual. Scott Curry looks to caress that one through the covers. And I'm really happy for him. He's worked incredibly hard as well to gain this contract. Bit of a shame that we haven't got to see him this week, but I think Gus Miller has done an excellent job up the top of the order. I think he's thoroughly deserving of having that chance. And yeah, Krish is one of those cricketers, maybe in the One Day Cup in 2025, who I do think could have a big role to play at this club heading into the future. So, yeah, delighted for Christians. Let's hope that he does get an opportunity heading into the future. Here is Jack White then to Scott Curry. And that one defended.
Yep, so far Scott Curry up to task as the night watchman, isn't he? He's faced 49 balls in his innings of 11 runs so far. He's looked relatively untroubled by the seam of Jack White. There were a couple, weren't there, from Yuzvendra Chahal that beat the outside edge, but I think you come to a stage against Yuzvendra Chahal in a game like this, you expect to be beaten on the outside edge a couple of times, and if it takes the edge, you're unlucky, and if you miss it, then happy days. You live to fight another day. But I think off the seam bowling, he's looked pretty comfortable. Jack White makes his way into bowl, loads up for a nice off drive. Just Scott Curry can't get it past. Luke Proctor, the skipper. Fire away with your questions if you're in the live chat, if you're watching on YouTube. Very, very keen to engage in conversation. We might not know any answers, but we're keen to engage in conversation. So any questions, fire them over. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast and hope you've enjoyed the commentary through the summer up to this point as well. Jack White, the last ball of his over. That one down the leg side. Good take by McManus. A bit of extra bounce there from Jack White to end the over. He's now bowled 10. Spell this morning, 4 overs, 1 maiden. None for 4. And the score is 80 for 5. Scott Curry on 11 and Ben Cox on 3.
I'm just thinking, Dan, shall we do it in an overs time or do the first county roundup of the day? Because I have seen a couple of wickets fall at the oval already.
Yep.
So that's been a fantastic start to the day as far as Surrey are concerned. They're chasing that 3rd consecutive Division 1 title. We'll also keep you updated with Division 2, but we'll do it at the end of this over because Yuzvendra Chahal is bowling. Let's wait and see what the Indian leg spinner has up his sleeve. He's bowling here to Ben Cox.
Yeah, cries of catch it there, wasn't there? James Sales is the man under the lid at silly point. I think that just evaded him. Cox took enough pace off of it so that it didn't carry. Justin Broad is the man at first slip. That one down the leg side. Nicely timed by Ben Cox. I think that's going to beat George Bartlett. George Bartlett does well. Times the run nicely. Just hauls it inside the boundary rope. So it is just going to be a couple of runs.
Yeah, just slowed up, didn't it, on the outfield there. Good chase, though. Good hustle again, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Plenty of men still around the bats here for Ben Cox. Justin Broad operating. That first slip, James Sales under the helmet. Here is Chahal then. Again, it's an absolute beauty. This is a clinic so far in leg spin bowling, and it's just the leg break. That is what he's basically bowling 9 times out of 10. He's not going for an expansive or extravagant googly or going for the top spin. Just well-guided, well-flighted leg breaks. Again, he's really testing the defences of these Leicestershire batters.
Yeah, and it really is a test, isn't it? It just feels that sooner or later, Yuzvendra Chahal is going to serve you up one that might be slightly too tempting or might turn a little bit more than you expect or less than you expect even. But it's tough going for Leicestershire. And so far at the start of this innings of Ben Cox, he's looked pretty good. He's looked pretty assured. We are just edging our way. We've had the first half an hour of the morning already. That one, a shorter ball, a tempter, to which Ben Cox shaped up for a cut shot, and judging by James Sales' reaction at silly point, thought he was about to play one. Take us around the grounds, Aaron. What's going on?
Well, where shall we start? Shall we start in Southampton? I think that's where we were beginning yesterday. So, in the game between Hampshire and Worcestershire at the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire currently 26 for 2 on the morning session of day 3. They've lost Fletcher Middleton early on to Joe Leach. So their lead is currently at 215 runs. In the game between Kent and Nottinghamshire at the Spitfire grounds in Canterbury, Kent, who have been forced to follow on, are 116 for 3. So they are very, very relegation threatened now. If they lose this game, even if they draw, they are mathematically done. They will be down in Division 2 in 2025. In the game up at Old Trafford, Lancashire are 310 for 7. So their lead has now stretched beyond 300. It stands at 304 as Somerset look to get those final few wickets and get themselves back into the title race. Here is Jack White's. That one defended back to the bowler. So, yeah, we'll keep you updated with that game because that has massive, massive ramifications in Division 1. As for that game down at the Oval between Surrey and Durham, Durham are 18 for 3. They've lost a couple of early wickets here on day 3, and they still trail by 135 runs. And then in the final match in Division 1, well, there's no play today because it finished within 5 sessions. Finished on day 2, Essex beating Warwickshire by an innings and 40 runs at Edgbaston. We'll take you through the Division 2 scores after this ball from Jack White. Defended back to the bowler. So in the game between Gloucestershire and Sussex down in Bristol, well, Gloucestershire themselves have lost a couple of early wickets. They're now 153 for 5. They still trail by 49 runs. So Sussex could get promoted today, which would be fantastic for the Martlets. As for the game between Glamorgan and Yorkshire in Cardiff, Yorkshire are currently 144 for 4. Their lead stands at 266 runs. Here is Jack White again to Scott Curry, defended back. And in the final game, in the second division, between Derbyshire and Middlesex, this game taking place at the county ground in Derby, Derbyshire are 93 for 4, still trailing by 92 runs. So again, that has massive ramifications on the promotion push. Yorkshire and Middlesex desperate for a place back in the first division. If we're looking on paper, you'd probably say Yorkshire are in a better standing. They have got that 15-point gap opened up at the moment as Jack White comes into bowl here too. Scott Curry, again, good defence. But if Middlesex win, regardless of what happens there, we are going down to the final round of fixtures. So that's the county roundup for the time being. We'll keep you posted throughout the day as long as we are on air and there's action taking place here at the county ground in Northampton. But in terms of those scores, Dan, which one would you say stands out the most to you?
Got to be the one at Bristol, isn't it? Slightly biased, obviously being a southerner, but it would be great to see Sussex get the job done and return to the top flight for 2025, and it looks like they are well in position to do so. In a similar position to Northamptonshire to get the job done on day 3 in the penultimate fixture of the county championship. I'm just curious really with this game in particular as to what Luke Proctor does at the end of Jack White's spell here. Does he go to Ben Sanderson? We've had 5 overs of Jack White, and I think Curry's looked pretty confident, pretty comfortable. Or are you tempted by the left arm finger spin of safe save? Or 10 overs last night and ask questions every single ball or what it felt like? Or do you chuck it to Sando?
I give it to Sanderson, personally. I think in these conditions, he'll get it to move about a bit of lateral movement. Here is Jack White then too. Scott Curry just invades the left hands of the Northant seamer. A few hands on heads.
I think Jack White got a fingertip on that.
Well, the reaction suggests he did, didn't it? Let's have a look on the replay. This one. Oh, it was inches away, wasn't it?
Yeah,
ever so close.
I think he's just tipped it over the bar. Just looked like it kind of ballooned off the fingers. Would have been an outrageous catch by Jack White on the follow through. But Scott Curry continues still on 11, digging in for his county.
Certainly is. We have also got Test cricket taking place today in Chennai and Gore, so I'll take you through those at the end of this over. We'll just watch these 6 deliveries from the spin wizard himself, Yuzvendra Chahal, but we'll keep you updated with the India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, New Zealand scores in due course as well. So it'll be Ben Cox to face off against Chahal here, who's bowling from the David Capel end. Cox just gathering himself, taking a bit of additional time at the crease. Here is Chahal then. That first one is played defensively. Yeah, that game at Old Trafford, I've got to say that now. Probably going more towards Lancashire. Very difficult to chase runs on that surface. That's a beauty. From Chahal again, flight, dip, drift. Goodness me, that was absolutely wonderful. And for any young leg spin bowlers out there, just watch Yuzvendra Chahal throughout this entire game, to be honest. Just so consistent, so reliable, so accurate. Here he is once more. That's a firm sweep shot. It won't beat the fielder George Bartlett. They think about coming back for 2, and they do indeed. That was a good call from Ben Cox. He's a fast man between the wickets.
That's interesting. It's an interesting shot, that, for Cox. I love it. I love a sweep shot. I think that's going to excite Northants, though. If Ben Cox is going to start to look to score against Yuzvendra Chahal, I feel like Northants will feel like that brings them into the game. Well, they're obviously well in the game, aren't they? But make them feel that they've got more of a chance of taking it, I think, if the batters are looking to score. I think if they're dead batting it, I think that's where it becomes pretty tough on this pitch. Sanderson is getting loose. You just see him there alongside Yuzvendra Chahal at mid-on, just having a stretch.
There's a powerful shot attempted off the back foot there from Ben Cox. Nice little battle emerging between these two. So one more delivery for the Foxes keeper to face. We head towards the end of the 50th over of this second innings. Chahal then to Cox. That one is played confidently on the back foot, out towards deep points, and that'll be a single to finish it off then. So Leicestershire now 85 for 5 at the end of the 50th over, and that deficit stands at 95 runs. So I did promise I'll give us an update about those 2 test matches taking place. I'll start with the game taking place in Chennai, the first test between India and Bangladesh. Bangladesh won the toss, chose to have a bowl first, and India are currently 254 for 6. Yashashvi Jaiswal getting 56, Jadeja's on 42, and Ravichandran Ashwin is on at 63. As we have confirmation there over the PA that Ben Sanderson is indeed getting ready to come on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And then in the game between Sri Lanka and New Zealand, the first test taking place in Gore, Sri Lanka were bowled out for 305. The big headline from that innings was Kamindu Mendis, an outstanding 114. And then in response, New Zealand were 154 for 2. Here is Sanderson then in pursuit of first-class wickets, number 400. Yeah, Tom Latham scoring 70 and Williamson scoring 48, sorry, in that game. Will probably be at 58 shortly, knowing Kane Williamson. Always looks good once he passes 50. Has an excellent knack of scoring big, regardless of where he's playing. Here is Ben Sanderson then to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, bowling to Ben Cox. And of course, we used to see him in county cricket, didn't we, Kane Williamson? Had that little spell at York. One of my absolute all-time favourite cricketers. Just the very personification and embodiment of class and elegance on the cricket field. Really is tremendous.
Yeah, one of the Fab Four, isn't he? Although Fab Five, I think it is now, but one of the original Fab Four.
Sanderson again, then that's a really testing area for Ben Cox. Thinks about prodding at it, wisely opts against it. But again, a nice little change up there from Ben Sanderson. He's currently wicketless in this second innings. He's bowled 3 maidens, though, in this opening 8.3 overs. And again, we speak about those X-Factor bowlers. Ben Sanderson is certainly someone who fits in that category. Once again, that one turned out towards the substitute fielder, Krish Patel, who we spoke about earlier. Also saw a lot of comments about Justin Broad as well. We can talk about his journey and his story a little bit later on, but his dad was Neil Broad, wasn't he? Neil Broad, the GB tennis player.
Could be. It feels like something that you would know.
I'm just thinking back to my T20 blast notes. Yeah, Neil Broad at one point was the best ranked tennis player in the country. Here is Sanderson to Ben Cox, again turning it out through that mid-wicket region.
Tough deck for a seamer, this, isn't it? Even with the lights on, even with the overheads that we've got here in Northampton today, it's a tough one. The pitch hasn't got a great deal of pace about it, which is what Sanderson and White are going to want. Got him. 400 first-class wickets for Ben Sanderson. The 400th being Ben Cox for 8. Trapped LBW in the second innings against Leicestershire. High fives, pats on the back all round. I'm sure his teammates will know that that is a milestone that Ben Sanderson has gone past in his 250th appearance as well. 85 for 6 now, Leicestershire. The wicketkeeper has to go. And Leicestershire still trail by 95 with 4 second innings wickets remaining. And Sando's got his man.
We called it. We did say it was the question, wasn't it, on everybody's lips heading into this morning session. Will Ben Sanderson take his 400th first-class wickets? And the answer to that question is a resounding yes. I think I speak for an awful lot of people, not even just those of a Northamptonshire persuasion, but massive congratulations to Ben Sanderson on what is a fantastic milestone. Here's to the next 100, hopefully. Let's hope that he can keep on representing this club in the fine manner that he's done so for so long. And what a way to bring it up with an LBW, a classic dismissal for Ben Sanderson. And this is shaping up, Dan, to be a rather memorable day for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, just 4 wickets away from that first back-to-back victory in the county championship since 2019.
Yeah, the PA announcing the 400th wicket for Ben Sanderson there, and a round of applause from not only his teammates, but all of those that are in the ground this morning, including Craig Harvey and his ground staff team sat in those T20 Blast dugouts over that side, the members in the Spencer Lounge, and all others that have made their way into the ground. What a fantastic achievement. 400 first-class wickets. Those numbers that don't just don't feel real, do they? They're such a large. I know we spoke about Jack Hobbs and the bowler whose name escapes me that picked up 3,500 first-class wickets yesterday.
Wilfred Rhodes.
Wilfred Rhodes,
with over 4,000.
Sorry.
So Sanderson still has a way to go.
Yeah, I've shortchanged you, Wilfred. I apologise. If you are listening, yeah, I apologise for shortchanging you. 600 first-class wickets there. Is Yuzvendra Chahal. Scott Curry's on strike. The new man for Leicestershire is that of their finger-spinning all-rounder, Liam Travaskis. So no Louis Kimber as yet. It might be one of those days that, depending on the game situation, not to risk Louis Kimber. That one's kept low and well dug out by Scott Curry.
Here is Chahal then once more from the David Capel end. Big sweep shot attempted by Scott Curry. That one's gone very fine. The ball has got quite a bit of momentum on it. Will it be cut off by the fielder? Well, it will be. That's, again, some great hustle, great efforts. I think it was George Bartlett once more chasing down that shiny Duke's ball. Really, really good energy. Good commitments in the field. It's something that we spoke about, didn't we, in the Derbyshire game? Northants have fielded as a unit superbly. Yes, they've had a couple of chances which have gone begging and a little bit of misfield there, especially on day one of this fixture. But for the most part, they've been absolutely bang on the money. Now well deserving of this position. Here is Charles then to Liam Travaskis.
Yeah, Bartlett today in particular, in fact, has been brilliant, hasn't he? The ball has really followed, or what feels like it's followed George Bartlett around the county grounds, and he's fielded pretty much all over the place. He's really put a shift in this morning for his county. Flighted delivery to end Yuzvendra Chahal's 22nd over, 3 for 34 for him, 88 for 6. Leicestershire trail by 92. And it's 92 big runs, isn't it?
It is 92 massive runs at this stage. I'm still beaming about the fact that we witnessed a bit of history for Ben Sanderson, because this is looking likely to be our last day on comms for the 2024 season. Last home game, of course, for Northamptonshire. And it just feels like a perfect way to wrap up these past couple of weeks. An absolute modern icon, a legend of this club, reaching a special milestone in a passage of time where things are starting to really look positive for this club. And we can only hope that this momentum, this positivity, this optimism heads into 2025. Because I've said it before, and I say this as a neutral in this argument, but from an outsider's perspective, this is a club with an awful lot of potential. It's just about unlocking it. And by bringing in someone like a Chahal, if you can have him for a prolonged stint, I think he goes a massive way to bringing this club to higher levels. Again, nice leave that from Scott Curry. Decides against flashing the bats. But you do that, maybe you bring in another experienced veteran to complement Luke Proctor. Whether that's a domestic player or an overseas, just someone to almost steady the ship, lay anchor at times, and also allow those youngsters to learn off of. As I said, you don't want a complete factory rebuild because that's very difficult. That could take 4 or 5 years down the line. Here is Sanderson again to Scott Curry. That's played very nicely by the Foxes night watchman. Guides it delicately off the bat down to deep third for 1 run.
Yeah, following the lot of those 2 wickets this morning, Scott Curry just seems to be being slightly more positive now, doesn't he? So he's had a look at that scorecard and is thinking about an opportunity of making Northants bat again. So Northants have done well. They've restricted Leicestershire. That run still is only 1.7. It's not climbed at all, has it, this morning? It's been slow. It's been turgid for Leicestershire, but Northants, the 2 that they've got, they've really had to pry them out, haven't they? Those 2 wickets, that of Lewis Hill and then Ben Cox. Sanderson to left-handers, though. He'll enjoy this.
Certainly will. It's always a nice thing to see in cricket as well, isn't it? Bowlers coming around the wickets in towards left-handers. If they can just generate that little bit of nibble and bite off the surface, maybe get that little bit of wobble seam as well. Just clips into the top of off stump. Really is one of the finest sights in all of cricket. Here is Sanderson once more then to Liam Travaskis. Waits on that one, plays the drive out towards the covers for no run. Another wicket has just fallen in Bristol, by the way. So Sussex now just 4 wickets away from promotion back to Division 1. Again, a club that's, at one point, you'd say that the future was looking a bit bleak. They'd lost an awful lot of those county veterans. The overseas recruitment wasn't quite where it needed to be for a club of their history. Here is Sanderson again to Travaskis, defended. But in the past few years, their rebuild has been probably the blueprint. They've invested a lot in the academy, a lot in terms of the young guns.
Yeah.
Their overseas recruitment has been unbelievable. We spoke about this yesterday with the additions of Cheteshwar Pujara, Jaden Seals, Jade Avunadkat in this game, Nathan McAndrew, Dan Hughes. They really are thoroughly and richly deserving of that shot back in Division 1.
Yeah, and that really is a matter of time, isn't it? I think now for Sussex as to whether that happens this week, whether it happens today, tomorrow, or next week. Sussex will be back in Division 1, which is fantastic. As you said, it's been a long, long break. Back from 2015, I think we settled on yesterday when they got relegated from Division 1. And it was a good side in 2015 as well. It did go down. Chahal continues, as we expect him to do so for the duration of this innings. I suspect that will be the Yuzvendra Chahal end for the day. How long it will be until we see Safe join him from the Lynn Wilson Centre end or not is yet to be seen. But Curry just drops that one into the leg side, picks up a single. Just Safe in there doing the fielding. Four wickets to go for Northants. 90 runs Leicestershire trail if they are to force Northants to bat again. Defended back into the pitch by Travaskis. I must admit, I have been a little bit confused by the tactic of Leicestershire through this second innings. Big sweep shot by Travaskis. Just evaded James Sales at short leg. Single added and Travaskis gets off the mark. But they have batted for a long time without really going anywhere. And it might well be kind of a modern view on 4-day cricket that I've got baseball tinted glasses on, and I will caveat it and say that I'm not right, and I don't necessarily believe that I am, but I think when you try and bat for such a long period of time and so slowly against the quality of Chahal, Sanderson and White, it just feels like you're going to get one eventually, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but we are still in the opening hour or so, aren't we, in this game? Just about 55 minutes into the action. That's absolutely flown by the way. Doesn't feel like 5 minutes that we were talking about how we think this morning session would have gone, but I did say for this opening session, I thought Leicestershire would be a little bit defensive. They've been ultra defensive, in all honesty, at this stage. And then if they survive through to lunch, then you can look to expand and open up a little bit, as Northamptonshire did. The difference with that partnership of Sales and Zabe was the fact that they had a bit of a platform. So they were 250 for 4 at lunch, and then it was this seemingly unending salvo and barrage of 4s and 6s, completely killed any momentum that Leicestershire had before lunch. And that has completely flipped this game on its head. And ever since, they've been playing catch-up. Here is Sanderson then, again, coming around the wickets to Liam Travaskis. A bit of confusion there in the middle. Scott Curry was herring down the wicket. Makes his ground though, so no damage done as far as the Foxes are concerned. I think naturally they'll be disappointed in this game because for large chunks of it, Leicestershire have looked second best. And I've got to be honest, I wasn't expecting that. I thought this would have been a much more tightly contested affair. But that's just my 2 cents. Sanderson again testing Liam Travaskis' defence. Squeezes that one down towards Chahal at deep third for 1 run. And again, we speak about teams who haven't been in Division 1 for a long time. Leicestershire have the current longest drought in county cricket.
Mm.
So the last time they were in the first division was 2003. That's 21 years now. The club haven't been back in the promised land of Division 1. But then again, it's about different approaches, isn't it? Here is Sanderson testing Curry again. One thing Leicestershire have been brilliant at is white ball cricket. 3 times winners of the T20 Blast ever since its inception in 2003. Then, of course, they had that one-day cup victory just last season. That was an outstanding final. I was there at Trent Bridge, witnessing that masterclass from Harry Swindoors and Sam Evans, Chris Wright, Josh Hull. Again, the future does look bright for Leicestershire. Just been a rough season, unfortunately. Sanderson continues his spell. That one keeping a little bit lower. We're straying down leg side. That'll be a dot ball. Perhaps an important part for Leicestershire in red ball cricket, at least, is domestic recruitment. They need a domestic core. Because bringing in the likes of Peter Hanscom and Ajinkya Rahane, they are phenomenal players. But you need to build a strong foundation when those guys are unavailable due to international commitments, or, for example, in September when Hanscom is needed back in Australia.
Yeah.
And that will be the key to their future. But I do back their coaching staff. That's one thing that I would say with Leicestershire. I think Alfonso Thomas and James Taylor can do a good job in the future. It's just about having that weaponry. They certainly do need to invest quite a bit in the red ball side heading into 2025. Scott Curry to face Ben Sanderson again. Another very stylish leave there from Scott Curry.
He's looked good this morning, isn't he? He's now faced 72 deliveries in his innings of 16. He's not exactly looked troubled. There were a bit of confusion at the non-strikers end, which unfortunately George Bartlett couldn't pick up cleanly. Otherwise, that may or may not have caused a bit of trouble there whilst he was backing up. But other than that, looked pretty comfortable, particularly against the seam of Sanderson and White. How many has Sanderson bowled in this spell now this morning? 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. So unsurprising, it's not exactly going anywhere. Chahal, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. I don't think we're far away, Aaron, from safe getting into the action. And if that's a even more of a play on ego's the wrong word, but if you can bring in a left arm spinner, you can flight a couple up above the eye line, invite a few bigger shots from Curry, try and prize him out that way round. Could be a decent tactic. And of course, Safe asked plenty of questions last night. Chahal continues from the David Capel end. James Sales in at short leg, Justin Broad at first slip. Fairly spread on the leg side. Got Safe himself at square leg. You've got 2 men out on the leg side boundary, Jack White and Krish Patel. That is a flight today. It's gone, I think. It is. James Sales takes the catch. Another catch in at short leg for the man that scored 135 yesterday. He's been brilliant in there under the lid to Yuzvendra Chahal. A really flighted delivery to Liam Travaskis. And it bounced a bit. It popped up off the shoulder of the bat into the breadbasket of James Sales. He's got another catch. Chahal's got 4. And Leicestershire are 92 for 7. Still trail by 88. With 3 wickets remaining.
It's remarkable. Absolutely remarkable, this from Yuzvendra Chahal. 9 wickets last week. Already 8 wickets in this match. I don't want to put the curse on him, but he is very close to getting that maiden first-class 10 for, isn't he? And that is such a sharp catch. James Sales, by the way, is turning into an absolute gun at short leg. We spoke about the catch last week. There was that, we'd call it a chance now because it was given LBW, but that take to dismiss Scott Curry in theory, even though it was given LBW, he's just got a pair of bucket hands, hasn't he? It's almost like he's got magnets in there. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, and let's not forget, James Sales is a seam bowling all-rounder. Probably hasn't spent a great deal of his career practicing with the shin pads on and the helmet, crowding around the bat for a leg spinner. So to have learned that skill, what I would imagine to be relatively quickly, makes it doubly impressive. The new man for Leicestershire is Tom Scriven. He's in at number 9. First innings for Tom Scriven. Made 10.35, a battling 10. Batted for half an hour before he was caught by Lewis McManus off the bowling of Rob Keogh. So next would be Sam Wood. And we are yet to see whether Louis Kimber will or will not make his way out to the middle. But Leicestershire still trail by 88 now. You can hear the encouragement through the effects mic for Yuzvendra Chahal. Starts over pitched, which Tom Scriven plays nicely into the leg side.
I'm just wondering if they could put in another extra couple of fielders here, given the match situation for Chahal, especially at short leg, maybe a leg slip. Really just impose yourself to these Leicestershire batters. Also, just looking at the comments, it would be interesting, wouldn't it? Just give James Sales a bit of a bowl, because he's done everything else in this game, hasn't he? He's taken some absolute blinders, scored a career best 135. Again, he's fenced away by Tom Scriven.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to suddenly bowl, because that's going to be quite a delay, isn't it, for him to take the box off and the shin pads and the helmet and get ready to bowl. And he's not really bowled all that much this year, to be fair, James Sales. I think my usual co-commentator, Phil Rowe, would have worked with James Sales as a youngster coming up through the academy. And a big appeal for LBW, but I think that's got him outside. He will say, Phil Rowe said himself, that I think James Sales always wanted to be more of a batter that bowled rather than a bowler that batted. And obviously that opportunity at number 4 for James Sales over the last couple of rounds, I assume next week as well against Yorkshire, and then the return that he's provided, has put a decent few stocks in his stable there for an opportunity to continue to do so in 2025. But I agree. I mean, there is an opportunity to do so here. Could also argue and say this is a results-based industry, and Luke Proctor, the best way that he feels to get this result today is to keep the ball in the hand of Yuzvendra Chahal, Ben Sanderson, and I would imagine Safe Save would be the next man to have a bowl if it were to get that far. But I see your point. Dinky Donk 1, 2, 3. That's a great name to say out loud, isn't it? That's a great shot.
That is a cracking shot, isn't it? From Scott Curry. Full-blooded drive through the covers. Connected with that one incredibly sweetly. And he has been one of the standouts, hasn't he, in this innings? We said that he could bat. He had that previous 44 not out at Grace Road in the reverse fixture earlier this season. He's been assured in his defence. He's known when to leave the ball. And then when he's been on the attack and played those drives, he's looked really good. Here he is again then. How can Sanderson respond? When he does clip him on the pads, just looking at the angle of that one, the movement that Sanderson is generating appeared to be heading down leg side. The appeals weren't too vociferous in comparison to some of the other ones.
That's really shaped, though, isn't it, from Sanderson? With the benefit of the replay, that's really swung into the body from the hand of Sanderson. 1 for 18 now, searching for wicket number 401 in first-class cricket. And Northants need, well, at least 2, maybe only 2, depending on... Oh, that's hit Scott Curry up in the ribs, in the armpit. Hopefully he's all right. But a bumper from Sanderson. Well, it was a good bumper, actually, Ben Sanderson. It's slippery. You don't really expect it. You don't expect a line and length swing seam bowler of Sanderson to drop one in short. That'll give Scott Curry a nice badge up in the armpit for the remainder of the season. Still the 2 slips in place. Curry really, he just seems now, hasn't he? Like 3 wickets have fallen this morning for Leicestershire. He's just upping it a little bit. Oh, did that carry? We'll get a replay on it. It's gone down anyway. Sanderson gets a genuine edge from Scott Curry, and the man who's been brilliant with his hands over the course of these last couple of games, James Sales, just couldn't quite get there. I don't think it carried with the benefit of that replay. We obviously can slow it down a touch, but nature of a slower pitch here at Wantage Road, just making that slightly more difficult to get underneath it. But Sanderson asking questions, looking for 401 down the leg side. Great take from Lewis McManus.
It was. I think I would be inclined to agree there, Dan. I don't think it carried. I think if it did, Sales would have gobbled that up, just looking at his efforts in this game. But again, good bowling from Ben Sanderson, inducing those edges, bringing those catching opportunities into play. Let's see how we can round out his 12th over then. It is Sanderson to Scott Curry. Be defended out towards Krish Patel for no run. So that'll be the end of over number 57. Leicestershire now 96 for 7. Scott Curry on 20. Tom Scriven yet to get off the mark. And the deficit is still a rather hefty 84 runs. So at this stage of the game, the victory for Leicestershire looking very unlikely, given the nature of this surface. They've got a huge mountain to climb. As for Northamptonshire, 3 wickets away from the sweet taste of victory for the 2nd time in 2 matches. And they would be thoroughly deserving of it.
Yeah, 5 years ago to the day that Northants last won consecutive championship fixtures. That was against Durham, when Northants won by 169 runs. Back on the 19th of September 2019. Scriven there powerfully playing that one to Gus Miller in at short cover. Just a little bit more intent being shown, isn't there, I think, from the Leicestershire pair out there in the middle. Flighted delivery, gets it over. Sanderson just on cue, as I mentioned, a touch more intense. Scriven just almost drop kicks that one over Ben Sanderson for 4 down the ground to the Spencer Lounge. Nice shot. Don't think that'll bother Northants or Yuzvendra Chahal. Trail by 80. Chahal 4 for 40. Searching for 5 and 2 to pick up 10 for in the match. And that's a beauty. Beats the outside edge. Shot down the ground by Scriven did bring up the 100 for Leicestershire, 100 for 7. 57.5 overs. We got it right with Sanderson. Is Yuzvendra Chahal getting wickets in the match?
Is that the question?
That is the question. There's a yes or a no answer available to you.
Yes. I think he will.
Double down. Double down on it, Aaron.
Yeah. I mean, that would be an extraordinary output, though, wouldn't it? 19 wickets in 2 matches. Here he is. To Tom Scriven, half shouts looking at that. Even Charles just said it's going down. But let's wait and see. Again, for Northamptonshire, it would be wonderful, wouldn't it, for Charles to have 10, but the bigger picture is, of course, just getting the victory. Just 3 away from winning this match as Scriven plays that one out towards deep points for a single. That will be the end of over number 58. Leicestershire now 101 for 7. Curry on 20. Scriven now off the mark with that boundary and that single. He's on 5. And the deficit stands at 79 runs.
Yeah, going to be Sanderson to continue. He will start his 5th over of the morning. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6 for Ben Sanderson. That wicket of Ben Cox, LBW, his 400th in first-class cricket. 101 for 7. Trail by 79. Tom Scriven on strike with 2 slips in place and leaves that one alone as it keeps low outside the off stump through to McManus. Have not started to see safe warm up at all, to the point that I can't actually see him on the field at the moment. Can you?
Sorry, I've just seen at the Oval. Durham now 64 for 5.
Oh dear.
Yep.
They are in trouble.
Yep. Surrey looking to maintain that lead at the top. Here is Sanderson then to Tom Scriven. Yeah, they still trail by 89 runs in that fixture. Emilio Gay is batting though. He's currently on 27. In terms of the Surrey bowlers, it has been spearheaded by 3 wickets, courtesy of Dan Worrell. Again, is one of those bowlers you just love in county cricket. So consistent.
He's going to win the Ashes for us in Australia, isn't he, next time? I've got my tinfoil hat on. He's getting on the plane, Aaron.
Well, here is Sanderson to Scriven. And that one is rifled away out towards the square leg boundary for 4 runs. A confident shot there from Tom Scriven. Just imposing himself now on this innings. Picked up the length of that delivery very early, got into position, whacks it away on the leg side for 4 runs. I've got a little bit of trivia as well, Dan.
More?
If you want.
Is it better than the question I asked you this morning?
Oh, I don't know. Probably not.
No, I didn't think it would be.
I don't think it's to that level. But in terms of that victory that we've spoken about throughout this broadcast, and that was the win against Durham in 2019. Here is Sanderson to Scriven, defended back. So that was the game which sealed those consecutive victories, wasn't it? The 169-run win over Durham at the county grounds in September 2019. 3 players in the Northampton starting 11 were also in the starting 11 on that day. Name those 3 players.
Back from 2019.
Yep, I'll give you some time to think because Ben Sanderson plays about with his field.
I think there's a great chance Ben Sanderson is one.
He is. And here he is to bowl as well. Now has a fielder out at deep square leg. Won't be required on that delivery though.
A very young safe save?
No.
No? Luke Proctor? 2.
Yep, that's 2.
And then one more. Was Jack White a Northampton player at that point?
He was not in the team.
No.
Some real throwback names in that, though. Some bona fide legends of Northampton cricket. Here is Sanderson again to Tom Scriven. I'll give you a hint. He is in the starting 11, but he's not currently on the field.
Yeah. Yeah, Rob.
It is, yeah, Rob Keogh. But just looking back at that starting lineup, you had the likes of Ben Curran, Rob Newton, Alex Wakely, Mr. Northamptonshire, Adam Rossington, Doug Bracewell, the New Zealand all-rounder.
Wow, okay, yeah.
Gareth Bird.
I played cricket with Doug Bracewell.
There you go.
Yeah.
Every day is a score day.
Certainly is.
Gareth Berg, Brett Hutton and Ben Sanderson. If you don't mind me asking, Dan, what's the context of that? You played cricket with Doug Bracewell.
Yeah, so when I was 18, for a pretty kind of, I don't know, I just fancied going away from home. So I went to New Zealand. Hadn't played cricket for very long by that point, and I wasn't very good. I'm still not, to be fair. Decided to go to New Zealand and pay my way through a bit of a cricket academy thing, which I thought was going to be good fun. And it was, to be fair, as Curry hacks that one away over the leg side from Yuzvendra Chahal. Great fun. Really good fun. But I quickly learned that I was slightly out of my depth, and somebody with a couple of years worth of cricket experience in their CV compared to some lads that were part of Gloucestershire and Glamorgan's second 11, and Doug Bracewell, who was part of Stags at that point, and Kieran Noema Barnett, who was
Gloucestershire
and part
Central
of the Stags and Otago as well. I realised that I was out of my depth, so I just ended up having a really nice time. But can confirm that I would have played cricket with Doug Bracewell. Netting against it wasn't fun.
I can imagine.
Yeah, not my idea of fun, but I can say I've done it. So there we go. You're welcome.
Bowls a mean bumper, doesn't he? Doug Bracewell. Here is Yuzvendra Chahal then to Scott Curry. And gives that a nice bit of flight.
Yeah, I think he took a bit of pity on me. He realised I was a bit wet behind the ears still and kind of thought, no, I better not. I better not hurt him. Save's getting loose though. I think we're going to get spin from both ends before too long.
I think we are as well. It's a very astute observation. Here is Chahal to Scott Curry again.
So good Scott Curry, isn't he? 24 off 81. He's played the hand that Leicestershire have asked him to play perfectly. He's dug in when they've asked him to dig in. He's accelerated now when they've kind of got to a point where they feel like that's the best way to go about it. And he's done both of those roles really well.
Here's Chahal again. That is an absolute rip snorter of a leg break. Curry did well there playing the line. He wasn't hanging the bat out. Was firm in his defence, but yet again the flight and turn of Yuzvendra Chahal. It's a thing of natural beauty. Here he is again to Scott Curry. Once more solid and steely in his defence. That will be the end of over number 60. Leicestershire now 109 for 7. Curry on 24 runs. Tom Scriven on 9 as we see the replay of that Jaffa from Chahal. How many times have we said that in this game?
He's bowled a few, isn't he, in the 26 overs that he served up for Northamptonshire in this innings. Is going to be safe from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25 last night. He removed the Leicestershire opener, Rishi Patel, for a made a stubborn 35 off 97 balls at the top of the order before being caught by that man, James Sales. Wasn't in under the lid at that point, was he? But still, a fantastic catch. So yeah, left arm finger spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end, leg spin from the David Capel end. Northants need 3 wickets to become victorious for the second time in the 2024 County Championship. Leicestershire will need a further 71 runs if they force Northamptonshire to bat again. And Zabe starts on the money. There was a little bit of inconsistency from Safe Zabe, wasn't there? But he asked plenty of questions yesterday. Turn as well for the left arm finger spinner. As Scriven just plays that one off the back foot. Down to Krish Patel, who's sweeping on the offside. Be interesting to see how Scott Curry plays this. He's going to be high up a 50 here, Scott Curry. I know he's only on 24. He's a long way away. He has got 1 first-class 50 to his name already. But as I said this morning, when you bat normally number 9 and 10 or potentially 11, you don't get too many opportunities when you think you can bat as long as you want to. And Scott Curry's got one of those opportunities, having gone in at night watchman last night. It was a first-class high score of 72.
Yep, scored that this season, along with that 44 that we mentioned against Northamptonshire at Grace Road. He's no slouch with the bat, goes for the sweep shot there and connects very cleanly with it as well. Some splendid batting this from Scott Curry. Again, picking up the line and length very quickly. I think that sweep shot was a bit premeditated, just looking back on the replay of that. But in terms of standout batters for Leicestershire, really has been the focal point, hasn't he, of this second innings. And maybe with his game, he is also looking to add batting as an additional string to the bow, because he's a fantastic bowler. We've seen that across formats for the Foxes on this loan spell. As Zabe looks to respond here. Classic cricket, that, isn't it? Big sweep shot followed up by the defence back to the bowler.
Yeah, perfect would have been if Scott Curry could have found 1 there, wouldn't it? Get your boundary, get 1, get off strike.
Absolutely. Here is Zabe again.
That's going to be worth watching back, I think. That's back pad as well for Scott Curry. If my eyes serve me right, Get the replay now. McManus and Zabe were convinced, weren't they? Pitched in line. Well, it is front pad. And it would have turned back towards the offside. Umpire says no, though. And Scott Curry lives to see another day. 114 for 7 after 61, but encouraging signs of safe save. Asking that big question. Obviously bringing out that slog sweep from Scott Curry in the middle of the over too. Which, as you say, was premeditated and would have been a you miss, I hit type situation had Scott Curry not have connected. As he did, and it was a great shot over square leg. Chahal continues, and Scriven goes for a big shot down the ground. McManus whips the bails off, as we've seen all through the course of the day. Scriven's back foot unmoved that time.
And that is the key point, isn't it? In comparison to that's Lewis Hill, Ian Hollands, and Ryan Ahmed. Here is Chahal again. That one worked through mid-wicket for a single. Delicate shot that from Scriven is effective. Works out for a single, rotates the strike, gets Scott Curry back at the business end. And again, this is a nice little matchup, isn't it, between these two. Chahal then bowling to Scott Curry, who dispatches him down the ground with aplomb. Well, we were billing up the battle, weren't we, between these two? Curry now getting into his rhythm a bit, quite literally finding his swing in this contest. And that really is a lovely looking shot, isn't it, for someone who's come in as a night watchman. And we were having that conversation yesterday about the effectiveness of the night watchman as Chahal gets ready to bowl here once more to Scott Curry. That's perfect cricket.
That is perfect cricket. Gets the boundary, gets one, gets off strike. Brave from Chahal. He desperate, isn't he, for these, well, for 5 wickets first, and then obviously 10 wickets would be the second goal. So he's really lighting these up above the eye line of the 2 Leicestershire tailenders. That's powerfully struck into the offside and hits James Sales. Picked up by Gus Miller. But he's being brave, isn't he? He's really lighting up some tempers for Scriven and Curry. And if they're brave enough or to take him on down the ground, he's giving them the chance, as we see again, that one up above the eye line of Scriven. And it's a dot ball to finish the 62nd over. 120 for 7. Curry on 33, Scriven on 11.
And it's a nice little partnership developing, isn't it, between these two? Stands at 28 for the 8th wicket, so they're having a little bit of a chat out there in the middle at the moment. And in terms of the aggressor, you'd argue so far it is Scott Curry. He is the more established on this surface. He's faced 90 deliveries in comparison to Scriven's 22. Looks very comfortable against the spin so far. So I imagine it'll be more of the same. But then again, can you be a little bit more aggressive with the fields? We've spoken about the addition of maybe a silly point or a silly mid-off, leg slips, putting men around the bat, because 60 runs is still quite the deficit, as that one is pitched a little bit shorter by Safe Sabe. Gets Curry on the defensive once more. Again, nicely played back to the bowler.
I think it depends if you can second guess where he's going to play here. So you put people around the bat and he's going to take the long lever to it. You're probably not going to pick up you're not going to pick up a bat pad, are you, at short leg or silly point if he's taking the long lever, trying to hit you down the ground or bringing a slog sweep out. So actually there, do your attacking fielders start to come in at a more of a catching mid-wicket and a catching cover, which Luke Proctor has implemented both of those against Curry with safe bowling. On slower into the surface. It's slow turn, isn't it, for the Northampton bowlers?
It is, and I think that's a really crucial point to pick up on as Safe Save gets ready to bowl here too. Scott Curry gives that one a bit more flight. We spoke about the pace of the pitch, didn't we? And Leicestershire were really forcing it. They were drilling it into the surface, whether that was Ahmed or Travaskis. And the one bowler who has arguably the most efficiency, here is Dave once more, defended, was Saul Budinger, who was the slowest of the lot. So he got a wicket in the end of Safe Zabe, funnily enough. And it was a really looping, arcing delivery, which got the breakthrough. And you just look at the difference between these two attacks. And of course, experience comes into this. Right, Rob Keogh was excellent day one. Then, of course, you've got Chahal. Yes, he hasn't played as much first-class cricket in comparison to white ball formats. But what he possesses is experience. It's match day. Match day's under his belt. And you can just tell early on, Northants have got the approach of, well, we'll give it a bit more flight, a bit more air, we'll be a bit slower. We'll entice the Leicestershire batters into making a mistake. Whereas for the Foxes, with that slightly less experienced bowling attack, they were almost trying to force the initiative. And there's just enough in this surface where you can be patient. Really is.
Yeah, absolutely. A few more games moving up in Division 1. Durham are now 6 down, 74 for 6, trail Surrey by 79 runs. Lancs lead Somerset by 345. They're 351 for 7. Luke Wells is 114 not out.
Wow.
Kent trail Notts by 60 with 4 wickets remaining. And Hampshire lead Worcestershire by 260 with 6 wickets remaining in their innings. Vincent Dawson, the 2 men at the crease at the moment there. But Durham look like they are, well, sorry, to be fair, look like they're doing their part in getting back-to-back championship victories there. Down at the Oval, 3 wickets for Dan Worrell, 2 for Sam Curran, 1 for Jordan Clark. Emilio Gay, previous employee of Northants, is currently 28 not out down at the Oval. Spencer Jahar with a change of angle for the first time. The leggy towards Tom Scriven. He works that one into the leg side for a single. Yeah, Somerset are going to have an almighty task on their hands if they're going to be successful up at Old Trafford on days 3 and 4 in the championship. Oh, it's just shot along the floor, isn't it? Across the body of Scott Curry, trying to invite the shot towards that short leg side boundary for Scriven and Curry, and I think it's a good tactic by Chahal. As I said, he's been brave, he's flighted them up. Now he's given them the option to play against the spin, and with the angle, you think there's an easier shot to play. Got one man out there down on the boundary at deep square leg. That one into the pads, but pitched outside leg. Pitched outside leg stump, so no question asked of the umpire. Trail by 59 now, Leicestershire. It's the 3 wickets remaining. Oh, it's a beauty. Beaten ball ends up. That's pitched so far outside leg stump from Chahal. And it's gone on to go past a 4th stump, I think, on the offside. That has gripped from Yuzvendra Chahal. What does Scott Curry do against the Indian leg spinner? Defends back down the ground. Last ball of Chahal's 28th over, 4 for 52 so far for Chahal. Gus Miller makes his way down onto that leg side boundary as well. And Scott Curry defends into the leg side. Into the over, 64 now have been bowled in this 3rd innings. Leicestershire are 121 for 7. Curry's on 33 and Scriven's on 12.
Yep, still very much advantage Northamptonshire, isn't it? At this point, Leicestershire will be hoping that they can see themselves through to lunch, just prolong this game a little bit more. You never know. They could have enough in the tank to make Northants bat again. But you must say, regardless of what they get, Northants definitely are firmly in the driver's seats in this one. I think we've just had a plane go overhead, haven't we?
Did you hear it?
Yeah, on the FX mic. Yeah, that was rather loud, actually. Also, just seen a couple of crows beneath us here in the commentary position. Looked like one of them had nabbed some bread. Oh, well, it was a chance there. Real in and outs of the hands of the fielder. It was absolutely rifled by Tom Scriven. difficult chance, and you can just see a reset straight away for Northants. For safe save, it could have been a second wicket, although the velocity on that was absolutely ferocious. Let's see how Zabe can respond then. Scriven again drills that one down towards Jack White, still wearing his sun hat. We've seen the sun a little bit today. It's not quite been the glorious day that yesterday was.
It's starting to appear, isn't it?
It is. That's a full toss from Safe Sabe. Goes to the right-hand side of Jack White. The chase is on. And they'll come back for 3 runs. You could hear there on the FX mic. Yes, Tom. The call there from Scott Curry. So that'll move Scriven on to 15. Scott Curry will now come on to strike. Deficit now stands at 56 runs as the Foxes look to battle their way back into this contest. Zabe again keeping Curry on his toes. Already faced over 100 deliveries for these 33 runs. And that will be the end of the 65th over then. So Leicestershire 124 for 7. Curry on 33, Scriven on 15. Work to be done, Dan.
Yeah, 25 minutes to go until lunch at the county grounds. Can Leicestershire just frustrate the Northants 11 up to that point and beyond, or can Northants pick up these final wickets that they need to get the job done here in the morning session on day 3? Looks like Luke Proctor is listening to the live stream and has got your wish of adding a few more players up and under the lid for a bit of company. Not quite sure who that is getting padded up. It's Sales at silly point, Justin Broad at first slip. So I'd take a guess at it being Gus Miller.
I think it is Gus.
You're running out of youngsters at that point, aren't you, to stick in vulnerable positions. So Gus has got the shin pads on and the helmet. I think probably with this angle as well from Chahal, the leg's been across the body of the right-handers. Just hoping for that one that just pops up. Curious to see whether he's going to go into short leg. Conversation there maybe between Sales and Miller as to who wants to go on either side, but it's a forward short leg in the end for Gus Miller and Chahal into bowl.
Will be a single in the end. They're taken just about, yeah. I don't mind that option though, actually, there from Tom Scriven, giving us a leg bye in the end, but there is quite a lot of real estate down by us here in the Lynn Wilson centre end. Was proactive. We haven't really seen too many sweep shots today, aside from Ben Cox. Here is Chahal again once more then with those 3 fielders patrolling around the bats. Gives that a lot of flights, and Scott Curry dispatches him with complete and utter disdain all the way for 6. Moves him on to 39. That is an impeccable shot from the Foxes night watchman.
Yeah, just picked it up, didn't he? Always going to have the angle going for you with that short side on the leg side today at the county ground. But again, I don't think this is going to affect or insult or trouble Yuzvendra Chahal at all. I think they're going to enjoy the fact that Scriven played a reverse sweep at the start of the over and Scott Curry's just picked that one up over the leg side, and it looks like he might even have lost it. I think it's gone under the chicken van, potentially. Ben Sanderson trying to find his way under there. Justin Broad, I think, is the other man having a look. Just rolled under the trailer, one of those catering trucks from the T20 Blast nights. Good chicken in there, actually. Decent bit of scran on a Friday night from the chicken van at the county grounds. It was indeed a no ball, Ian. Thank you for being so eagle-eyed of The first ball of Chahal's over. Well spotted, sir. We are going to get a replacement. A replacement Dukes. 65 over old replacement. There we go. The PA has just come through to say that Middlesex have beaten Derbyshire. There's another result in the books for this round of fixtures in the Championship. If that Dukes was a bit newer, you'd be down there, wouldn't you? Crawling under the chicken van, trying to fish it back out. 5 over old Dukes would be worth sprinting down for.
Absolutely. I thought you were on about me bowling. I'd say. Don't think I'd do too much with a new Dukes, in fairness. We are just getting the ball back onto the outfield here. Again, I really like the approach here from Scott Curry. 39 from 104. Mixed up defence and attack very effectively. Just giving something for Luke Proctor, his Ventrich Harlands, Northampton to think about here. But of course, he does run the risk of maybe just running past one. And if that is the case, McManus is lurking for that 4th stumping of the innings. Here is Chahal to Curry. Plays that deftly. Out towards backward point. That'll be a single. Brings Tom Scriven back onto strike.
Yeah, sunshine nearly with us as well, isn't it?
It is.
Just about bathed in sunshine. Only taken an hour and a half to burn through.
Well, the screams of catch it, and it just evades Ben Sanderson out there at deep backward square leg. That'll be 4 runs for Tom Scriven. Again, it was a vicious strike of the bats from the Foxes all-rounder. And now that deficit hovers around about 42 runs. So these two are beginning to get the visitors up to parity. The partnership now stands at 46 wickets. And they have played this situation very admirably. That will bring about a slight change in the field. George Bartlett will go out towards forward square leg, or deep forward square leg, I should say. Here is Chahal again. Reverse sweep from Tom Scriven. Executes that sublimely. The fielder will not come round and cut it off. And that will be the 50 partnership between Tom Scriven and Scott Curry. A marvelous way to bring it up. It's been a valiant stand. This from the Foxes' 8th wicket duo. And they are very deserving of bringing up that 50 partnership. It's been tough, it's been difficult, it's been a grind at times. But the crucial thing for those of a Leicestershire persuasion is that these two are still out there in the middle. Would be a massive morale boost if they can survive up to lunch.
Yeah, these two here are just executing what Ray and Ahmed tried to do last night, didn't they? They've gone out there and they felt that positivity is their best form of defence, I suppose, almost for Leicestershire, and they've both gone out there today and actually executed it really well. Scriven in particular, bringing out the reverse sweeps, the orthodox sweep, the slog sweep as well. 23 off 30 for Scriven. Takes on another single, picks it up as he drops it into the offside. Runs 1 will keep Curry on strike for the remainder of the over. And this is the kind of partnership that will just start to annoy Northampton as well, won't it? We saw midway through that over, Chahal, McManus and Proctor got together and had a conversation about what they thought the plan was, how to get one of these two out, how to just slow them down. But these two for Leicestershire are in a position, as you said this morning, they can't really win. So actually you do get to play a bit of a hand, and sometimes they're incredibly dangerous for an opposition perspective, because you can't really second guess as to what they're thinking, what they're going to do next, where to put your catches, because you don't actually know which way around they're going to go. And we've seen them, they've just gone from about 1st gear to 6th gear in the space of a couple of balls there.
Well, they have, and it was just confident, clean striking of the cricket ball, wasn't it? Here is safe save then to Scott Curry.
Trail by 36. Now Leicestershire, don't they?
They do that one, given quite a bit of flight there from safe save. It's a full toss, and it is worked out towards deep square leg for 4 runs. Bit of a loosener there from safe, unfortunately. Brings Scott Curry within 5 of another first-class 50.
Yeah, 32 runs now the deficit. So looking more and more likely that Leicestershire will force Northampton to bat again.
Zabe again spears that one in, and they do sprint back for at least 2. Should come back for 3, actually. Justin Broad will cut it off in the end, but that will be the 150 up for Leicestershire in the 67th over. Scott Curry on 48, Tom Scriven on 24. 59 runs now his partnership stands at. And after a very difficult first hour or so, these two just giving a bit of stability for the visiting side. Here is safe save once more. Good stop there at short cover. That'll be no run. So just around about 15 minutes or so until the lunch interval. Again, a big strike from Tom Scriven. Just evades the leap of the fielder. And it will trickle out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 more runs. You can just see now these two beginning to up the ante, take the attack to the Northamptonshire spin bowlers. And so far, it really has been so good. Partnership now stands at 63. And just touching upon your point, Dan, it'll be frustrating. It's an annoying partnership, this. The tail wagging. It's always the 8th wicket. That seems to be the key one in the county championship. It's so agitating. At times you think that you're just a couple of wickets away, easy victory. And then a partnership like this occurs, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, right, we might have to bat again.
We don't get bunnies anymore, do you, in cricket? Really? There are probably a few out there that still deserve that title, but for the most part, you don't really get those tail enders that you just expect people to roll through anymore. Everybody can bat. The one huge benefit of white ball cricket is the fact that you can't afford to have 3 or 4 people down the back end of your batting lineup that haven't got the ability to contribute with the bat. And that's obviously all then just rubbed off into first-class cricket. And some of the shots that we've seen from Curry and Scriven would be straight out of a white ball playbook.
Oh, they would be, especially the reverse sweep from Tom Scriven. I know that's more of a common shot nowadays, but still an innovative and enterprising shot as Chahal comes into bowl here to Scott Curry. Clips that out towards deep mid-wicket for another single. And he just looks unfazed, doesn't he, at the moment? I know we had that conversation about the night watchman and whether people are in favour or not in favour of it, but he's 1 run away from a 50.
Yeah,
it's paid off. He did his job last night, and he really has looked $1 million at the crease so far.
Yeah, and it's the first time really in 63, 62 overs where Leicestershire have actually just started to ask questions of Northampton again.
Here is Chahal again. Huge shots from Tom Scriven. Absolutely hammers that out for 6 more runs. And now you can just see the pendulum beginning to swing a little bit with this partnership. By all means, it's still advantage in favour of Northamptonshire. If one of these goes, all of a sudden, it's a very, very different prospect. But Scriven and Curry really putting on a valiant rearguard here for the East Midlands County of Leicestershire. Let's see how Chahal can respond. He's been expensive in these past couple of overs, gone for a lot of boundaries, does spark about the change in the field as well. Scriven follows it up with the defensive shots. Around about 13 minutes remaining in this opening morning session. The sun basks us here at the county grounds in Northampton. Scriven now on 34, Curry on 49. Can Chahal get his 5th wicket of this second innings? Would be his 9th of the match. Well, he won't with that one. It's drilled back to him for no run. Plenty of fielders out in the deep as well now. Just in case they do go for that more expansive op. And that will be a dot ball to finish.
Only effect might go down slightly is the fire alarm in the indoor school has gone off. There's some building work going on downstairs, so whether the chaps down there have just had a bit of a mistake with one of the wires or something. But if we suddenly apart, you'll know why. Hopefully here Northampton get this wrapped up before Leicestershire build this partnership any further. And as you say, it is just a bit frustrating, isn't it, for Northampton stages? It's been enterprising. It's been fun to watch for Curry and Scriven. They've really kind of put the fight back to them.
Well, they have, and given that at one point Leicestershire were 93 for 7, really has been a fantastic effort from this pair. They save then to Scott Curry, and he will work that out towards mid-wicket. They settle on a single, and that will be a fine 50 up for Scott Curry. The Leicestershire night watchman bringing it up from 111 deliveries, follows up from that 44 not out that he had earlier on in the season. Well batted, Scott Curry. A fine innings, to say the least, as he brings up his 2nd career first-class half-century. Here is safe save then to Tom Scriven. That'll be another dot ball. So around about 10 minutes to go then. Here in the morning session, Northampton is searching for that 8th wicket. I think they've bowled well. It's still been a decent session as far as the home side are concerned. Getting those wickets of Lewis Hill, Ben Cox and Liam Travaskis as they begin is clipped off the hips there by Tom Scriven. But this is just halting the momentum as far as the Tudor-Rose are concerned. Here is Zabe again then. Scriven gets a better connection on that. It'll be another single.
I'm just wondering if I need to go and see if this is anything more than just a test or not. It's been quite prolonged, this fire alarm, isn't it?
Zabe then to finish out the 69th over, at the end of which Leicestershire are 163 for 7. And now just trail Northants by 17 runs. It really has been an excellent riposte, this. From Scott Curry, the night watchman, and Tom Scriven, the Fox's all-rounder. Of course, Curry, who is on loan from Hampshire, Scriven, who used to play at Hampshire County Cricket Club. Imagine these two will know each other quite well. And of course, they've got quite a lot of experience playing alongside one another this season. There we go. We can put the FX mic back up now.
Fantastic news.
Really is. Here is Chahal then from the David Capel end. Now just rises a bit sharply. Scriven attempting to cut that off the back foot. Yeah, just a bit of a thorn in the side, this partnership. So far as Scriven again drops that out into the offside for no run. Are there any more updates from the Oval or
would you like
Old
me
Trafford?
to have a look around?
Absolutely.
Durham still 6 down, trail by 68. Lancashire have lost a wicket.
Charles again, that one fence back to the bowler.
8 down with a lead of 382. I think it's Luke Wells has gone for 130.
Good innings, that, though. Given the situation, he's had a rough season, hasn't he?
Certainly has. That's really made life complicated for Somerset up in Manchester, hasn't it? But that said, they should take kind of hope in the fact that Lancashire have gone out there and scored nearly 400. Clearly a good place to bat. And Kent have lost another one. They're 183 for 7. They still trail by 25 runs. 3 wickets in hand.
Well, Charles, he's induced the outside edge there. It's a thick one off the blade of Tom Scriven, fielded by Jack White, who now has a bit of a pursuit for his sun hats. It's making his way out towards the deep point boundary. It's the issue, isn't it, when it's windy, those sun hats often come flying off, and you have to chase them around the outfield a bit. Here is Chahal then to round out the over. On rising slightly to Scott Curry, and that will be a dot ball to finish. So at the end of over number 70, Leicestershire 165 for 7. The deficit now just 15 runs as we inch ever closer to the lunch interval here on day 3.
Yeah, Hampshire 90 for 5 against Worcester, lead by 279 as well down at Southampton. So looking okay for Hampshire. Kent, not so much. Not with that result will pretty much confirm survival, won't they? I think going through to the next round of fixtures, if I'm right.
They would do. There's just one caveat to that. So 16 points would put them on 141.
Yeah.
So 5 points behind Warwickshire in 7th place. Here is Safe Sabe. Now just clip down the leg side. Leg by signaled. So, yes, so that'll be 141. So if Lancashire draw, they'll be on 118, which basically puts them out.
Yeah.
And into Division 2, unless something absolutely astonishing happens and Nottinghamshire don't get any points against Warwickshire at home next week and Lancashire win by an innings and get a maximum 24-point victory. Here is Safe Sabe. Again, testing the defences of Scott Curry. But if they win that, Lancashire still have a chance, don't they? It'd put them on 126. Sabe again defended resolutely by Scott Curry. You can even argue Warwickshire aren't 100% safe there. Because, of course, Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire do play each other at Trent Bridge next week. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in that fixture. But, yeah, that must be a massive blow to Somerset. That will take a Herculean effort to chase that down at Old Trafford, especially heading into day 4. It does turn a bit up in the northwest. Again, a loopy delivery from Safe Sabe is worked out for no run on the leg side. So that'll be the end of the 71st over. Leicestershire 166 for 7. Deficit now 14 runs as we're around about 4 or 5 minutes away from the conclusion of this morning session on day 3. A session which for large parts was absolutely dominated by Northamptonshire. I think they'll still be the happier of the two sides, but it's this partnership, 74 runs for the 8 wickets between the night watchman, Scott Curry, and all-rounder Tom Scriven. Sam Wood can bat as well. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, certainly taken the wind out of Northampton's sails this morning, hasn't it?
As here is Chahal again, that one defended.
So Northampton would have won that crucial first hour. Leicestershire have comfortably won this second one. As you say, Sam Wood can certainly hold a cricket bat. Louis Kimber, we know what he can do if obviously he's fit, capable and ready to bat here in Northampton. So it could end up being a little bit of an awkward little chase for Northants if, of course, Leicestershire can knock off these 14 runs that they currently trail Northants by. And the two of them, they just look very comfortable, don't they, against Chahal now? Someone that asked plenty of questions against respectively better batters, or batters that were certainly carded further up the order than Scott Curry and Tom Scriven. These two have made it look pretty easy. Scriven's 36 off 52. Just looks like he can play that with all the time in the world, doesn't he?
He does, and it'll just give Luke Proctor something to think about, won't it? In the immediate moments after lunch, will he continue spin from both ends, or will he be tempted to bring on Jack White and Ben Sanderson? Maybe Justin Broad, given the fact that he bowled quite well. Was almost that change bowler against Derbyshire. Does have a knack of getting the odd wicket, doesn't he, Justin Broad?
Yeah.
There'll be another single to add to Tom Scriven, moves him on to 37. Yeah, definitely some decisions to be made. It's all about this partnership as far as both sides are concerned. Here is Jahal then from the David Capel ends. Again, that one just about pushed out on the offside for a dot ball. So 1 run coming from the over. Deficit now 13. I imagine this will be the last over before lunch, just looking at the time. It's 1 minute before the original scheduled close of the morning session.
Yeah, I think the only thing that might change that is if Safe picks this wicket up.
Absolutely.
And then there's a conversation that means that Louis Kimber doesn't in fact bat, then maybe there would be an option to take that extra half an hour. But yeah, as it stands, and assuming that Leicestershire get their way through these 6 deliveries from Safe, they certainly get through the first one, then yes, we will be heading off for lunch at the end of this over. And again, it's been another good session of cricket, hasn't it? It's been one that was pretty turgid to start with, and Northampton just extended that advantage they had over Leicestershire, picking up the wickets. That's going to be another 4 runs for Leicestershire. Scriven moves to 41. And then this partnership has really just wrestled that momentum out of Northants. They're still on top. Let's not take anything away from that. Northants still lead by 9. And Leicestershire have got 3 wickets remaining in this innings. Northants are still clear, and they've got the benefit of being able to regroup in a couple of minutes' time and come up with potentially a different plan for the afternoon session. They've obviously got the other advantage, and the bit that did all the damage for Leicestershire with the ball yesterday when Ian Holland took that second new ball, sparked a bit of a collapse for Northants in their first innings. That's only 7 overs away. So yeah, no reason to panic just yet for Northamptonshire. What have we got? 2 balls left in this over. And so the thigh pad, I think, there. Half an appeal from behind the stumps, but clearly no question needing to be asked for the umpire. Curry on 50. Second first-class 50 of his career as well. And that one defended into the leg side to round out what we think is the morning session. Keep an eye out the window to see the movements of the players. James Sales passes the ball to the umpire. It is indeed. It is lunch. 172 for 7 then Leicestershire. They trail Northants by 8. Scott Curry is on 50. Tom Scriven on 42. And another good session of cricket here at the county ground.
It was. I think for the neutral, it's been thoroughly enjoyable. It's just a case of for Northamptonshire, they'll be frustrated because you look at the deficit now, it's just 8 runs. Before this partnership, it was hovering around about 88.
Yep.
So you looked at that, it was a massive, massive hill to climb. And this is just, as you mentioned, taken the wins out of Northamptonshire's sails. So it's a case now of regrouping out of this lunch interval, come back out. You've mentioned about the new ball, 7 overs to go. You've still got Jahal and Save. They are causing all sorts of problems, but these two, Scott Curry and Tom Scriven, are starting to look comfortable. So, yeah, should be a great afternoon session.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. Well, let's go and take some lunch, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes' time for the afternoon session.
Northampton on the field. Captain Fight. And kicking wicket, Lewis McNames.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Northampton. Day 3 of the Vitality County Championship Division 2 fixture between Northamptonshire County Cricket Club and Leicestershire County Cricket Club. We've had a bit of a rearguard action, a bit of resilience from Leicestershire in that morning session. Early breakthroughs for Northants, but Scott Curry and Tom Scriven had other ideas. They have put together a massive partnership for the 9th wicket. It's 80 of 107 balls. Scott Curry, the night watchman, currently 50 not out. Tom Scriven, who joined him most recently, 42 not out of 58 deliveries. Northants need a couple of wickets. They need to get this done. Leicestershire still trail by 8, but it's starting to look more and more likely and almost a guarantee now that Northants are going to have to bat again. Yuzvendra Chahal will open the bowling from the David Capel end. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. We're powered by Daffabet. How do you see this afternoon session panning out?
Well, hopefully for Northamptonshire, it'll be a case of breaking this partnership, getting a new batter at the crease and wrapping it up rather quickly, because you don't want to be chasing even 100 runs on this surface. I know Leicestershire didn't bowl incredibly well on day 2, but it is one of those surfaces it's very difficult to get started on. So let's wait and see. But for Northants, it will be wickets, wickets and wickets as they look to wrap up the victory and secure back-to-back wins in the county championship for the first time since 2019. Nice start that, though.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they've got an obvious benefit of the fact that they still lead Leicestershire by 8 runs. That is the most obvious. The second one is the fact that the players have just broken for lunch. So Tom Scriven and Scott Curry will be starting again. We'll also have a second new ball available if it gets that far in 7 overs time. And I'm sure Ben Sanderson and Jack White will be looking to tidy things up if Yuzvendra Chahal can't do so before that. I think Justin Broad's going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I did see him just having a run through before this session started. Yuzvendra is searching for his 5th in the innings and his 10th in the game. If he gets 2, we'll take him up to 10. That'll be his first 10-wicket haul in first-class cricket. So there's a few things going on in the afternoon session, a few things to look out for. Thank you so much for joining us. Company throughout the course of these 3 days so far has been much appreciated. Hope you've enjoyed the live stream up to now. It's been a good start by Chahal, who just started to look just a little bit ragged, didn't he, at the back end of that morning session, as that pressure was put back on him by Curry and Scriven. Well done by James Sales under the lid there.
Yeah, he did. It looked like those boundaries almost dented his confidence a little bit. But again, it's a brand new session. And he is on course for a 5 for here. Here he is then, bowling to Scott Curry. And I know for the most part we mentioned about how good Northamptonshire have been with the ball in hands. You also have to give tremendous credit to Scott Curry and Tom Scriven. They've done a great job. They've marshalled this innings spectacularly so far, given where they were at. Right, 88 runs was the deficit when Tom Scriven came to the crease. Yep, it's now just 7. This is 81 runs for the 8th wicket. I think they've done a great job. And yes, there is the argument, could Northants have been a little bit more proactive? Could they have got men around the bat early before they got into a bit of a rhythm and got settled at the crease? But again, I do think you have to give some praise and some credits where credit is due.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it should be an abundance for these two. They've done really well. They've counter-attacked. They've put Northants back under pressure. They've not looked to go out there and survive, have they, as a partnership? Scott Curry did last night and did a very good job. But Scriven's gone out there, and you can see by the number of balls he's faced, 43 off 60 as Justin Broad comes into bowl. And there's an appeal for LBW straight away as it runs down to Ben Sanderson, I believe, down on the boundary at 3rd man. get a benefit of a replay of that one, but that was a big appeal. Good start for Justin Broad. Asking the question, and that one does look like it's missing leg stump. Good decision by the umpire. 174 for 7, so the deficit just 6 now. Just the leg by being added to the tally. But yeah, they've counter-attacked. They've decided that this is the best way for them to be successful and to spend time in the middle. Short ball on the leg side. Gloved, I think, down to fine leg for 4. 4 runs to Scott Curry. A good bumper, though, from Justin Broad. Curry moves to 54. Deficit now just 2. 178 for 7. And this positive intent from the two of them seems to be continuing through the start of this afternoon session, which is good to see. And now obviously just 2 runs before they will force Northamptonshire to bat again, which I would imagine wasn't that high up on the list of priorities for Northamptonshire when they woke up this morning and arrived at the ground. Covered up nicely. But yeah, it's 6 overs until that second new ball. I would imagine Proctor will take it straight away, don't you? And chuck it to Ben Sanderson and Jack White. It was the damage, wasn't it? That was the bit that just stunted that Northants first innings, was Ian Holland came back with a 4-fer with his second spell with that second new ball, was brilliant with it. So Northants will be hoping to do something similar. I'm sure this is just a stopgap situation for Justin Broad to get through to that second new ball. Sun's out though, floodlights are off, blue skies up above. Good bat. Yorker from Broad doesn't get the line right. And it's a nice square drive from Scott Curry for 4. Moves to 58. Getting himself closer to his career best, one that we saw James Sales surpass yesterday. Always a big achievement in whatever sport you play to surpass a career best or a personal best, whichever one you want to, however you want to describe it. So Scott Curry's got that in mind. It's 72, isn't it, his career best?
It is indeed. And he's looked very good in this inning so far. And I think that's a real characteristic that we've touched upon. It's not just the attack, it's the defence. He has been as solid as a rock throughout the entirety of this spell at the crease so far. So, yeah, you have to tip your hats to Scott Curry. I still think Justin Broad is a decent option here. I think aside from that crunching crack through the covers, it was a decent start, offered up a little bit of width with that delivery, but was troubling the pads of the right-hander before then. But I do think the key here for both sides, you'd argue, is that new ball, because you've got 2 of the finest operators in the division. Jack White and Ben Sanderson could finish this innings within 3-4 overs.
Yeah. Yeah, that harder ball, bit of a prouder seam. Oh, it's the leading edge. Drops safely into the offside. Just the one man in there under the lid. That's James Sales at short leg. Justin Broad at first slip himself. That one falls safe on the offside. Take on Jack White for the single. Scott Curry comes through safely. Jack White just makes sure. Another run added. So Leicestershire, as we just missed out, they currently lead by 3. So Northants will bat again in this fixture at the county ground in Northampton, when this morning, particularly after that first half an hour, very much looking like Northants would have done that in an innings, but Leicestershire fighting back and fighting back well to bring a lead about and making Northants bat again.
Well, they have. They've shown a lot of character, a lot of mettle so far. Chahal comes into bowl here. He's lofted magnificently by Scott Curry. Another 6 off the bats of the Leicestershire Night Watchman. And this really has been a stunning inning so far for the visitors. effortless strike of the cricket ball. 64 now from 132. Outstanding innings. This from the Hampshire loanee as the ball is to Ben Sanderson there in his sun hat. And it is just giving Yuzvendra Chahal something to think about. At one point, he had figures of 4 for 40. He's now got 488. And Curry again just digs that one out. Back to the bowler. This is outstanding. If you're of a Leicestershire persuasion, of course, still plenty of work to be done. I don't think a chase of 50 runs or 60 runs would be too difficult, even on this surface, which is offering a bit for both spin and seam. But if it gets to 3 figures, and it is a big if, because the game of cricket can change incredibly quickly, questions will be asked.
Yeah, it'll be tough, won't it? And I mean, this partnership, at the moment, Northants haven't got an answer for it. I think will obviously be another few questions asked of it in 4 overs time when that second new ball does become available. But up to this point, the two of them have been brilliant. Scriven's on 44 of 63. Partnership, 97-run partnership. Both of them going along at a similar strike rate. Scriven just guides that square, and I think he's going to pick up 4. He is. That's going to make it a 100-run partnership between Scott Curry and Tom Scriven. 101 runs off 126 balls as the score ticks up to 193 for 7. And this 100-run partnership has come about in just over an hour as well. So similar to that partnership between James Sale and Saif Zabe yesterday, just taking the game away from the opposition and taking it away pretty quickly as well in the context of the game. That one down on the leg side. Good pace from Justin Broad, but no bad involved from Scriven. Now it's coming to a point where if Louis Kimber can bat, potentially quite dangerous here with the fireworks, with the white ball prowess, with that innings down at Hove earlier this year that he possesses. He becomes a real threat. Still, he's gone through him. Justin Broad's got him. He's gone straight through Tom Scriven. Scriven, I think, felt that kept a little bit low, but his middle stump has cartwheeled back behind him. Justin Broad breaks the partnership that ticked over 100, and it's 193 for 8. Leicestershire lead by 13. Curry 64 not out, and Scriven to go for a really, really well-made and rear guard action of 48 of 66.
It was a tremendous effort as we see the replay of that. It's a really nice delivery, isn't it? From Justin Broad, we spoke about his prowess as a breakthrough specialist. Fair play, though, to Tom Scriven, of course, batting alongside Scott Curry. 101 runs for the 8th wicket has been a great effort. And even though in the end it might come in vain for Leicestershire, Northants here will be smelling blood in the water. They'll want to go on and win this game, chase these runs quite quickly. That is still a valiant effort. It's a great riposte. Really has done a fantastic job there as Sam Wood will come to the crease. Of course, he bowls right-handed, bats left-handed. And in terms of his first-class run scoring, did score 34 on debut against Glamorgan at Sapphire Gardens. So, again, this is the thing about Leicestershire. They do bat deep.
Yep.
And Sam Wood is no slouch with the bats. The million-dollar question, though, as we've just touched upon, is whether or not Louis Kimber comes to the crease.
Yeah, I don't think it's not a great sign that if he is fit to bat, that he's going to walk out at number 11. I don't think that's a fantastic sign, because if he was fit to go, you would think that he would be a better option than, respectfully, Sam Wood, Tom Scriven. I know he's just made a fantastic 48. You'd think that he would have come out after the wicketkeeper Cox, wouldn't you? But I mean, there's a duty of care involved at the end of the day. And if there's a game situation here and Leicestershire lead by 13 and Justin Broad can pick up this second wicket quite quickly, or in fact, I think it is as he's broken a stump as well, Justin Broad. Middle stump still out the ground. So I have a little bit of running repair whilst the umpire speaks to the ground staff about a replacement, which Craig Harvey has got it in his hands. Like a Formula One pit stop, that, wasn't it?
It was very efficient.
3.6 seconds pit stop between the two there as Ben Sanderson and George Scrimshaw put their coffee order in at the Nuts About coffee van, the man that's been here all summer, done a good trade. Popular with the cricketers this morning. There was a right old queue for the various latte macchiatos and whatever other flat white variations of coffee that you may or may not enjoy.
I was about to say, I'm not the man to ask about that, Dan.
Well, you can tell by the way that I struggled to name two that I'm probably not the bloke either. So
I'm not exactly the coffee connoisseur, unfortunately, but
no. But good to see George Scrimshaw back on the ground as well. Suffered a stress fracture in his back earlier this summer. Great to see him back and about, rehabbing. Hopefully we'll have a big part to play for Northants across all three formats in 2025. Justin Broad into bowl, Samwood on strike. That one defended on top of the bounce to the offside. 193 for 8. Yeah, because with Louis Kimber, there has to be a duty of care. And we don't know. It was really difficult for us to tell from a distance, but we're only guessing that it looked like he left holding his face from that drop catch off James Sales yesterday. And if that has kind of caused some swelling around the eye or whatever that might be, then there does come a point where you have to go, well, is it worth it? Great delivery from Broad. Second to last game of the season, a lead of 13. It possibly isn't. If that lead gets up to 100 and Louis Kimber fancies it and wants to go out there, is there a different conversation to be had there and say, well, could you go out there and just you can get 20 off 6 or do what Louis Kimber can do? Then there's maybe a different conversation to be had there. But we should wait and see as to what Leicestershire plan to do with regards to their batter as Broad serves up another good delivery to Sam Wood. End of the over, 77 done. Curry on 64, Woods not 3 balls. And Leicestershire, as I say, lead by 13. Broad with the breakthrough, break that fantastic 101-run partnership between Scott Curry and Tom Scriven. 3 overs to go before that second new ball becomes available. Yuzvendra Chahar will have Scott Curry to bowl to. And again, the way Scott Curry plays here could provide an indication as to whether Louis Kimber's available as well. Does Scott Curry with the number 10/number 11 for Leicestershire, does he look to target that short leg side boundary a bit more? Does he go up another gear? And if he does that indicate the fact that this might be the last wicket for Leicester? A lot of questions we don't have answers to here, isn't there?
Well, there are. And that is why we love live sports, because those questions and answers reveal themselves as the piece goes along. Well, there you go. Scott Curry turns that one around the corner. They thought about coming back for a 2. Some sharp fielding once more from George Bartlett coming around to cut that off. Results in just a single being taken. So the lead now at 14 brings Sam Woods onto strike. And Chahal here, of course, in the hunt for his 5th wicket in this innings and the 9th in the game.
Yeah, and a much more attacking field for Sam Wood.
It is, but there's still plenty of protection, isn't there, on this onside? I'm just looking. He's got deep square leg, deep backward as well. Here is Chahal then to Sam Wood, plays that confidently. Of course, James Sales under the lid, as we would expect. Really has carved out a niche for himself, hasn't he, in that position?
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job. Fantastic job under the lid over the last couple of weeks. Already a couple of very, very good catches in that position this game itself. Flighted delivery. Sam Wood picks it up down the grounds all the way for 6. What a way to get off the mark that is for Sam Wood. Just picks up Yuzvendra Chahal back over his head. He's off the mark straight away. Leicestershire lead by 20. And that shot brought up the 200 as well for Leicestershire. 200 for 8. So we bring about a change of angle for Yuzvendra Chahal. There's 2 men out on the leg side. I think this is a more attacking line, I think, with the ball turning back into wood. If he goes for that slog sweep, maybe the top edge, Jack White, and I think that's Krish Patel out there. As it is, it's defended into the offside. Can't be tempted. But again, I think it's positive. I really enjoy that positive approach from Leicestershire. Does it carry on? Oh my word, what a delivery that is. It's beaten everybody and it's beaten everything. That's turned square from outside off stump. It's beaten Lewis McManus. It's beaten Sam Woods. And it's run down to the fine leg boundary for a couple of byes. What a delivery that is from Yuzvendra Chahal. Beats leg stump, pitches outside off and beats leg stump. What a ball.
It is absolute beauty of a delivery that from Yuzvendra Chahal, and we've said it all game long. He really has bowled tremendously well. And McManus is a great keeper against the spinners, and that's even beaten him. Turned an absolute mile. It's one of those where you'd probably say, well, the moral victory went to the bowler, because of course you want to see that from the surface. It was an absolute gem of a ball to Sam Wood. But in the end, some more runs going in favour of Leicestershire. Here is Justin Broad once more, and he is dispatched very confidently by Scott Curry. Another belting blow from the Leicestershire night watchman, who inches ever closer to a career best. The previous was 72. He's currently on 69. Has been by far and some distance the pick of the Foxes batters. And that yet again was an emphatic pull shot from the low knee from Hampshire. How can Justin Broad respond? Well, he's been clipped through mid-wicket here. There'll be a chase on for 2 fielders. They run the first 2 quickly. Will they think about coming back for a third? No, they won't. It means that Scott Curry now is on at 71. And that's the other impressive thing. We've spoken about his attacking shots. It's all the different directions and placements, isn't it? He's played some thumping cover drives. He's got the pull shots. Really has been excellent this so far from Scott Curry. Here he is then facing Justin Broad. Flails that one. And that will be for yet another emphatic shot from Scott Curry. And that is a career best score for the youngster. Great stuff from Scott Curry, giving his side a bit of hope, a glimmer of shining light in what's otherwise been a difficult innings for the visitors. That really is another excellent strike of the cricket ball.
Yeah. Again, though, is it a nod to the fact that Louis Kimber isn't available for Leicestershire? Because this over has gone around the park. 10 off the first 3 balls. Make that 11 off 4 as Curry just drops it into the offside and takes 1. So Sam Wood will have a couple of deliveries to negotiate at the end of this over. Plus, as well, Curry's going to know that second new ball's around the corner. Is it a case of take your runs while you can get them type thing? And if it can turn out to be a 50-run lead, does it make that a little bit awkward for Northants? Certainly an inconvenience, isn't it, for Northants to head back out there with bat in hand again. Broad into bowl, then 2 slips for Sam Wood. Starts in on leg stump, which is played nicely down the ground to the captain, Luke Proctor. 213 for 8. The lead is 33. Last ball of Justin Broad's over coming up. I think we got confirmation, didn't we, on the way rounds back from lunch that Sussex have won down at Bristol.
They have indeed.
Promotion back to Division 1 for the side on the south coast. Justin Broad finishes that over with a dot ball played out into the offside. 213 for 8 off 79. Last over then before that second new ball becomes available. I've seen Jack White getting warm. having a stretch. Yet to see Ben Sanderson start to get loose. Jack White there in front of us, just trying to loosen up those shoulders. Yuzvendra Chahal will certainly bowl this over. Don't mind leg spin with the new ball, to be fair, with a bit of extra bounce, a bit of a prouder seam, maybe a bit more turn, a bit more bite into the surface. If that's the way that Luke Proctor wants to go, he's searching for a fifer. Can he get it done before that second new ball becomes available? Short leg and a first slip in place. And Scott Curry, as he has done from the entirety of this innings so far, covers that up nicely. Solid in defence for the Leicestershire night watchman. A slightly different challenge in 5 balls time when that new ball is taken. And again, full face of the bat, defended back down the track to Yuzvendra Chahal. He has been brilliant, Scott Curry. There's no other way to describe this innings from Scott Curry other than brilliant. 76 of 141 balls. That one shorter and flayed away through the offside, timed brilliantly. I think that's going to be 4. It is. The man out there can't get anywhere near it, and Scott Curry moves to 80. 80 of 152 for the night watchman. Previous career best of 72 for Scott Curry, which he got earlier this year. Surpassed that, taking himself to 80. 80 not out, and he's got Yuzvendra Chahal plugging away, but he just doesn't look in any danger against the leg spin of Chahal. He's played him so well. Whether it's because he's a bit taller and he's got a bit of a longer stride, maybe he can get out and cover off some of that spin. First time as well that James Sales has just disappeared out from short leg against Chahal and gone to a mid-wicket. That one through the offside again, a dive by Miller who can't get there. Curry wants to keep the strike, does so. So Sam Wood will have 1 to face at the end of Chahal's over. It'll be interesting to see how he goes to play this. Obviously, those 6 runs that he picked up so far came from 1 shot off Yuzvendra Chahal back over his head into the Spencer Lounge. Does he go again or does he bat for Scott Curry? That is the question. He's batting for Scott Curry at the moment. Tempter from Chahal. 80 overs then have been bowled in Leicestershire's second innings. It's 218 for 8. Well, eyes out the window as to what the plan is. I can see the umpire there with the new ball in hand. Jack White is making his way towards that umpire with the new ball, who shows it to the scorers, and Northants have taken the second new ball in this innings. Jack White removes the sun hat. And can he find the end of this Leicestershire innings? This partnership already worth 25 off 20 between Curry and Wood. Jack White, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4. So far in this innings, he picked up the wicket of Sol Budinger, who departed without scoring. On the 5th ball of the innings, what can Jack White do? Can he end this partnership? Can he make sure that Northants don't have many more than 38 to chase? And here is Jack White. Just the 1 slip for Northants. Shorter ball, turned into the leg side. They're going to look for 2. I think Curry's going to come back. He is indeed. Keeps the strike. Well run, well judged.
Yeah, it was very well judged. I'm also looking back on that 72 against Gloucestershire. That's the innings that we're referring to. That came from 236 deliveries. He scored just 8 boundaries in that entire effort. It was a fantastic individual display. Really dug Leicestershire out of a hole there. Here is Jack White once more. This has been a very different innings, though, hasn't it? He's been a lot punchier. He's been a lot more aggressive at times. You can see on your screen there 146 balls it's taken for this 83. I just think it's been phenomenal.
Well, let's not forget how defensive he was last night and this morning whilst he was out there with Lewis Hill and Ben Cox. It's not exactly been this the whole way through, has it? It's been watchful. It's been quite defensive. And he's just accelerated as the innings has gone on. One, as he spent more time in the crease, got more confident. Jack White into bowl. Curry takes the single and offer into the offside. But also in the context when he's been out there with the lower middle order as well. But yeah, it's been a fantastic innings. He's on 84 now. Wood on 6. He's on strike.
Yeah, top quality stuff, isn't it, from Scott Curry? Also, fair play to Sam Wood as well. Done his job so far, hasn't he? At the other end, 6 from 11 deliveries, and here he is, facing off against Jack White. Striding in with a real sense of purpose there. He's the Northampton seamer. Again, then looking to restrict Leicestershire to as few runs as possible here. The lead currently 41. As we head into the closing stages of the 81st over of this second innings. The Fox is currently 221 for 8. Having initially had that deficit of 180 after the first innings. Here is Jack White then to Sam Wood. And again, it's a beauty. Really good channel bowling that from Jack White, keeping the Fox's tail ender on his toes. Plenty of talk out there as well between the Northamptonshire fielders. Encouragement for their strike bowler. He's just about to bowl here for the final time in his 12th over. What can Jack White concoct here to Sam Wood? Well, it was a pretty decent ball that from Jack White, and nicely played by Sam Wood. The two Leicestershire batters come through for the single, and that will be the end of over number 81. So the visitors 222 for 8. The lead at 42. Sam Wood on 7. Scott Curry on 84. Outstanding.
Eyeing up a first-class 100 for Scott. 16 runs away for the Leicestershire night watchman that came to the crease yesterday evening. Ben Sanderson will replace Yuzvendra Chahal from the David Capel end, as we expected with this second new ball. He will have Sam Wood on strike. Sanderson searching for his 401st first-class wicket. He's got 2 slips in place to help him do so. But it's a good day for batting, isn't it? The pitch is a little bit slow. There's no overheads anymore. The skies are blue. The floodlights are off. Sanderson into bowl, and that is down the leg side, which Sam Wood plays off the toe of the bat defensively. Yeah, the lead of 42. It's just starting just to look a little bit awkward, isn't it?
It is. And again, that is all down to Scott Curry. He has played an outstanding hand here. And Sam Wood just needs to play the foil. Ben Sanderson prepares to bowl here from the David Capel end. In good areas. I was also holding fire on this fact about Scott Curry, but I think you'll appreciate this, Dan.
Hit me.
Remind me again who you support in football.
Oh, Portsmouth Football Club.
Portsmouth FC, Pompey, as they're known. Guess which football club's academy Scott Curry used to be on?
Of course he was.
Yep.
Of course he was. Direct relation as to why he's 84 not out today. It's the only logical solution.
That Portsmouth heritage. That one squares Sam Wood up. No damage done as far as Leicestershire are concerned, but he was a very, very talented footballer. Made the transition into cricket, I think, for the benefits of both Hampshire and Leicestershire. They'll be happy that he indeed chose to do so.
Well, let's not forget Scotland as well. International cricketer, isn't he, Scott Curry? With his brother.
Oh, his brother is an absolutely brilliant character. Shout out to Brad Curry. Plies his trade for Sussex. Here is Sanderson again. Good lead from Sam Wood.
I've got no idea what it is out there that's making that banging noise on the effects mic. I have been out there. I've done some form of scouting / DIY, and I can't see anything moving. So I have no idea what it could be.
Is it some construction?
Could be, but I couldn't see it. So
there we go then.
Otherwise, I'd have told him off, or I'd have fixed it, because it is a bit annoying, isn't it? So we apologise. Just a bit breezy, isn't it, out there in the middle?
We'll power on though. Here is Sanderson again to Sam Wood. A little bit of noise can't distract us here in the commentary box. And it certainly isn't distracting either of those two players out in the middle either. Again, Curry on 84. Cannot stress enough just how pivotal of an innings this is. Lead now 42. You'd still say it's advantage Northamptonshire.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if the lead is, what, 60, 70? You're chasing 75 runs tops. You still back Northants to win it quite comfortably. Here is Sanderson again. Sam Wood defended confidently, and that will be the end of the over. So Leicestershire remain 222 for 8. But it's frustrating, isn't it? I think that's how we'd both describe it, given just how clinical they were in the opening hour. As soon as Travagis went, the 7 wickets down, you're thinking, well, at this point, we should wrap this up by lunch. And then Scott Curry has played the most phenomenal innings. He was aptly supported by Tom Scriven for that 48. And even now, Sam Wood, yes, he's only on 7, but again, it's 20 extra deliveries. You're thinking for a number 10, let's get them out nice and early and let's just wrap this up. And that isn't the case. They are still probing away at these Northants bowlers. And the new ball, as of yet, hasn't made the inroads. But let's see what Jack White can produce here. And it's a lovely shot. From Scott Curry, they'll come back for another 2. Comfortable 2 for the Leicestershire batters. Moves him on to 86. Would be fascinating as well, wouldn't it, if he was to reach 3 figures. I mean, it's an outstanding effort. We had that whole conversation yesterday about night watchmen.
Yep, we did.
And the potential validity and justification of using them well. Certainly paid off for Leicestershire in this game. Again, that one very full-driven, full-blooded. Back down the face on for the fielder, and he won't get there. Scott Curry, for the first time in his professional career, moves into the 90s.
Yeah, we said, didn't we, yesterday that, well, we disagreed on the use of them, but we did both agree on the fact that from a personal kind of milestone perspective, it does open you up for an opportunity that you might not get every day of the week. And like we said this morning, Scott Curry has gone out there as a night watchman. I think he was 11 not out overnight, possibly. And he's had a chance there to bat all day if he could. And so far he has. And he's looked very, very good for 90. And as you say, the first time in his career, he's got himself up to 90 not out, having faced 150 deliveries. It's kind of that chiming. It sounds like a bit of a Grim Reaper, kind of a horror film type thing, doesn't it?
It's still going.
It's still going.
I was just about to say that there was a slight lull in the chiming, as you put it. Here is Jack White then. Again to Scott Curry. He's worked that through mid-wickets. I don't think anyone will reach that. It's another boundary. A spectacular effort, this, from the Foxes' night watch. He moves on to 94, just 6 runs away from his first ever professional century. Well, well, well. Let's wait and see what will happen. Some conversations now being had. Leicestershire 232 for 8. The lead extends to 52. How can Jack White respond here? It's Scott Curry on strike. That one rears back into the right-hander, can't squeeze that through the gap for a single. So he will remain on strike for this final delivery in the 83rd over. 94 runs for Scott Curry. Well, this really would be one of the best moments of his career if he was to taste the sweet satisfaction of reaching a maiden first-class century. Here is Jack White then to Scott Curry again, works it through mid-wicket, straight away called it for one. They won't hustle back for two, and Scott Curry will remain on strike. He's on 95. Sam Wood is on 7. Leicestershire 233 for 8.
Yeah, Curry keeping the strike. 5 runs away from what would be a maiden first-class 100. For the man that walked out to bat last night to steady the ship for Leicestershire, to protect those further down the order. He got himself to 95 not out. 1 strike away from a major milestone. He has got Ben Sanderson to go up against, mind you, so it isn't going to be easy. But he seems to be seeing the ball at the moment like a beach ball. He's timing it so well. The ball is racing across the outfield here at the county grounds. And for the first time as well, we're just starting to see a bit of a spread field for Northants. They want to bowl at Sam Wood. It's a bumper from Curry, which he takes, and will take the single on offer. So Sanderson will get 5 at Sam Wood.
Also stretches that lead now to 54 runs. So fair play to Leicestershire. A lot of people thought that they may have rolled over after that difficult first hour. They've shown fighting spirit. That's all we can ask for after a tough start. Here is Sanderson to Sam Wood. Again, so disciplined, so accurate is Ben Sanderson. And we are delighted for him. 400 first-class wickets for the Northamptonshire stalwarts. Really is a popular figure around these parts and the circuit as a whole. I know an awful lot of people who have a high level of esteem and respect for the veteran seam bowler. And here he is then bowling to Sam Wood once more. It's almost a carbon copy, just hanging it outside that off stump of the left-hander. And for Sam Wood, this is just about survival now. Allow Scott Curry that opportunity to reach 3 figures. Reminder that Scott Curry is just 23 years of age as well. Has a batting average of 20.5 in the first-class formats. Before this game has only ever surpassed 50 on one occasion, and that was the aforementioned 72 against Gloucestershire earlier this season. Here is Sam Wood. Defends that firmly. Another dot ball, so 2 more balls for him to try and defend here. I don't think we'll see anything out of the ordinary here from the 20-year-old, who I may just remind everybody is making his 2nd ever first-class appearance in the professional game. But this now really would be something for the headlines when it's Scott Curry reaching a maiden first-class century. Here is Sanderson to Sam Wood. And that one is squirted away very fine. Will just be a single taken. And that will get Scott Curry back onto strike. Question here, how does he approach this? Does he try and get it with 1 strike? Does he attempt to?
What would you do? What would you do as the skipper?
As Luke Proctor.
Would you bring the field up and give him the tempter? And say, you want to do it in 1 shot, you go for it? Which is kind of what they've done. They've hedged their bet a little bit, haven't they, with a man down at deep square. In case Sanderson goes short. But there's a chance here for Scott Curry.
There really is. On strike against Ben Sanderson, leaves that one well alone. He survives once more. 84 overs gone here in the second innings. Leicestershire 235 for 8. Scott Curry on 96. Sam Wood on 8. And the golden figure, of course, is that lead currently at 55 runs. So not difficult, not out of the question by any stretch of the imagination for Northamptonshire just yet. But it is entering that phase where it's frustrating. And you can just see it in terms of the body language. The energy has just dipped slightly compared to that first hour. But of course, this game can change very quickly. And it'll be Sam Wood to face off against Jack White here. Once again, up to the mark. Defends that out. And he certainly has played his role here. 8 from 25 deliveries. Curry at the other end, 96 from 155. And I don't think we're alone in holding our breath here for Scott Curry. I sincerely hope his family are tuning in as well from down in Dorset. Brad's got no excuse. Or Sussex have won their game today down in Bristol. This would be a massive moment for the 23-year-old. And what a season he has had. Regardless of whether he makes it or not, and regardless of whether Leicestershire win this game, it'd still be a Herculean task from this point onwards. You have to respect good cricket. And he really has had a fruitful loan spell at the East Midlands County in 2024. Again, Sam Wood up to the mark there with the leave outside off stump.
Yeah, he's played a good inning so far, hasn't he, Sam Wood, for Scott Curry. 27 balls he's faced now for 8 runs. He's batted for half an hour. And that is probably the most important number of all of them. He's batted for half an hour with Scott Curry, which has allowed him to get up to 96 not out.
And there is confirmation. Brad Curry is tuning in. What an absolute legend. Shout out to Brad. Absolute hero. Congratulations as well on the promotion, Brad. Glad that the Curry family are tuning in. This is a huge moment, isn't it? But of course, Sam Wood also has got a job to do. He is doing this job superbly so far. 8 from 28 balls. Can he see out and shepherd these final 2 deliveries? Jack White is the man searching for his wickets. Well, he plays that very square. And that will race along the carpets for 4 runs. Lovely shot that from Sam Wood. Moves him on to 12 from 29. Real emphatic punch of the gloves there as well. I think Scott Curry appreciated that shot. Partnership now 46 runs for the 9th wicket. And we spoke about the importance of platforms, foundations, partnerships in this game. These last 2 have been absolutely defining as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Here is White then for the final time in this 85th over. Again, it's a really good delivery. But for the Foxes, Sam Wood survives. Scott Curry will have a chance here of getting that maiden first-class century. What a story this would be. Spent so much time at the crease as well, hasn't he? 155 deliveries. He had that blockathon on day 2. Let's wait and see if he can taste that sweet, sweet feeling of a century. There is just that sense of anticipation here at the county ground so far.
No, it's going to be the captain himself. I thought for a second we were going to get an early look at Yuzvendra Chahal there.
So did I.
I see Jack White's making his way off the field. Hopefully he's okay, but it's going to be Luke Proctor to replace Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end, whether that be a change of ends from Sando or just a different look maybe. there wasn't a huge amount of movement, was there, with this second new ball at the county ground today? And you'd think if anybody was going to get it, it would be Jack White and Ben Sanderson.
Here we go then. Luke Proctor to Scott Curry. Works that out towards square leg. Ticks over, moves them on to 27. Just 3 runs away from 3 figures.
Kind of see Luke Proctor here probably wasn't planning on bowling in this session with the long sleeve shirt on.
No, he wasn't. A little bit surprised that he has gone to himself, but then again, as a captain, lead from the front makes sense. We spoke about his efficiency in the second division this season. He's Northamptonshire's second leading wicket taker. Here he is. That one flashed down towards deep third. That'll be a single off the bat of Sam Wood. Brings Scott Curry back onto strike. And I just wonder what is going through the head of Scott Curry right now. I've got to be honest, I'm nervous in the commentary box.
I can tell.
I'm stood up, feeling a bit clammy.
Shaking, twitching.
Exactly.
Tap it away with your right foot.
Let's see, can he reach it on this delivery? Well, he won't do. Plays that smartly, just back past Luke Proctor. Has plenty of options for shots. It's just a case of, can he find the gaps?
Yeah, Northampton's making it difficult as well, aren't they, with the field spread now?
It is very, very spread. Well, there we go. Curry happy to manufacture another single down towards deep mid-wicket. Moves them on to 98. Partnership now 49 runs for the 9th wicket as well. Crazy to think at one point Leicestershire were 92 for 7. And they're now 242 for 8. Proctor it is then, searching for this 9th wicket. Again, an excellent lead from Sam Wood. Behind Sue, the wicketkeeper, Lewis McManus. Very different fields for Sam Wood in comparison to Scott Curry. Pretty much every single fielder was on the boundary and in the deep for Curry. Whereas with Sam Wood, well, now actually 2 have gone out. Just in case he wants to take that single. I don't think they want Curry to reach that century just yet. Here we go then. Sam Wood plays that out. It's very square. Will they come back for a second? Yes, they will. Superbly placed shot that from the 20-year-old. Extends the lead to 64 runs. And Scott Curry will be back on strike on 98, just 2 runs away from a maiden first-class century.
50 partnership between the 2 of them as well, Aaron. 50 runs or 57 balls coming in just 40 minutes. It's that session after lunch again, isn't it?
It is. There must be something in the Northampton air after lunch.
The dietary requirements. Just really in the game, the hurry up, isn't it? Really giving it the hurry up. Scott Curry on strike then. Sanderson with a change of ends. Does this bring about a change of fortune for the man with now 400 first-class wickets?
Here we go then. Sanderson to Scott Curry. Flicked away. They run the first one hard. Are they going to come back for the second? Yes, they are. You can hear it through the next mic. Scott Curry is a first-class centurion. 100 from 159 deliveries. This has been an impeccable knock from the Leicestershire Night Watchman. Had so much hard work to do yesterday. Batted like an absolute gladiator alongside his captain, Lewis Hill. And this must be one of the greatest feelings on the planet for the 23-year-old. Batted Scott Curry. Very next ball. Again, worked into that same region. They run the first one hard. Back for a second. 248 for 8. Well,
He's been brilliant, and he's not done either, is he? There is a lot of work left to be done here for Scott Curry in Leicestershire, but that is, well, one of many jobs that he's ticked off to do today for his team. The personal milestone, as you said, that first-class 100. He currently stands 102 not out of 160 balls, having batted for 203 minutes with 13 fours and 2 sixes. And it just feels, since lunch, he's walked out with a magic bat. Everything has flown to the boundaries. He's found pockets perfectly out in the outfield. And he's just extended this lead up to 68 now for Leicestershire. Northants batters will be thinking about putting the pads on. What's it going to do against the new ball of Ian Holland? Is he going to bowl as well as he did with the second new ball yesterday? Is he going to bowl like he did against Luke Proctor first up? So many questions to be answered.
Again, goes for the short ball. This one just about pulled away for another single. Moves the score on to 249 for 8. What a moment. What an incredible moment. We've had 2 in this game. James Sales, unbelievable. A career best 135. And this from Scott Curry. Well, it's a knot that I won't be forgetting. It's the first century I've ever called in my broadcasting career. So, oh, incredible. Absolutely incredible moment. What a sport. Here is Ben Sanderson then. Again, great areas. Really is bowling some disciplined stuff here. It's the Northants stalwarts. That's another thing we saw, of course. Ben Sanderson get 400 first-class wickets. Oh, it's all happening. It's all happening here at the county ground. Imagine not liking county cricket.
No, it's been a fantastic day. It's been a fantastic 2.5 days, really. Game is still in Northants' favour. Let's not forget that. But this partnership, this innings by Curry, is just making it awkward. That number for Northants to not be favourite, probably going to need to be up towards 200, isn't it, of a lead. But Scott Curry just does not look like getting out. Neither does Sam Wood, for that matter. Yuzvendra Chahal, after he got deposited into the stands a couple of times, started to look a little bit out of sorts. Now we're having a long conversation here between Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus. With Sam Wood on strike.
Again, more changes in the field here for Sam Wood. So the lead now 70 runs. We enter the 88th over of this second innings. Luke Proctor then with the ball in hand. Let's see if the Northamptonshire captain has a moment of magic up his sleeve. Here he is bowling to Sam Wood. Immediately goes for the bouncer, keeps the Leicestershire number 10 on his toes.
Yeah, look at the field now, Aaron, as well. It's a bit of a short ball tactic here from Procky and Lewis McManus. He's got Jack White at fine leg, James Sales at kind of halfway off the boundary, isn't he, at backward square. George Bartlett in front of square, 20 yards off the boundary or so. And I don't mind it. Luke Proctor is probably one of the quicker, if not the quickest, Northants bowler that he's got available to use today. And why not test out Sam Wood on the back foot?
Absolutely. Something we haven't seen so far. He's been very resolute and comfortable in his defence with him when they've pitched up quite full or in those good areas. And yeah, just try something a little bit different. Here is Proctor again. And he has been carved away to the boundary for 4. That's an impeccable shot from Sam Wood. We mentioned his proficiency with the bat in hand. He moves on to 20. And it's a fine supporting role, this. From the man making just his second ever first-class appearance. Here is Proctor again. Yet another short ball. Wood thinks about going for the shot, pulls away at the last second. That lead now stands at 74 runs. Proctor it is then to Sam Woods. You can hear the oohs and the ahs of the Northants fielders. Bit more of an expansive shot taken there. You just see the replay of that one. Just lost his shape a little bit there, did Sam Wood. What a fight back this has been, though. 92 for 7 to 254 for 8. Fair play to Leicestershire. Here is Proc again. This one left well alone. And that will be the end of the 88th over. Scott Curry on 103, Sam Wood on 20. And just something to think about for Luke Proctor now. We've seen the testing out of the short ball theory. We haven't seen spin as of yet, after the new ball has been taken. And to be honest, these two have looked comfortable against pretty much everything.
Yeah, and how much now as part of this innings are Northampton missing Rob Keogh?
Massively. Massively. We saw that in the first innings, didn't we? That's rip snorter to Lewis Hill, which turned an absolute square mile, didn't it? From outside the off stump of the right-hander, eventually castled his middle stump. They are missing him. They really are. Of course, we are wishing Rob a fast recovery. He has been struggling with his back in this game. Not just for his wicket taking either, the control that he can display on this surface. It is absolutely crucial. So these two, not only have they been scoring boundaries with fluency, that one is played up towards Jack White for no run. It's also strike rotation and the running between the wickets. We've said this about Leicestershire all game long. It's been assertive calling, hasn't it? That's how I describe it. Whenever there's room for an extra run, it's always been taken. There's no second guessing or hesitating or umming and ahhing in the middle. If a run's there, they take it.
Yep.
And that has been absolutely brilliant to see in this innings. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Scott Curry. That one trickles through. I mean, would you go back to spin?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Don't necessarily think this second new ball has particularly worked, is it? Maybe one more over from Luke Proctor if he's going to continue with this short ball tactic. The one that was obviously carved over the offside, the line just wasn't right, but the pitch just feels very slow, very docile for the seamers. Not been a huge amount of lateral movement with his second new ball, either off the seam or through the air. That one's just gone tickled down the leg side, and it's going to be another four byes this time. 258 for 8. I think that's why you've got him in your team as well with Yuzvendra Chahal. Get him in there, or ask him to make the difference here.
Absolutely.
Break this partnership.
Well, talking of that partnership, it's now 65. 65 runs for the 9th wicket. Of course, we'll have to wait and see if Louis Kimber is fit to come into bat. Sanderson against Curry. That one played out towards backward point for no run. But we said a run chase of 70 odd is entering that tricky phase on this surface, because there is still a little bit in, especially for the spin bowlers. And of course, Leicestershire would have to bowl out of their socks to win a game, defending, 81, 82 runs.
Yep.
But it's not the innings victory that a lot of people would have predicted after that first hour. Here is Sanderson again. This one played compactly by Scott Curry. It's also the psychological edge as well, isn't it?
I think that was the next point I was going to make, actually. Like, how much momentum does this take into either innings? Because Northants, if they pick up this last wicket now, yes, okay, 78 with a day and a half to go, you're still firm favourites, aren't you, with 10 wickets to play around within that second innings. But if you've just been on the end of a 100-run partnership, as you just said, nearly a 70-run partnership, you then have to go in with 10 minutes to get your pads on. How much does it feel as though that game's just going against you, even though the number required isn't huge? You suddenly feel it starts swinging, don't you? I think it might even be Chahal from the David Capel ends. He takes the jumper off and makes his way to the umpire. So it is going to be spin. So that short burst from Luke Proctor was just 2 overs. And now it's going to be interesting. What does Sam Wood do here? Does he try and defend against Chahal? Does he try and go for him? Does he try and pick up boundaries? I think that's one thing that I would say with some of the lower order from Leicester. It's almost been batting a little bit by numbers, I think, with regards to block, 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 sweep shot 4, block, block. It's felt a little bit like that. And you mentioned there was a couple of sweep shots that were premeditated. There potentially some shots down the ground that on the face of it, you go, well, there isn't a great deal of difference between ball 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that one's gone for 6, 5 at 6. So it's going to be interesting to see what Sam Wood does here. Do they still just want to bat time? Do they still want to occupy the crease and take what they can? Or do they want to try and get up to 100 quickly? They'll obviously know whether Louis Kimber is or isn't going to bat.
I think that's an excellent point, actually. I think that the Leicestershire lower orders probably shown more of a game plan than the top to middle order have. And you are right. It's a case of, well, if the bad ball is there, it'll be dispatched. But even then, we're going to target at least 4 to 6 runs and over. There has been a real method to their batting so far. And we spoke earlier today, didn't we, about the run rate. It's hovering around about 1.5.
Yep.
It's now at 2.9, which is by no stretch of the imagination a ridiculously fast-scoring innings. But they really have turned it up an extra gear here. That's another brilliant delivery from Yuzvendra Chahal, causing all sorts of problems here for Sam Wood. You do feel like if there's one man to just stunt this Leicestershire momentum, it will be Yuzvendra Chahal. Let's see what he has in store here for Sam Wood. Oh, again, it's another top delivery. Keeps a bit low. Wood did cover the line on that one. Again, Chahal really testing the 20-year-old here. Has that previous score of 34 against Glamorgan on his first-class debut. Sam Wood can bat. Yet again, he's up to the task for that one.
Yeah, a bit of a harder ball for Yuzvendra Chahal to operate with, isn't it, in this second innings? You can still see the shine on it. You can see the gold writing as it goes through the air. It's a big swing, wasn't it, by Sam Wood that time, and gets a huge inside edge on it. Runs it down to fine leg for just a single. So Curry will be on strike for the final 2. Still searching for that 5 for Yuzvendra Chahal.
He is indeed. Just thinking at the end of this over, shall we do the county roundup?
Absolutely.
Shall we go around the ground? So I'll take points on that one if you want. Yeah?
Absolutely. You go for it, sir.
No problem.
Curry on strike with 2 to go. First slip and a short leg. What can Yuzvendra Chahal do? Can he do anything to get rid of Scott Curry? Curry defends back to the bowler. The lead now 79. 259 for 8. One dropped into the... Oh, there's a chance. Can they take it? Oh, has Lewis McManus got him? Umpire says no. Oh, James Sales, who has been brilliant under the lids. for the course of this game, just threw that slightly above Lewis McManus, which gave him a bit more work to do. There was confusion between the two of them. Umpire at square leg, not interested whatsoever, but that was a chance. That was the first chance really that we've seen for a long, long time from this angle now. Unfortunately, I think Sam Wood just dipped under the line there, isn't he, to get through. Slightly better throw from James Sales. Could have been curtains for Leicestershire. As it is, they're still going. The partnership now is worth, not sure actually, but they lead by 80.
It's worth 67.
67 it is. Got my numbers mixed up. 67
is the partnership. It's a shame though, because that was just too high, wasn't it, from Sales? Unfortunately, that would have been a rather tame way to finish this partnership. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Scott Curry. Well, their half shouts of catch eventually stopped by a tumbling James Sales. They'll come through for another single. So we'll start then down on the south coast. So Hampshire are 186 for 8 against Worcestershire. They lead by 376. In the game down in Canterbury, well, it looks like Kent will be in Division 2 in 2025. They were bowled 230, and as a result, Nottinghamshire need 23 runs for the victory. Here is Ben Sanderson, Sam Wood. And defended back to the bowler. And in fact, Notts have just scored a boundary, so they now need 18 runs to send Kent to the second division. In that massive game up in Manchester, Somerset are 59 for 1. They require a further 334 runs in order to win that game and give themselves that outside hope of delivering that first ever county championship title. Here is Ben Sanderson to Sam Wood again. In the game down at the Oval, Durham have got a slender lead. They're 158 for 7, but they lead by just 5 runs. So again, Surrey are in a wonderful position to really establish a foothold at the top of Division 1. In the game in Derby, Middlesex beat Derbyshire by an innings and 66 runs, so that gives them an outside chance at promotion. This ball is worked out to mid-wicket for no run. And of course, we spoke about that one earlier, but the game down in Bristol, Sussex beating Gloucestershire by an innings and 7 runs at the county ground. So once again, our congratulations go to Sussex for securing promotion. First time back in Division 1 since 2015. It's a wonderful achievement by a very likeable bunch of lads. And in the final game in Division 2, we'll touch upon that after this ball, Ben Sanderson, which again is swung at by Sam Wood, but no connection. Glamorgan would require 396 runs to beat Yorkshire, and they're currently 5 for 1. So Yorkshire 9 wickets away from putting themselves in the driver's seat as far as promotion is concerned. So we'll keep you as best updated as we can with all of those games, as well as the ODI. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Sam Wood, a dot ball to finish. 91 overs gone. Leicestershire 261 for 8.
Lead now by 81. Sanderson, as you'd expect, not conceding many runs. Just making Scott Curry and Sam Wood to work a little bit harder to get their runs in this partnership. 105 for Curry, 21 for Wood, as the Leicestershire substitute fielder runs out. A drink for the pair in the middle. It's going to be Chahal to continue from the David Capel end. That bit of magic in the field from Sales. What a difference that could have made if that throw was just a fraction better. Chahal then, field spread. Short leg in place, first slip, long off, long on. Curry on strike. It's a deep cover point. Deep mid-wicket. Can Chahal pick this wicket up? Curry just tries to work that one into the leg side. It's not there to be worked. Too wide. No issue at all. Flighted delivery. Off the inside half of the bat, down to that man stationed at deep mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single. So Sam Wood will be back on strike. That will bring about a big change in the field as well.
It will do, and I just wanted to pick up on an observation. I'll tell you after this delivery from Yuzvendra Chahal to Sam Wood. Let's see what Chahal can do. Or again, almost catching the outside edge of the left-hander. You can hear it in the field. Before lunch, Northants were incredibly animated, and you could hear them between overs and plenty of encouragement. There's still the odd shouts here and there. The Sam Wood again launches him downtown. Goes all the way for 6 more. Crunching strike that from the Leicestershire number 10. We'll just wait and see if Luke Proctor can get that ball back. There'll be a little bit of a search on here, but you can just hear now. There isn't that sense of energy in the field. It really has drained Northamptonshire here after such a positive start to the day.
Yeah, those opening 2 days were all Northampton, weren't they, really? But I mean, you're not surprised. What did you quote? 72 for 7?
92 for 7.
92 for 7. And now 268 for 8. I think you can be forgiven, I think, for having a bit of the life almost stomped out of you by this Leicestershire tail. 100-run partnership between Curry and Scriven. This one is now worth 76 off 92 balls. They've come quickly as well, these final partnerships. They lead by 88 now, with 2 wickets remaining in this innings. It's going to be Sanderson to continue. This will be his 4th over in this spell from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. 1 maiden, none for 7.
Must also be quite demoralising as well when you're seeing a number 10. I know Sam Wood is a good bat, and we've said that already. When you've got a number 10 coming out and smashing 4s and 6s, does just take a little bit out of you. And that's the other key thing as well. He's happy to leave. He's picking up the lines and lengths of these deliveries very early. He's getting into good positions. He's been disciplined. He's not flailing the bat every single delivery that comes his way. It's been very measured. I'm so impressed with these two. And of course, for Northamptonshire, they'll be looking to get these two out with around about the lead at 100. But for a 23-year-old to score a century, for a 20-year-old making his 2nd ever first-class appearance, to show this maturity at the crease, really is remarkable.
Yeah, it's been a real fight back. As you said, led by youth as well, isn't it? And that makes it doubly impressive. Just providing so much resistance here. It's hard graft, isn't it, on this pitch? Just slowed down. And they're just keeping pretty low through to McManus, but as you pointed out a moment ago, just left alone by Sam Wood. He's got no interest in playing at those deliveries at all. He's 28 off 55.
And this is the other difficult thing as well, isn't it, for a Ben Sanderson or a Jack White, even a Luke Proctor, especially when you're bowling from this end. If you do stray a bit more straighter and you do bring those stumps into play, it's a short boundary. Sam Wood's strong on the leg side. Here he is facing off against Ben Sanderson. That one squares him up a little bit. Trickles out to George Bartlett for no run. For example, if he does just start to bring in middle and leg stump into play, and you get the line or the length wrong, but if he tickles it fine, it can easily go for 4.
Yeah.
If not, yes, you've got a slight bit of protection in mid-wickets, but square leg is vacant. So it really is a conundrum here for Northamptonshire. Let's see if Ben Sanderson has the answers here. Bowling once more, again, does go a lot straighter. Dot ball, though. Sam Wood continues to survive as he nears 60 balls at the crease.
Yeah, and it's hard. It genuinely is quite difficult watching from afar as to what kind of plan Northampton can put together here for Leicestershire, because not much seems to be going on, does it? There isn't a great deal of bounce. There's no pace in the pitch. There's no lateral movement. There's not a great deal of swing through the air. And a good end to the 93rd over. 269 for 8. The lead now worth 89. Curry on 106. Wood on 28. I think it will be a case of when will Yuzvendra Chahal pick up this last wicket? At what point does Sam Wood or Scott Curry have a lapse in concentration? Because that feels like that's the way that this partnership gets broken.
It does. I was just about to reiterate that point. We saw it yesterday, didn't we, with Ian Holland? That was a rather innocuous way for his innings to come to an end. Almost just stumbled over, didn't he? He was off balance and had his bails removed by a sharp piece of glove work from Lewis McManus. Let's see what Chahal can do here then. Fielded nicely by Gus Miller. There in the covers. As you can see, does still have short leg in place and a first slip just in broad, hovering in that slip position. What can Chahal manufacture here? Well, Curry goes for the sweep shots. Will be fielded smartly on the boundary. Really good effort that. Out in the deep. Just be 1 run. And again, there is that sweep shot. We saw it a lot last week, didn't we? From both Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. Wayne Madsen, ever so proficient at the shots. Rob Keogh utilised it. Haven't seen it as much from these two. But Scott Curry again showing his plethora of scoring options.
That's the thing. I think, like, respectfully as well, the lower down the order you get, the less scoring options you get, and then therefore kind of simplifies your options a little bit. Ian Holland last night with a few more shots in his armour. Tried to dance down the wicket. Rishi Patel was using his feet against Yuzvendra Chahal last night as well. And that ultimately for Ian Holland was his downfall. He tried to use his feet, tried to be positive, and ended up skipping past one. You get further down the order, you lose that bit of confidence. You maybe don't have the skill set to do that back from your crease like Scott Curry and Sam would have done. And you take away a mode of dismissal. Sam Wood adds another run to his tally. 271 now the score. Lead of 91. 9 runs away from that psychological lead of 100. As the Northampton fielders change once more. Scott Curry back on strike. That one fired in. That one picked up. Is there going to be a catch by, I think that's Sanderson. I think it might have gone all the way in the end. No, just dropped in front of the boundary rope. Sanderson was interested for a long time. It was a bit of a leading edge from Curry. He got just enough of it to evade Ben Sanderson and dropped just in front of the rope for 4. Curry moved 111. The lead is now 95. Chahal has got 1 left in this over. Curry plays that perfectly off the back foot towards Gus Miller at cover. Another unsuccessful over for Northants, another successful one for Leicestershire. 275 for 8. Now, the visitors. This partnership is worth 82, following a 100-run partnership, the one before, between Tom Scriven and Scott Curry. This has been a wild, wild scene of events, isn't it, over the last, probably, what was it, the last hour before, or the last couple of hours, really?
Yep.
If you take lunch out of the equation, because that wasn't, well, the lasagna was lovely, but it wasn't exactly too exciting in the world of cricket, was it?
Well, I think this game goes to show, doesn't it, just how quickly first-class cricket can change. It's a perfect demonstration of the ebbs and flows of the game. Here is Sanderson again, watchfully played by Sam Wood. I suppose if you are putting together a little bit of a caveat here, though, for Northants, just to put a bit of a positive spin on it, there aren't as many gremlins in the wicket compared to day one. These two have shown that with the right approach and sensible batting, you can cash in and you can be aggressive and proactive at times, but also you have to be sensible in your defence. Even if it's around about 120.
Yeah.
Given Northamptonshire's batting prowess, they should be okay. Here is Sanderson again. That one is drilled through the covers by Sam Wood. Moves him on to 33. A reminder that he came in batting at number 10 for Leicestershire in this innings. Had that previous score of 34 against Glamorgan on his first-class debut. And that one really was ferociously driven through the covers. Ball now has been retrieved by Justin Broad. Just a few hands on hips as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. A lot of us thought that the new ball would do the trick, and that has not been the case. Sanderson again, this time coming over the wickets to the left-handed Wood. Absolutely stunned that he hasn't outside edged that one. And maybe, just maybe, of course, I'm looking ahead to the future here, but if Northamptonshire still are to go on and win this game, might Leicestershire just be ruining their approach in that first innings of going ultra-attacking at times? We shall have to wait and see. Here is Sanderson then to Sam Wood. Again, that will be a dot ball. So 2 balls remaining in this 95th over. Stunning to think that we're almost 100 overs for the innings as well. Given how that first hour here on day 3 went. One point looked like we'd be done and dusted before the lunch break. But Tom Scriven, Scott Curry and Sam Woods have put together a most valiant riposte here for the Foxes. We have a slight change of field. Sanderson puts in a deep square leg. Sam Wood just clips that off of his hips down towards Luke Proctor for a single. So that will be another run. Sam Wood moves him on to 34, equals his career best. Feels like I said that a lot this week so far, doesn't it? It's almost been the buzzword of this encounter between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. But again, he really has played an excellent support here for the main man, who is, of course, Scott Curry, 111. So again, we see the chess pieces being moved by Ben Sanderson. Plenty of protection on that leg side. Will he go for the short ball? Yet another fielder is moved across. Justin Broad in at a shortish square leg. Here we go then. Sanderson to Scott Curry. He does take on the pull shots. And it's just over the top of the leaping fielder. Everything is going for Leicestershire at the moment, and for Scott Curry. Well, that could have been the moment. Could you make the argument that the man should have been a little bit deeper on the rope? And it was a fine effort for Scott Curry yet again. It's another boundary, just cannot stop scoring fours. Sixes against the spin. Thumping shots from the night watchman.
Yeah, I would guess that George Bartlett was where Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor wanted him to be. Took an age, didn't they, to get that together, to put that field in place. It was a real plan, so much so that Justin Broad was moved over into square leg as well. 2 men out on the leg side on the pull, and it's just evaded a diving George Bartlett at deep backward square. And as you say, if he was on the rope, that was a regulation catch. He would have taken a step in. Could you argue and say there was a misjudgment? Could he have moved a touch earlier? Maybe. On there, just keeping a touch low on Sam Wood from Chahal. As it is, it fell into no man's land. It never looks good when it drops behind the fielder and only goes for four. That's not a great look, whatever standard of cricket you play. But as I say, Northampton spent an age getting that field right. So you'd hope that he was where he was asked to be. Chahal now into his 40th over of the innings, 4 for 116. She said there was a moment when he was 4 for 40 in this innings. Since gone up to 116 runs conceded without taking a further wicket. Lead now over 100, 104 run lead. Leicester as Sam Wood chips him down the ground and picks up another 4. Beautifully timed by Sam Wood. Moves to 38, a new career best for him. It's looked very good for it. 38 off 70. Partnership with Scott Curry now worth 95 off 115 deliveries. And what a fight back this has been from the Leicestershire tail. Are we about to have back-to-back 100-run partnerships? And there's an appeal from behind the stumps without much venom in it. No interest from Chahal. And don't forget as well, we don't know for certain, but Louis Kimber is still carded to come next for Leicestershire. Even if this wicket, this partnership is broken, there's no guarantee that that's the end of Leicestershire. And Louis Kimber can whack it as well. If this pitch is just being a little bit docile, it's not over by a long stretch. 288 for 8 off 96 overs. 40 overs remain in the day. And Leicestershire lead by 108 runs.
Well, just a bit of news coming from the southeast of the country. Nottinghamshire have beaten Kent by 10 wickets. So that is now confirmed. Kent County Cricket Club have been relegated from Division 1 and will be competing in Division 2 of the Vitality County Championship come the 2025 season. Rough year to say the least for Kent. Just the one win. Far too many losses, a lot of fine innings as well. And as a result, their stay in the first division is at an end for the time being. Again, some more shuffling of fielders here for Ben Sanderson. Let's see what he can do here against Scott Curry.
Interestingly, those two fielders on the leg side are on the rope for the start of this over.
Oh, the power of hindsight, Dan, isn't it?
It's horrible.
Power of hindsight. If he just would have been deep on the rope. And again, I think that was absolutely choreographed, by the way, in terms of where he was positioned. There was a lot of communication. It wasn't a case of him wandering in. He was already a little bit shallower compared to the other two fielders. Here is Ben Sanderson again. So Curry picks that one up. on the pull shots. Goes out to the aforementioned George Bartlett, and that'll just be a single.
Yeah, kept that one down, didn't he?
He did.
Just rolled out to Bartlett in the end. So it'll be Sam Wood on strike with the short side on the leg side for Ben Sanderson. Still Lewis McManus, you can hear through the effects mic there, trying to encourage his team, trying to provide a bit of enthusiasm. Some pretty long and dejected figures out there for Northants at the moment, isn't there? As Sam Wood, with all the time in the world, defends another one into the offside. He now will be sniffing a first-class 50, 12 runs away. With Sam Woods already surpassed his previous career best. It's a small sample size, as we've said. It's only his second first-class fixture, but he's looked very good, very assured, and made Northants work really, really hard this afternoon. And that's been pulled down the ground, straight back over Ben Sanderson. I think that's going to run away for 4. Luke Proctor's given chase. He's timed it poorly enough that it hasn't, in fact, gone. There'll just be a couple of runs added, and he'll move to 40. The lead now 111. 291 for 8. Leicester nearing 300. Yorker from Sanderson. Worked nicely into the leg side by Wood. Curry turns him down for a second. Moves to 41. Curry on 116. 292 for 8. The lead of 112.
Partnership now at 99 as well. Just one away from seeing a 100-run stand for the 9th wicket. Will be Sanderson to bowl then to Scott Curry. Again, goes for the short ball, attempted pull shots. And that will be a dot ball to finish then. So 97 overs into the innings now. Leicestershire 292 for 8. Scott Curry on 116, and Sam Wood is on 41. I was just looking back, actually, when the wickets of Travaskis fell. So we mentioned the score is 92 for 7. That was in the 56th over.
Yeah.
We're now approaching 100 overs in this innings. It really has been the ultimate Uno reverse card, hasn't it, from the Foxes so far? And it is deeply frustrating for Northants. You can just see, in terms of these conversations, again, a little bit longer. It's a case of having to think laterally. Maybe go outside of the box to try and get one of these two out. We see James Sales will go back under the lid here. A short leg.
Yeah, I think safe might be coming on from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Spin from both ends. Sanderson's just making his way off and up the steps after a pretty long spell, wasn't it? Did have a change of ends, but has bowled since lunch. It's now obviously 10 to 3. Chahal, 40 overs, 5 maidens. 4 for 120. Wood there nonchalantly defends into the offside off the back foot. I think it is just slow turn, isn't it, at the moment?
It is.
On offer.
Wood again plays that smartly down the ground for 1 run. And that will be the 100 partnership for the 9th wickets. Unbelievably good this from this pair. They do come together in the middle. Just a quick embrace. Still mean business, though. There's a job to be done here as far as Leicestershire are concerned. And I think that word, Dan, really does describe the innings very well. And that is nonchalant. It's looked effortless. It's looked easy. Here is Chahal then. Again, worked down the ground sensibly by Scott Curry. Goes on to 117.
Yeah, and I think that's the bit that's been troubling, confusing. That Yuzvendra Chahal seemed to have the answer to every question to the Leicestershire top order, middle order. Went through them in the second innings, 3 stumpings for the middle order for McManus as well. And since then, as Sam Wood drives that one through the covers, it will just be one with Proctor quick across the outfield. He's really struggled here. He's really struggled. And I think to a lot of people, myself included, it'll be quite difficult to actually comprehend as to why. Logic suggests that your better batters are at the top of the order, and that it should, in theory, from a bowling team, become easier the further down you go. But that hasn't been the case today. Chahal has been nullified as Scott Curry takes another easy single into the leg side. And everything now is just slowing down a touch for Northants. 2 100-run partnerships for the 7th and 8th wicket has to be a record of some sort. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Maybe a Leicestershire archivist, won't they, with the numbers. We'll know exactly when the last time, if there was a last time. There's a chance. I think that's off the pad. There was half an appeal from behind the stumps, but it ballooned up. And it's another dot ball. 98 overs have now been bowled in this 3rd innings. Wood is on 43, 7 away from a 50. Curry on 118. Leicestershire, importantly, now lead by 116.
Yep, and that is the big number, isn't it? 116. Who would have thought that? When they were still 88 runs behind when Tom Scriven came to the crease. And there is confirmation. We do have a change of bowling here. Safe Sabe comes on to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Just an update as well from the Oval. Durham 177 for 9. So they lead by 24 runs. Just 1 wicket remaining though, so that is not ideal as far as the North Eastern County concerned. Sorry, look, destined for victory there, and looking at events in the northwest of the country, this could be the week where the championship title race is decided.
Yeah, left arm finger spin if Safe Sabe then. Scott Curry on strike. Field spread. Catches it. Long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover. Still a first slip. Safe Sabe flights that one up into Scott Curry. He has asked questions of Scott Curry. There have been a lot of close LBW decisions up against the man that's 118 not out from Safe Sabe. Last night in particular, that one is a full toss and easy pickings really to look to take on Jack White for a couple. But it is just one. So I think for the first time in this innings, Sam Wood will face up against Safe Sabe for the first time. Field has converged. There's a short leg back in place now that Sam Wood is on strike, although he's in. He's on 43. That one short, cut away by Wood, racing across the square. Going to be another 4. Safe Sabe just dropping that length back, allowing Wood to rock on the back foot, cut it away powerfully through the offside. Too wide, if we're being harsh. It brings up the 300 for Leicestershire, 301 for 8. Sam Wood now on 47, a boundary away from a maiden first-class 50 for the Leicestershire number 10. A bit straighter into that foothold that you can see there, and it's a dot ball to finish. Save saves, first over of the spell. 5 runs from it. 99 complete in the innings. 301 for 8. The lead of 121. And the Northants fielders almost seem shell-shocked. Shell-shocked at what they're experiencing out at the county ground in Northampton today. They'll have expected to have thrown the ball to Yuzvendra Chahal, wouldn't they? And for him to have just rattled through that Leicestershire lineup this morning, the high quality, the high class leg spin of Chahal, and he did for a while. Leicestershire then, Scott Curry in particular, came with answers. Tom Scriven as well, and now Sam Wood. There's still 2 wickets left for Northants to get, and they lead by 121 runs as Chahal makes his way into bowl to start his next over. And with all the time in the world, Scott Curry just drops it into the leg side for a single. And it genuinely feels, I'm sat here now, and I'm almost just expecting Leicestershire to bat for as long as they want at this stage. And do they get to a point where they declare?
I suppose the big question there is whether or not Kimber is fit to bat, isn't it? In terms of the declaration, because if not, next wicket, that could be the innings. And I reckon that will be in the back of the Northamptonshire minds as Sam Woods again rocks onto the back foot.
It doesn't feel like that next wicket's coming, does it, Aaron?
Well, not for the time being, but then again, cricket is a funny game. You will have these periods, you will have these lulls. We mentioned the ebbs and the flows, and this is part of the game. You have to tip your hat to Scott Curry. I think this has been an incredibly mature innings. He's had all of the shots in the arsenal. Here he is, facing off against Chahal. And he has played the situation stupendously. You have to give credit to Tom Scriven. He looked good for his 48 from 66. Sam Wood, again, playing an excellent foil. And it's up to Northamptonshire now to take the initiative. They have to force this wicket. I will mention this point again as well. If Leicestershire can bat like this on this surface, why can't Northamptonshire?
Well, they absolutely can.
They can. And
Absolutely.
the fact is, they won't need to score 300 at this rate.
No.
You've got a 180-run lead. Fair enough, that has now dissipated. But either way, if this wicket is flattening a bit, if there isn't as much degree of turn for the spin bowlers, if it isn't as spicy for the seamers, well, you'd still put Northamptonshire on top. And that is an absolute beauty. And he's been given. That will be the end of Scott Curry's innings. An outstanding innings at that. Yuzvendra Chahal does work his magic. 5 wickets in the innings for the Indian leg spinner. And that right there proves my points expertly. How quickly a game of cricket can change. The 9th wicket does indeed fall. And I'll just let you hear the applause there for Scott Curry. A special innings from a fine young cricketer. The 23-year-old night watchman departs. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Fair play to Scott Curry and to Leicestershire. And well done to Yuzvendra Chahal. We did say he would be the X factor. We said he would be the man to potentially work that piece of magic. And indeed it was. 5 wickets. Congratulations to Chahal. He's had to work incredibly hard for that last one.
Yeah, fantastic knock. 120 of 192 balls, 257 minutes, 15 fours and 2 sixes. And good news for Leicestershire fans is that Louis Kimber has made his way out to the middle to join Sam Wood. So it's great to see Louis Kimber in the game. We don't know what exactly happened the day before. We don't know what it is that's kept him down to bat number 11. But great to see him in the middle. Good to see that he's all okay. 5 wickets for Chahal, can still get that maiden 10-wicket haul in first-class cricket as Louis Kimber has made his way out to the middle. But he is a dangerous, dangerous customer. Nobody who supports or follows any county cricket will need any reminder of what Louis Kimber managed to do down at Hove earlier this season with an absolutely barnstorming innings that nearly out of nowhere got Leicestershire over the line against the team that have just been promoted today. Safe save continues. He starts. That one does turn into a full face of the bat of Sam Wood. So this isn't done yet for Northants. They've still got work to do. A bit of a topsy-turvy batting lineup when you've got a middle-order batter walking out at number 11. Wood takes the single, moves to 49, and Kimber will face up against his first delivery. First innings, Louis Kimber made 2, bowled by Ben Sanderson, caught behind by Lewis McManus. For those that weren't with us yesterday, he left the field after a sharp chance went down off the bat of James Sales. Looked like it went through the hands and into the face, unfortunately, of Louis Kimber. Didn't return to the playing field until now, so good news that he is out in the middle, and he has a long handle attached to that cricket bat that he can really throw his hands through when he needs to, and he gets off the mark with a comfortable punch off the back foot for a single. Lead now 125. Wood, 1 away from 50. Can safe save spoil the party? He can't. Thick outside edge for Sam Wood. Brings up his maiden first-class 50 for Sam Wood. In at number 10 today for Leicestershire. Brilliant partnership with Scott Curry, which was just broken before. And he reaches a milestone for himself. Another very good innings and a better than handy contribution for Leicestershire. Outside edge for Kimber. Runs up towards the Spencer Lounge. Justin Broad will get chase. Can he haul it in? I think he can. And cuts that down. Saves his team 2. Suggested he wasn't sure as to whether he did or didn't cut that one off, but 2 runs added to the score. 308 for 9. 101 overs now have been bowled in this innings. And the lead is 128.
Well, again, for Northants, it's a case of hopefully getting it this over. Going into tea with at least something to chase. Hopefully around about 130, 140, which is, I think, at least 100 runs more than a lot of people would have anticipated after this morning session. But let's have a look. Of course, Sam Wood, from a neutral perspective, absolutely buzzing for him. 20 years of age, second ever first-class appearance for Leicestershire. And at this point, if I was Sam Wood in the dressing room, I'd be saying, lads, I think I deserve a bump up the order. Should be batting at 10 and 11. You've scored 34 runs and 50 in 2 of your first 3 appearances for the club. Let's wait and see, though. Here is Yuzvendra Chahal as he chases this maiden first-class 10-fer. Gives it plenty of flights. He's whacked down the ground. Is the fielder invited? No, he isn't. That'll be 6 runs off the bats of Sam Woods. An almighty thwack of the bat down the ground. He's taken a liking, hasn't he, to Chahal today?
Certainly has. He certainly has. Well, Chahal has been brave. He's certainly flighted them up there above the eye line of Curry and now Wood. Does again, which Curry, having picked up the 6 off the first ball of the over, can probably just take a bit of a back seat now for the remainder of this Chahal over. There are 2 men down on the boundary, but it's relatively short down the Spencer Lounge. Rocks onto the back foot. Can't create the angle. Another dot ball. Louis Kimber comes to have a word with Sam Wood. It'll be interesting to see how these two go about batting as well in this scenario. It wasn't like a muscular injury, was it, for Kimber? Flighted delivery again. Outside edge to Wood. Looks for a couple. That's Krish Patel running in from the boundary to keep it down to 1. So Louis Kimber will face up against Yuzvendra Chahal for the first time. Because if it's an injury that inhibits Louis Kimber's batting, does Sam Wood at 57 not out try and take the aggressor role here and get as many runs as he possibly can? That one there played nicely through the offside off the back foot to George Bartlett. Which it must be an injury that affects his batting, because otherwise he would have walked out at number 8 or number 7 or 9 or wherever that might have been. Short leg leaves the scene, departs and goes into an orthodox square leg. So there's 5 men out on the leg side. Chipped into the leg side. It falls just in front of James Sales. Just in front, gets to the man on the half volley, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. 316 for 9. Sam Wood 57. Louis Kimber 4 off 4. And the lead is 136 now for Leicestershire. And it's going to be a score now that Northampton are going to have to bat well to get that job done. Yes, Aaron, I completely agree with your point. If we've watched Leicestershire walk out there in the 3rd innings, score 316 for 9, particularly after that new ball, or that the haze just burnt off this morning, just settled it all down. There's no reason why Northampton can't chase down 136, 150 if it were to be that. And I think it's gone. Kimber's gone for a bit of a lap sweep. Safe save has gone through him. It's bowled him. And Leicestershire in the 3rd innings are finally, and I'll stress the word finally, are all out for a fantastic 316 runs, ensuring Northampton have to bat again here, and Northampton will have to bat again here well to be victorious at the county ground in Northampton. The highlight, well, there's been a couple of highlights, but the one that will take the headlines from this innings will be that of Scott Curry. A fantastic 120 before he was caught by Lewis McManus off the bowling of Yuzvendra Chahal for his 5-wicket haul. 192 balls, 257 minutes. And as you said, 92 for 7 Leicestershire were at a point, and then pulled out 2 fantastic 100-run partnerships with their number 8 and their 8th and 9th wicket partnership.
Incredible. Absolutely spectacular turnaround as far as Leicestershire are concerned. I still think it's heavily advantaged in favour of Northampton, and they've earned that with their first innings total of 383. But the main man there was Scott Curry. Honestly, cannot say enough good things, enough superlatives, enough positive comments. That was a tremendous knock. And also to Tom Scriven and Sam Wood. They played their role to perfection. So it's not ideal for Northampton. This is one of those which you'd categorise as a tricky run chase, but 137 on a surface which looks a little bit more docile than it did on day 1 and day 2.
Yeah.
I still think the home side will be a lot happier at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, tea has been taken. 33 overs remain in the day, and we will come back as Northampton resume this fixture, needing 137 runs to beat Leicestershire in the county championship. Good evening. Welcome back to Northampton, where we are about to commence the third and final session on day 3 at the county grounds. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles, and the stream is powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Well, we've had a day. We've had a day of cricket on our hands so far. We've had Northants on top and looking like innings victors. A ridiculous, a phenomenal fight back from Leicestershire with 200-run partnership at the tail end of their innings to take them up to a score of 316 all out, which has set Northamptonshire, who at one point in the day were probably thinking about not batting again, a target and a total of 137 to be victorious for the second time in the championship in as many weeks. And that would be the first time in 5 years if they were to do so. Momentum, dare I say, would be with Leicestershire. And it's going to be Gus Miller to face up first against Ian Holland, with Luke Proctor at the non-striker's end. It's a short ball, which Miller defends nicely. There are 33 overs remaining in the day. I think you made the point, Aaron, that there could be a half an hour window if a result was deemed to be likely one way or another. But there's no gremlins in this pitch.
No, there aren't. And over tea, the light roller was used, so expecting pretty similar conditions as Ian Holland prepares the bowl once more here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That one left well alone by Gus Miller.
Wow,
tailed back
close.
in. Good leave.
Very good leave. Very, very good leave, that by Gus Miller. I can't work out if that's gone over the top of the bails or whether it's actually cut Gus Miller in half. It's gone over the top of middle stump, isn't it? Left on length by Miller, but encouraging signs for Leicestershire. Ian Holland, let's not forget, picked up 4 wickets with that second new ball yesterday. Similar kind of time, actually, wasn't it? In the piece, and starts with 3 consecutive dot balls.
Top start, isn't it, this from the man nicknamed Dutchy? I think for both of us, Dan, that's one of our favourite nicknames in all of county cricket, maybe even cricket in general.
It's certainly up there. James Rew's got a great one, which you will obviously know. Ian Holland makes his way into bowl, and that stroke through the offside, beautifully timed by Gus Miller. Is it going to get it down to the boundary? It is indeed. The scoring account is opened for Northamptonshire in the 4th innings, and it comes from a cover drive from Gus Miller. 4 for no loss. 133 required.
Correct. Really nice shot that, wasn't it, from Gus Miller? As you said, he's been picking up the length of these deliveries nice and early. Open up the arms and just caresses it through that cover region for 4 runs. And it has become easier to bat on as this game has gone along. Will be a pretty big ask for Leicestershire to defend this total. Here is Ian Holland then.
Yeah, Miller advancing there, using his feet, trying to force Ian Holland off that length and negate any lateral movement through the air. Be interesting to see who opens the bowling from the David Capel end. It was Sam Wood, wasn't it, in the first innings? But, well, to be fair, both Sam Wood and Scott Curry should have their tails firmly up, shouldn't they, following their batting prowess, their batting innings a short while ago. Inside edge of Miller, runs down to the man at fine leg for just a single. So it's 5 runs off the first over. All of those going to Gus Miller. A nice bit of swing on offer for Ian Holland. And it looks like it's going to be Sam Wood from the David Capel end. That first innings for Sam Wood. He picked up, first of all, his first-class wicket. That was of, what was Jack White, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, the final wicket.
and finished with figures of 15.2 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 50. And he looked good, actually, once he settled in. Those first couple of overs, I felt a little bit bit nervous, maybe. Wasn't quite at full tilt. And then I think settled into his work and really bowled with some good venom. He's got Luke Proctor on strike. He was seeing, he's got Gus Miller on strike, having picked up the single at the end of the last over. 2 slips in place for Leicestershire. Driven down the ground, not timed well enough to beat the diving Lewis Hill.
I think we have our answer in terms of intent as well. I think Northamptonshire wants to polish this off in this evening session, don't they? Secure that consecutive 3-day victory after beating Derbyshire within 3 days right here in the last round of fixtures. You can just see there's a gleam and a glint of Gus Miller's eyes as he faces off here against Sam Wood.
Yeah, played into the leg side there. No huge movement from Wood. Maybe just kept a touch low on Gus Miller. But it did prove, didn't it? It did prove that second innings of Leicestershire, Scott Curry, Tom Scriven, Sam Wood, it's far from impossible to bat on this pitch. Yes, okay, it might take a little while to get used to. Can score. That's a short ball pulled away by Miller. Doesn't connect to it. Feel like he'll miss out on that one. Obviously, Northants as well might be without Rob Keogh in this middle order. We don't know.
Even then, they have got a very deep batting lineup, haven't they? Northamptonshire in this particular fixture. Here is Wood again to Gus Miller. Well, they call for the quick single as the shot at the stumps. It's Miller in the end. Thankfully for Northamptonshire, no damage done. That will be the 6th run on the board for Gus Miller. Brings Luke Proctor onto strike. Just a little bit of updates to, I suppose, go through. In the game between Somerset and Lancashire at Old Trafford, Somerset are 120 for 3.
Oh dear.
At tea. So they will need 273 runs for victory. I say victory because Surrey are 2 runs away from the win at the Oval with 10 wickets to spare. So that is going to be a win there for the defending champions. Proctor caressing that one through the covers is stopped by the diving fielder. Good bits of groundwork there. Saves a couple, if not 3 runs.
Yeah, Proctor into his work straight away. Timed nicely, wasn't it? But really well fielded by the man coming around. I think it might be Ben Mike, actually, that's on the field. Did that piece of fielding. That nicely timed again, but can't get it past the man at mid-wicket. A good over for Leicestershire. Good one for Wood. It's 2 runs off it. 7 for no loss. Miller on 6. Proctor on 1.
Yep, so 130 runs, isn't it, for victory? 31 overs as a minimum remain here today. We must stress that, of course, because you look at the over rate, it's +7 at the moment. There's been an awful lot of spin being bowled today. And there is confirmation. Surrey are victorious by 10 wickets at the Oval. So they will move on to 221 points. If Somerset lose, Surrey are champions once more for the 3rd year in a row, which would be some effort for the London-based county. Here is Ian Holland.
Yeah, Luke Proctor on strike. Took a liking to Holland, didn't he, in the first innings? I think at a point Holland was going 8 and over, I think, for those opening 4. This one there just turned into the leg side for a single. 2 off 2. Yeah, it'll be a game for, well, I suppose, Surrey will sit and wait and see if there's a result tonight at Lancashire. But obviously for them and the supporters that have made their way in on day 3, it would be ideal if they could celebrate that with their fans today, but if it were to happen tomorrow, they're away at Essex, aren't they? Last game of the season. Cut away down to the man protecting the short boundary on the offside. Just one again.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a result tonight, just looking at the surface. At Old Trafford, it has begun to just flatten out and ease up a little bit.
Yeah.
I think 7 wickets, that'd be a tremendous effort for Lancashire. And of course, if Lancs do win that, moves them on to 126 points, drags Warwickshire back into the relegation battle in that final round. Here is Holland to Proctor once more. Because Warwickshire face off against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. So if Notts were to win that game in theory, and let's say there's a repeat of what we saw this week at Edgbaston, all it would take would be a pretty big victory for Lancashire, albeit against a strong Hampshire side, and all of a sudden they've pulled off the great escape. So we shall have to wait and see. We saw it in 2022 with Warwickshire being the beneficiaries of a similar relegation scrap. Here is Holland once more. Slightly ominous as well in terms of county cricket history, because in 1951, Warwickshire won the county championship. And
I remember it well.
Don't we all? But for the next 8 years, Surrey won the county championship. You think of 2021, Warwickshire won the county championship. And Surrey now look like they're going to lift it for a 3rd time in a row as Proctor clips that off the hips for a single.
So you're saying Surrey fans will be sick of the taste of champagne in another 5 years' time?
Potentially. I'm just saying it is strange. The fact is that the last time before this that Warwickshire won a championship in a year ending in 1, that happened. We saw an era of Surrey dominance, the likes of which county cricket hasn't seen since. So we'll have to see. But again, that's just speculation at this point. Here is Ian Holland then to Gus Miller. Genuine edge, it's gone through the fielder, and that will be 4 runs off the bat of Gus Miller. Moves him on to 11. Northamptonshire now on to 14, and that will be the end of the 3rd over. So 123 runs required for victory, and it's a good start, this, isn't it, from Miller and Proctor? Granted, that wasn't the most emphatic of shots from Gus Miller, but at this stage, it's all about runs.
Yeah, played with soft hands as well, wasn't it? So it went straight down, and Scott Curry, he's had an absolute mammoth stay at the crease from yesterday evening. I think he'd be forgiven for being a bit slow to get down and cut that one off. It's 4 to the home side. And Miller now on 11. Proctor on 3. He'll be the man on strike with Sam Wood at the end of his mark. That one timed nicely through square leg. It'll give Rayan Ahmed a bit of work to do. I think it should just be a couple. Well, they look for 3. Miller comes back for 3. Really well run. Miller responds, coming to the danger end. And Northants add another 3 to the tally. Very well run between the two of them. I've been really impressed with Gus Miller at the top of the order.
I have.
Over the last game and a half. I think he's been impressive. I think he got a bit of a tough decision in the first innings here. Looked good, didn't he, on some really challenging surface against Derbyshire last week. Short ball from Wood, back of a length, defended nicely by Miller.
It's his tempo, isn't it? There's a nice rhythm and fluency to his batting. Looks comfortable out there in the middle, and it is one of the, if not the most difficult positions to bat in cricket. Like, you look at the absolute greats of the game. Sir Alistair Cook scored a century every 5 innings, which, when you think about it, 80% of the time, he's not scoring 3 figures, which is an awful lot. Even again, some of the great openers, it was 1 every 6 to 7 innings. And yet, I always bring up this point, even though as an opener you will fail a lot more times than you succeed, it's the big innings that people remember.
Yeah.
They don't remember the first ball duck. They don't remember the wafted shot outside of off stump, which sees you dismissed for 5 from 12 deliveries. They remember those big hundreds and 150s. Here is Gus Miller.
Nice bit of shape from the hand from Sam Wood. No, you're absolutely right. I think that's a really good point, and I think it's a really good point for any cricketer, any batter, whatever age, particularly youngsters that may be just learning their way through the game. Again, whatever standard that might be, that it is really important, and it's not meant to sound negative. But even the very, very best in the game when it comes to batting, gone. Gus Miller plays and misses at that one, and Wood gets the breakthrough. Miller's got to go for 11, 17 for 1, and Leicestershire have an early wicket. That of the Northants opener, Gus Miller. Just seemed back in, didn't it? And a big enough gate to drive that Duke's cricket ball back through it and into middle and off for Gus Miller. So there's 120 to win for Northamptonshire, and now with 9 wickets remaining.
Good areas once more, wasn't it, from Sam Wood? And we spoke about that in the first innings. He really bowled well for very little reward. I know that eventually he got that maiden first-class wicket of Jack White's by clean bowling him. But up until that point, with the exception of a couple of overs, he was a standout bowler for Leicestershire, alongside Ian Holland with that no ball and Scott Curry as the change-up bowler. I thought he did an excellent job, and he's having quite the day 3, isn't he?
Certainly is. Certainly is. Tail is up, as you said, as it should be. Fantastic innings. First class 50 to go with his first class wicket yesterday. The new man for Northamptonshire in at number 3 is George Bartlett. He will join his captain in the middle. Bartlett, happy memories against Leicestershire in the Championship earlier this year, scoring his first 100 for Northants and his only 100 in first team cricket.
Scored 126, didn't he? On that occasion, 126 not out to be specific. But he can't score that today because Northamptonshire only require 120 for the victory. But of course, valuable runs here. It's exactly what the doctor is ordering for Northamptonshire. Here is Wood then to Bartlett again. Wonderful delivery. Excellent start this from the 20-year-old, and that will bring us to an end to the 4th over. Northamptonshire 17 for 1 after that wicket of Gus Miller.
Yeah, it's a beauty as well, isn't it, to finish the over from Wood. George Bartlett had to play at it. Let's not forget George Bartlett's on a pair as well. Be desperate to get off that, won't he, as quick as he possibly can. Hopefully, with Luke Proctor there in the middle, he can provide a nice sounding board, a calming influence on George. Proctor himself, 6 off 6 so far. Or aerial, wasn't it, through the covers, just wide of Rayan Ahmed, who gives chase. I think he is going to lose that race. He does. The ball just started to hold up, but Proctor got enough of it to get it through the offside. He moves to 10. And this pitch is just a bit stoppy, isn't it? You kind of drive on it at your peril. Proctor moves to 10, 21 for 1 off 4.1 overs. He was fluent, wasn't he, in the first innings? Luke Proctor, 38 off 36, 7 fours in that innings. Just stroked it all over the place at Northampton against Ian Holland, and again goes down the ground, really well fielded, gets a mitt to it. There's a chance maybe at the non-striker's end. Bartlett, that would have been interesting at the strike. Bartlett was licking.
Would have been very interesting indeed. Again, good pickup though, wasn't it, from Tom Scriven?
Certainly was.
Lurking there at mid-off. He's now a mid-on to the right-handed George Bartlett. But good awareness, wasn't it, from Luke Proctor? Called that single very early. And just keeps that scoreboard ticking. So crucial in a chase like this one.
2 slips in place for Bartlett. That's into the pad. There's a big appeal for LBW. Proctor calls him through. Bartlett does eventually complete the leg by. Just see at the moment, like, just Bartlett just needs to settle down here a little bit, doesn't he? I think he probably got himself outside the line there. That initial shuffle does indicate, or it does give you a bit of the benefit of the doubt, and I think he did get outside the line.
Gives you a bit of leeway, doesn't it? Compared to just being rooted in the crease. Here is Holland then coming over the wickets. So Proctor again, they scamper through for the quick single.
Yeah, that's really well run. Just saw Tom Scriven there just hovering, didn't they? Realised that he wasn't quite attacking the ball, and Proctor responds. He's quick as well. Luke Proctor, very, very quick across the outfield in the field. And equally quick across 22 yards. Bartlett responds. It's back on strike. Proctor now 12 off 9. That one down the leg side, and that is going to be 4 runs added to the score, and 4 runs off the bat as well. Bartlett triggers across, gets a fine edge on that down. It's a fine leg for 4. Gets off the mark, 4 off 3.
Shuffled a long way across, didn't he?
Do you know what's interesting there is that after he's played that shot, and I don't know whether the bat that got it or whether it was the ball that got it, but the actual Velcro off the batting pads of George Bartlett had actually come undone. And they're obviously a fairly large bits of heavy plastic that keep those buckles together. I wonder whether it went bat pad 4 or whether there was a bit of a woody sound off the pad. I don't know. Shuffles again down the ground, outside off stump. And Ian Holland just hangs it out there on that 5th stump line. It's a dot ball to finish. It's a good over for Northampton. 28 for 1 after 5. Proctor on 9 and Bartlett on 4. Yeah, it's a shame. Our end-to-end camera there, I don't think would be high enough definition to kind of get a good look in on that. But it was Proctor, I think, that pointed it out. And the middle buckle of Bartlett was just hanging loose there. Kind of indicate that clearly something had kind of ripped that Velcro apart.
Had a really astute observation, that.
I bring a few things to the party, Aaron.
Yeah, good eyesight being one of them. Absolute Hawkeye up here in the commentary box as Sam Wood prepares to continue his spell here from the David Capel end, bowling to Luke Proctor, who whips that away off the hips down towards Ian Holland. That'll be another single to add to the total. Moves the score on to 29 for 1. So 108 runs needed. So still after this over, 27 minimum remain. But we do have that leeway slightly later on as well, providing that the light holds up. But it should do. The fact is today, it's a glorious day.
Yeah, and the good news is we know from what we've had earlier today is that if needed, the floodlights are available. That one back of a length from Wood, defended by Bartlett. So that's a positive.
They are, but again, the important thing to note about that, I always say this, it cannot replace the natural light, can it? No. It is there to assist the natural light, not replace the natural light. We always get that through the tannoys in the county championship. And it is a point which has to be stressed, because at that point, it's not really fair, is it?
No, of course not. Sam Wood into bowl. Bartlett turns that through the leg side. We'll take 1. We'll settle on just the 1. 107 runs now required for Northamptonshire with 9 wickets in hand. Proctor again has looked pretty fluent here, isn't he? 13 off 10. The other interesting thing here is, are we going to see a lot of spin bowled from Leicestershire? Is that going to be the thing that's going to unstick Northants? It wasn't really in the first innings, was it? Travaskis kind of struggled to get any purchase out of the service, and Rayan was, well, expensive in the context of the game. That one left by Proctor that gently swings back to Ben Cox. But it does feel like it's the way to go on this pitch, doesn't it?
It does. And at some point, I do think we'll see Rian Ahmed come into it. And the reason I say that, especially with Rian, is because he is a more stump-to-stump bowler. And you can see with the intent already for Northamptonshire, they want to win this tonight. They'll almost treat this like you would for a 50-over game. So you'll be a little bit more reserved and a bit more measured in the opening 10, and then try and expand once the ball's a little bit older. Here is Luke Proctor facing off against Sam Wood. Again, tucks that off the hips, or just be a single down to Ian Holland. It's just a case of how willing are the home side to attack the googly or the wrong gun of Rian Ahmed, because in the first innings they weren't, and it served them well. Let's face it, 383 runs, that could be a match-defining score as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. But if they want to win this tonight, they'll have to be proactive. They'll have to be counter-attacking against Rian Ahmed. That ball squares George Bartlett up with dot ball off the 6th. And at the end of that over, Northamptonshire now 31 for 1. Luke Proctor on 14 and George Bartlett is on 5.
Yeah, what have we got left? 27 overs remain in the day, as you say, as a minimum. We will stress that. Ricardo Vasconcelos is not part of this fixture. He picked up a fracture to his hands down at Bristol the other week, so he's not playing in this game. 31 for 1 after 6. Holland continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 2 slips in place for Leicestershire. Just slight delay there as one of the Leicestershire substitute fielders, Harry Swindles, makes his way onto the field. That's a nice shot past in Holland, but Proctor can't get it past Harry Swindles. As you said, they've certainly set their stall out early, haven't they, here, Northants?
They have, and it's the right thing to do, isn't it? Let's face it, the demons that we saw on day one are no longer really present in this pitch. The only question will be how much Rian Ahmed can get the wicket to turn. Here is Holland again.
Yeah, and it's one of those scenarios as well that neither side here will be excited about the prospect of coming back at 10:30 tomorrow morning. That's not to say that obviously Leicestershire or Northampton wouldn't want to be victorious before 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight, but to potentially come back to pick up 10 runs or to pick up 2 wickets or whatever that might be is going to be a pretty bitter pill to swallow this evening. Nicely bowled by Ian Holland. Proctor just playing these 3 defensively. So they have been going at just over 5s up to this stage. I think we worked out it was just over 4s, wasn't it, if they were to tick this off before the overs ran down this evening. But they do need to be mindful. They can't afford to lose too many wickets in this, because that will slow everything down if that was going to be the case, particularly if Rob Keogh isn't available, isn't fit to bat. Didn't take the field, did he, during Leicestershire's second innings today? He was there last night, but didn't take the field this morning.
Just 106 runs needed. And again, they don't have to do anything ridiculously outside of the box, do they? Let's face it. Still a couple of hours potentially to go in this game tonight. They don't need to start smashing 4s and 6s in these opening 10. It's just a case of if the likes of Holland or Sam Woods or when Scott Curry comes onto bowl, there is a bad ball, obviously take it. Keep on whittling away at that target, but there isn't really that scoreboard pressure in comparison to if you're chasing 200, 250. And this has been a pretty decent start so far. Proctor's been proactive. We have a change of angle here for Holland. Comes around the wicket this time. Forces Proctor onto the defence, and that will be a maiden over for Ian Holland and Leicestershire.
Yeah, just tightens it up, didn't he? Ian Holland. Those 3 overs before that had gone for 22. So just hold that up nicely. Looks like we got the Leicestershire physio out on the field at the moment. Sam Wood, is that? Needs a little bit of running repair. It's 31 for 1 after 7. It'll be George Bartlett, the man on strike. He's on 5 off 7. As you said, it's 106 runs required if it were to go the distance from 122 overs.
Something tells me it won't go to 122 overs. Here is Sam Wood then to George Bartlett. Leaves that one well alone. Now you can see with both sides, they want to try and wrap this up tonight if they can. And for Leicestershire, I suppose they could take it through the day 4 with wicket taking, because that will slow things right down for Northamptonshire. But Northants especially won't want it to go down to day 4. They'll want to wrap this up tonight, bask in the sunshine, celebrate with a home fan. Bartlett works that out, so that'll be well fielded by Sol Budinger, a backward point. And you can see the intent is there. They came out pretty much from ball 1. You could see with Gus Miller, he was already using the feet. He was coming down the track. He was showing that positive option as opposed to just remaining rooted in the crease. Northamptonshire want to win this on day 3. And if they do, they would be deserving of it. Let's not forget, just because they've had a little bit of a rough patch today, and we've seen some wonderful batting from Scott Curry, Sam Wood and Tom Scriven. Here is the aforementioned Wood. Ball squeezes out to Scott Curry. Just need the ball to go to Tom Scriven now, and that'll be all 3 of them that I've just mentioned. But, you know, you have to applaud good batting. It was sensible batting at times. It was expansive. They took the attack to the spin, which is something I imagine Northamptonshire will do as well against Ryan Ahmed. You do not want him to get into a rhythm or a tempo. You want to knock him off his balance early on because he's such a dangerous weapon for Leicestershire to possess.
Yeah, Northants have got that bit of a trump card up their sleeve with safe save as well, haven't they? That left-handed powerhouse. It's a really nice shot by Bartlett, just guided backward of point, put Ian Holland under a bit of pressure and allow George Bartlett to come back for a second. Nicely timed through the offside. But he's someone that scores very, very fluently. And particularly if Leicestershire were to bowl spin from both ends. Potential left-hand, right-hand combination to continue if that was an option as well. It wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility to see a bit of an elevation for safe save. When he scored 70 off 70 balls against spin, just seemed to walk out there didn't he? Just got on with it. And before you knew it, particularly that hour lunch, you were suddenly talking about, oh, is he going to pick up his 4th first-class 100? He didn't. He went for a really well-made 70 off 71 balls. Bartlett defends that one out to Ryan Ahmed. So just 2 runs coming from this over so far. 1 for 10 for Sam Wood. He picked up the wicket of Gus Miller. There has just been a little bit of a touch of a slowdown, hasn't there, between Bartlett and Proctor, just to settle it down after Gus had departed early. Oh, it's a beauty from Sam Wood. They've gone up big for it. Bartlett stood his grounds. And the umpire unmoved. Top ball to finish the over. 33 for 1. Bartlett on 7. Luke Proctor will be on strike. I think that might... Did it just brush the thigh pad on the way through, maybe? Just on... It was a big appeal, wasn't it, from everybody concerned.
Massive appeal. It's cut him in half, hasn't it, really? That gap between the bat and the pads, beating him all ends up, really. Good delivery, that from Sam Wood.
Yeah, well, here's a man that should be full of confidence. Scott Curry replaces Ian Holland from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Had a brilliant spell with the ball early doors on day 1 in the evening. Picked up 2 wickets in his opening spell. Partnership worth 16 off 25 between Proctor and Bartlett.
Made an almighty noise off the bat, that, didn't it?
Yeah, timed really nicely, didn't it? It's trying to thread it through a pretty small gap there on the leg side. Mid-wicket, it's quite straight, and mid-on is quite wide, isn't it? And it was Lewis Hill that did the fielding off that one. It did bring about a change in the field, actually, as well. They've lost one of the slips, Leicestershire. Put one of the catches in at a catching wicket, so that gap on the leg side has just got a bit shorter. And the angle that Curry is bowling on, particularly if there is a bit of stoppy nature in the pitch, that's gone fine down on the leg side. I think it's going to be cut off. Just one down to the short boundary. Proctor moves to 14. 15, in fact. The local boy racer. Oh, that's not a good sound, is it? That sounds like that needs to be MOT'd rather sharpish. Get the baked bean off the back. George Bartlett on strike. 2 slips back in place for Bartlett, whether that's on the angle. Curry can't believe it. Bartlett trots past him, adds another one to the tally. 36 for 1.
Yeah, it's been sensible, this, hasn't it, so far between this pair. Partnership now stands at 18. Just steadying the ship after the wicket of Gus Miller, with the score on 17 for 1 at that point. They haven't really taken too many risks either. It's just been good running guns, good rotating of the strike. Here is Curry once more then. Proctor attempts to slice that out towards points. Sol Budinger does the fielding, and that'll be a dot ball. Bit of a conversation here between bowler and captain as well. Scott Curry and Lewis Hill having a bit of a chat. Maybe discussing the current game plan. See if they can bait Luke Proctor into a mistake here. What can Scott Curry come up with on this delivery? Well, it's a dot ball, and it's a dot ball to round out Scott Curry's first over of this Northampton second innings. It goes for just 2 runs, both coming via singles off of the respective bats of George Bartlett and Luke Proctor. And Northamptonshire are 35 for 1 after 9 overs. They require 102 runs for victory. Here as they try to wrap it up on day 3. And you will have some overs like that, won't you, where it goes for 2-3 runs, and you might even have a couple of maidens, but there's time. There's so much time. And the other great thing as well at this stage, 4th innings, you know exactly what you're chasing. It's not like you're setting a target, you're chasing 137 in this game.
Yeah, no, that's a very, very, very good point. And you have to respect good bowling. You don't respect it, you're going to end up with egg on your face, and you run the risk of looking a bit silly. So the last thing Northants want to do, yes, in an ideal world, if they are successful here against Leicestershire, I'm sure they'd love to get it done on day 3. If, of course, it extended into a 4th day and the job was done, that's absolutely fine still.
It is, because we've spoken about it, haven't we? The result here is the key thing for Northamptonshire. It's been 5 years since they've recorded back-to-back county championship victories. It was also 2019. I did have a look. Since it's been back-to-back home victories as well. They went on that incredible run, didn't they, towards the end of the campaign. That one is defended by George Bartlett. What a season that was, though, for this club. And that unforgettable final game in Bristol, which was rained off, and you had both teams in the dressing room celebrating together as Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire achieved promotion to Division 1. Really good season. I enjoyed the 2019 season.
Was that all 4 days of that washed out?
Yes, it was.
Was it?
Yep. Here is Sam Wood again then to George Bartlett's firm in his defence. I have a feeling a couple of lads made their debut, or going to make that debut in that game as well. Imagine that on your first class debut. You've worked all of your life, sacrificed so much time, so much effort, so much energy, and then you sat there for 4 days watching it rain.
Playing tape ball, tennis ball, cricket in the dressing room for an hour or so. We haven't really had many of those games of late, have we, that have just been completely lost to the weather?
Here is Wood again then from the Capel ends. Works out towards backward square leg. That'll be a single. No, early season we had quite a few affected by weather, as we see a couple of Leicestershire fielders on their haunches there. Rather theatrical tumble there from Bangkok, so you can see the funny side of that. Wonder if we caught that on our cameras. Let's just take a look back on this one. Yeah, just rose up. It's actually done well to get out of the way of that.
Very well. Just skidded off that wicket end, didn't it?
He's got lightning fast reactions, though, as Ben Cox. Reason why he is regarded as one of the finest wicketkeepers in all of England and Wales. Here is Sam Wood once more. Changing the angle of attack here to Luke Proctor, coming around the wicket, trying to tail it back into the left-hander. That will be a dot ball. I wonder now if these two are just beginning to play slightly more defensive against the seam, and they might try and go a little bit more aggressive against the spin. So we're joined by a couple of pigeons above us here in the comms box. Not quite sure where they came from. Just kind of teleported out of nowhere. Here is Sam Wood once more. There'll be a dot ball to finish then. So just the 1 run coming from the 10th over. Northamptonshire 36 for 1. Bartlett on 9 and Proctor is on 15.
It's just a replay of the theatrics from Ben Cox. As he said, though, I think he's done really well to get out of the way of that. The way that's like just popped off the edge of the wicket here at Wantage Road. I think the other thing as well, like you mentioned more defensive. I think that's absolutely right. But Sam Wood is bowling a really, really good spell here. Just challenging that fourth, like 3rd and a half stump line, top of that off stump, just on the money every single ball.
And that'll be 4 races off the bats of George Bartlett's 4 valuable runs for Northamptonshire. Again, he played that nice and late, didn't he? Looking back on the replay. Opens up the bat face ever so slightly. That one, far too much velocity for the fielder to come round and cut that off at that third man region. So 40 for 1 now, Northamptonshire. And for the first time, that deficit is now in double digits. They need 97 for the victory. Here is Scott Curry once more then. To Bartlett, plays that smartly off the back foot. Stopped in tandem by Liam Travaskis. Done well actually too to stop that.
He's got it pretty gingerly there, isn't he? I wonder if he's just landed on the cricket ball on a tumble there. He's got a bit of a limp on as he makes his way to his fielding position for Luke Proctor. Hopefully that doesn't affect any form of bowling for Liam Travaskis. But yeah, well stopped in the end. It probably only would have been one if he'd have missed it, to be fair, but
even so, shows that energy in the field, doesn't it? Backing up the bowlers. One of the most important things that you can do as a fielder. And in terms of fielding, fielding is such an underappreciated art form at times. I speak to a lot of professional cricketers, and they always say you've got to have really high standards in the field, because regardless of your position, Scott Curry comes into bowl here to Luke Proctor. You're spending the vast majority of your time in the outfield. Even if you're a bowler, right, you're having, well, you can have some decent long days, can't you, of 20 odd overs, especially if you're a spin bowler. But even then, on a first class day, there's 96.
Yeah.
You're not bowling 8 overs. So you've got to maintain your discipline, your concentration.
yeah, the other word that I hear quite a lot is resilience.
Absolutely.
You have to be pretty tough to be out there, particularly the 4-day cricket.
It's a nice shot from Luke Proctor. Cut off smartly by the fielder. He's done really well there. Cuts it down to just 1 run in the end. Excellent work.
Yeah, Ben Mike down on the boundary. One of Leicestershire's better fielders, no doubt, protecting and patrolling that, with Louis Kimber off the ground at the moment. There he is. That's a great pickup, wasn't it?
It was a really
and
good
to keep
pickup.
his balance as well, to stay on his feet.
It's what you expect, isn't it? Here is Scott Curry again. Clip through mid-wickets, and that'll be 4 runs off the bats of George Bartlett. Really good over that for Northamptonshire. 10 runs come from it, including those 2 boundaries. Moves the score on to 46 for 1, 91 now required for victory.
Was it a chance for Rayan? I don't know whether it did carry or not, but there was a cry of catch, wasn't there? Couldn't quite work it out whether it had or hadn't, but are we going to see a bit of spin here, Aaron? Mr. Viles?
We are indeed, and it is the aforementioned Rayan Ahmed. So this is the matchup that we spoke about, given the fact that Northants are, in theory, looking to finish this tonight. And Rayan Ahmed, as we know, is an aggressive bowler. Bowls stump to stump. It's not going to be the same bowling we saw from Yuzvendra Chahal, where he was offering up tempters outside of off stump. He will challenge both of these batters. He'll test their defences. He'll see if they're brave enough to come forward and attack him. And he has got one of the meanest googlies in the entirety of the English game. Let's see what he can manufacture here for Leicestershire.
Yeah, we just wait for Leicestershire to get their fielders in position. I think Sol Budinger is going under the lid, so he's just had to get some shin pads on and a box before they're ready to go. It's going to be Luke Proctor on strike. Traditionally a pretty strong player of spin.
Just a strong player in general, isn't he?
Yeah.
Luke Proctor. Field general. That's how I describe him. That's more of a basketball term. A real leader in all facets of the game. Here is Proctor. Get easy as you like, effortless. Out towards square leg for 1 run. And someone who you can really rally behind as well. That's what you need as a captain. Someone who is more than happy to lead from the front. We've seen him batting predominantly at number 3. He is a top order bat. And yet in these past few games, given the injury to Vasconcelos, said, you know what, lads, I'll take up the mantle as this one is fired in by Ryan Ahmed. And there you go. I've already mentioned that. You'll see it in this spell. He would love to castle George Bartlett here. Bartlett attempting to carve that through the covers, fielded by Liam Travaskis. So 90 runs required for the victory here. 21 overs remaining in the day as well. So in terms of required run rates, it would be hovering around about 4 to 4.5 at the moment. Of course, that required run rate on your screen is for the overall match, if we were to take it the full distance. That one clipped away on the onside.
Good start to the over. Good start to the spell for Ryan.
It is, and he'll be relishing this. He will love an opportunity because this is practically his bread and butter. It's defending scores, isn't it? Something which he's done magnificently well, whether that's been in 50-over cricket or T20 cricket. He likes it when people attack him. And that's when we see the best of Ryan Ahmed. Didn't quite find the right pace of that pitch in the first couple of days. But then again, he's a young bowler. He'll learn. He'll take this match as a learning experience. He's a thinking cricketer. And he has got a tremendously high ceiling in the game as well. So if Leicestershire are to somehow get themselves back into contention, he will play a major role as Scott Curry prepares to bowl his 3rd over from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's got Luke Proctor on strike.
Yeah, this partnership of bowlers, Scott Curry, Ryan Ahmed, feels like the one to be most successful, I think, for Leicestershire.
It does.
Curry is obviously, what, three overs now into this spell? This is his 3rd. I don't think it was used for a prolonged period of time yesterday. Maybe a couple of 4 or 5 over spells. I don't think they were much more than that, were they?
Here he is once more then. Curry to Bartlett. Forces the Northants number 3 onto the back foot. Fielded smartly by Liam Travaskis. In terms of field placement as well, they have got the deep square leg and the long leg in place as well, just in case Curry decides he wants to go to the short ball. Test whether Bartlett is up to the challenge with that shot. Here is Curry once more then. Just rushed that one, didn't he? Didn't quite get the timing there on that shot, did George Bartlett?
And maybe just kept a touch lower than what he was thinking. The way that he just collapsed after playing the shot was the normal kind of a universal sign of a batter that just goes, oh, I think that might have just misbehaved a touch. So, but we have seen that throughout the course of the game. There's a great deal of pace in this pitch, and some of them have kept a little bit low. Oh, that is a great stop by Ben Cox. An acrobatic Ben Cox. We saw the drama a couple of overs ago. That is pure athleticism at its best. What a stop that is. On the half volley to leap at full stretch to get that with one glove to save yourself or save your team 4. I love watching wicketkeepers work. It's great fun.
Spoken like a true member of the Wicketkeepers Union there, though. That ball is attempted to be worked out.
Proud member.
As you should be. It's a specialist position, isn't it? And I often say this, it's a phrase nabbed from football. They usually say that you have to be a different person to be a goalkeeper. But wicketkeepers are a different breed. To go out there willingly and do all of the squatting throughout the day it's a very physically demanding and exerting position. And not only that, you're a focal point, aren't you?
Yeah.
For the entirety of the team. It's what you want, a vocal person behind the stumps. Here is Curry then to round out his third over with a single off the bats of George Bartlett. And that will move the score on to 49 for 1. Northamptonshire require a further 88 runs in order to secure the victory here at the county grounds. And in terms of keeping, I know this is a slightly outside of the box question. What was it about the position which drew you in the first place? Why didn't you want to become a bowler or a bat?
Well, I don't think necessarily in the world of cricket, more so in the village amateur side of it, you do get specialist roles, but you can't be a wicket keeper. You've got to be a wicket keeper that can bat. You can't get away with that anymore, I don't think. I love the fact that you're just in the game the whole time. You never, ever get to take an opportunity just to drift. And you see a few cricketers on a Saturday, Sunday afternoon on the village green, stood out at deep mid-wicket, counting the cars going past or seeing how many days they can count on the outfield. And you get that one moment that you drop because you weren't paying attention. You can't do that as a wicket keeper, and I love it. I love the fact that you're involved every single time. You can feel a bit knackered at the end of the day, but it's brilliant. Well worth your match fee, that's for sure. 50 up for Northants, 50 for 1, 13.2 overs. Proctor on 18, Bartlett on 19.
Proctor slightly tentative with that one, just pushing it around the corner. Ian Holland does the fielding. Yeah, you can't allow those concentration levels to drop for one moment. And that's why I usually look at trigger mechanisms with wicket keepers. That one, again, tickled around the corner. There's a bit of a chase on here for the converging fielders. It'll be Sam Wood who comes across. Call of a quick 3. Shy at the non-striker's ends. Wonderful running between Luke Proctor and George Bartlett. I think that was the captain, Proctor, who called that through. Yet again, the game awareness, absolutely bang on the money. And well ran by the Northamptonshire pair. Moves the score on to 53 for 1. Ahmed then to continue. Very fizzy delivery. Angled very straight. Aiming for that middle and leg stump, trying to bring the timber into play. Now and again, worked around the corner. That'll be the end of Rian Ahmed's second over.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it might be the end of Scott Curry as well. I think he might be done in that spell. It's going to be Tom Scriven, isn't it, to replace him from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And that is one thing that Lewis Hill is going to have to manage with Tom Curry, Tom Scriven and Sam Wood. It's the fact they've all batted for a long time today. And yes, fine, they're all professional athletes, completely understand it. But they are going to have sweated a lot. They're going to have depleted their energy levels. They're going to need to be managed and monitored to get through to the end of the day. Scott Curry there, I think, bowled a 4-over spell and signaling for a drink from one of the substitute fielders to be run on for him. So are they going to be quick, short bursts? The other thing as well, tactically, you don't allow a batter to set against anybody in particular if you just rotate through, say, 4 spells from your bowlers. When you've only got 100 or so and now only 83 runs to play around with, you can't really afford to have an 8, 9, 10 over spell from somebody that gets milked at 4, 5 and over. Got to shuffle your pack and see what might work, and Lewis Hill's got to do that quickly.
Here is Tom Scriven then. That one played out. You can hear immediately through the FX mic. The call was... Fielder was sharp to that one immediately. Cuts that one down. Will not be two. I think that is Harry Swindles, isn't it? The substitute fielder.
Yep.
Doing the work there. Restricting it to the single. Moves the score on to 54 for 1.
Spoke about wicket keepers and about how important of a role they can have. And clearly, I've never done anything close to being a 12th man for any form of cricket. But when you chat to Phil Rowe, my usual co-commentator, the former assistant coach here at North, through that golden period as well. He says you have to be a great 12th man. You've got to get out there. You've got to work hard. Bartlett gets an inside edge on that one. If it runs away for 4 up towards the Curo Wealth Lounge, that one inside of Harry Swindle's. But you can't drag your heels. You can't be slow to react to the call of a helmet. If somebody wants a drink, you need to get them a drink, and you've got to be on it. You've got to be a very, very good 12th man substitute fielder. So that's actually another specialist role that possibly doesn't get the plaudits that it should do.
It is, and for some people, they'll be frustrated, won't they? Be a 12th man. If you're in this competitive environment, you want to be playing every single game. That's natural. It's what you get paid to do. You get paid to go out there and perform, and everybody has those competitive juices flowing. But you've got to be a team player. And it reminds me a little bit of basketball in that sense, as Tom Scriven bowls here to George Bartlett. Almost cuts him in half there as the ball trickles away to Sol Budinger. And in the NBA, they have a 6th man of the year. So you've got your starting 5, and then you've almost got that specialist rotation player, who is almost the heartbeat of the dressing room. As a 12th man, you can be that. Whether that's a case of, as you mentioned, when you're on the field, you're hustling, you're cutting down those angles, you're attacking the ball, you're making those opportunities with a run out. Scriven once more here to George Bartlett. Very full Yorker length delivery. Dug out there from Northants number 3. Or even by, as you mentioned, running drinks on and offering encouragement. Not having an attitude and not being exasperated and having a poor body language out on the field. You really can be a bit of a difference maker, even though you're not out there in the starting 11. And that is why team sports really do offer plenty of opportunity, even if you're not one of those guaranteed starters. That ball again is defended down towards mid-on for no run.
Been a good start for Northants, though, isn't it? They
really
lost
good.
The early wicket of Gus Miller. These two have then just built a pretty solid partnership up to this stage. It's worth 41 off 65 deliveries. Minimum of 18.1 overs remain in the day, and Northants trail by 78 with 9 wickets in hand. And Bartlett, who just started a little bit shaky, a bit scratchy, didn't he? A bit pokey at them. It's just settled in nicely, batting with his skipper Luke Proctor. And if there's a guy in this Northants lineup that I think you'd want to walk out to bat with, it would be Luke Proctor.
It is. Well, we spoke about that field general. He's a glue guy, isn't he?
Mm.
In so many ways. He's experienced, he's cool, he's calm, he's collected, and he backs up. He backs it up with the bat, doesn't he? We've already mentioned this. I think for the season he's scored over 800 runs now.
Yeah,
for Northamptonshire. Really has been a shining light alongside the now departing Emilio Gay. I think he's had a very good season. It's just been, as a whole, I've mentioned this point before, it's been frustrating because for Northamptonshire, there have been moments of individual brilliance throughout the season. They just lacked the overall combined performance. And we saw that against Derbyshire. We've seen it so far here. Yes, they had that tricky period after lunch here on day 3, but aside from that, I think they've been absolutely spot on. A bit of a change in the field here for Rian Ahmed. Sam Wood was operating as a forward square leg. He's now operating at more traditional square leg.
Ouch.
That will hurt, won't it? That
Yeah.
will sting Sol Budinger's palms. See that straight away, almost just reeled away. A little bit of agony.
Interesting with Sam Wood. Square leg. Luke Proctor's traditionally not a big sweeper of a cricket ball. As I say that. And he slog sweeps him out of the ground towards the signal box. He normally isn't. He normally isn't a big sweeper of a cricket ball. Turns out he is today. Well, what do I know? What a shot that was by Luke Proctor.
Brilliant moment on the broadcast as well, wasn't it? Commentator's curse working in the favour of Northamptonshire. Fair play to Proctor as well. He nailed that, didn't he?
He's absolutely smoked it.
Clean connection.
Cleared the boundary by probably 15 or 20 yards, isn't it? Just skipped off over the boundary, over the advertising hoardings.
Well, that one's shorter. A bit of a drag down there from Rayan Ahmed. Keeps Sam Wood in the game. Takes that scoreboard over onto 65 for 1. So 72 runs away from the victory. And Northamptonshire, of course, still have the middle order engine room. Safe save, James Sales, Justin Broad. Though it would be nice for these two to get them across the line, wouldn't it? It's been a good partnership this so far for the second wicket. Stands at 48 as of this passage. Though part of me would like Ben Sanderson to come out and hit the winning runs. It would just be that it would complete the trifecta, wouldn't it? 250 appearances, 400 first-class wickets, 1,000 first-class runs.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's just the...
I think you're being a bit romantic, I think.
I was just about to say that.
I think you might be being a bit romantic. AB, a great point. Yeah, James Maybe's job is pretty safe based on my analytical data there from Luke Proctor's earlier slog sweep for 6.
Here is Ahmed again then to Proctor. Well, that one, I think, has beaten everything. Wait and see what the umpire signals. Nice 4 off the bat. There you go, tickled around the corner by Luke Proctor. Moves him on to 33. Have a look on the replay of that. Well, Ben Cox was there under the lid in a flash, waiting to remove the bails, but as was the case, goes down to the boundary for 4 more runs. So 67 away now from the victory, Northamptonshire. And I think we'll see them just start to go through the gears. Once they get to around about 50, they want to finish this in style.
Yeah, well, that was a big swing, that wasn't it? 12 runs came off that over without really a huge amount of risk. But that previous shot was the kind of shot that I would usually expect to see Luke Proctor play against the spin. Would trigger outside off stump and then work it square behind square on the leg side. Tom Scriven continues. George Bartlett flicks that one down the leg side, and that will be 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Northants. The run's just starting to flow a little bit now. 58. 62 runs required. 74 for 1. Luke Proctor on 33. George Bartlett on 29.
It's nice to see as well, isn't it, for George? As we said, he was on a pair heading into this innings. It's nice to see him finding a little bit of fluency out in the middle. He's a fine cricketer. Played some lovely innings during his time at Somerset. Here is Scriven again. Bartlett's
Down.
Was put down, wasn't it? And you could see the reaction at first slip as well from Scott Curry. He thought, for all intents and purposes, that was out. Ben Cox is one of the more efficient keepers in the country. Genuine edge on that. Just too hot to handle.
It's a great line, great delivery from Scriven. It is standing up to the seamer is tough, and Tom Scriven is no slouch. He's not a medium pacer by any stretch. He is a proper out and out seam bowler. So it is hard work. It is tough. Ben Cox trying to, or coming up to the stumps to just negate or take away an opportunity for Bartlett to trigger outside of his crease, which he has been doing up to that point. I think it's just to try and limit what George Bartlett can and can't do with his body movement, what angles he can create, and allows Tom Scriven to kind of, well, basically bowl into a plan. You have a really small window there as a bowler to bowl into when you keep us up to the stumps. And it can, for some, it can really help them kind of dial in their accuracy. Some people don't like it. Some bowlers look at it as a bit of an insult that they're not, that the keeper doesn't think they're quick enough to do it. But it will be a combined conversation. It won't just be a Ben Cox conversation of I'm coming up to the stumps. More often than not, particularly in professional cricket, it'll be a case of, would you like me to come up to the stumps? And with Bartlett triggering outside the crease, I suspect the answer from Scriven was yes.
I think in that scenario, though, as a bowler, you have to almost set aside the ego for a second. You got to think of the bigger picture. Scriven here. Balls to George Bartlett. Defended out. Because at the end of the day, you want to take wickets. And if it is a viable strategy, and it means that you are going to prevent those batters from coming out of the crease, advancing down the wicket, taking LBW out of the equation, and even bowled out of the equation, I don't see why you wouldn't take it. I understand for some people, yes, they might view themselves as being too fast. They want to see genuine edges taken in the stuff. But I just think as a bowler, every little bit of assistance, every string to the bow helps, as that one again is tickled very fine, and that'll be 4 more runs off the bat of George Bartlett's. Partnerships now stands at 61 runs. Northamptonshire just 59 away from back-to-back victories in the county championship for the first time since the 19th of September 2019.
Yeah, 8 runs coming from it. 78 for 1 now. The partnership over 50. 59, 58 required. It's all shaping up quite nicely for Northants this evening, isn't it?
It is. And it's come from really good batting as well from both of these two. It's not been anything too outside of the box. Not seeing a flurry of reverse sweeps or scoop shots, ramp shots. Even shots down the ground. It's just been really smart, sensible cricket.
Even a Luke Proctor slog sweep.
Well, that was such a good shot, though, wasn't it? Absolutely.
I've already seen that Toby has stitched me up on Twitter for that. He's clipped the slog sweep and just tagged my name in it with a rather unsavory emoji.
Oh, it happens to the best of us, Dan. Welcome to broadcasting.
Thank you very much.
It's going to happen.
Great to be here.
Well, no, you do an excellent job on these streams. And to be honest, as we are approaching what is potentially the final bits of the 2024 home season, I think we do have to give a bit of a shout out, don't we, to the incredible production team here at Northamptonshire. I know that obviously I'm the newcomer for these final 2 fixtures, but yourself and Phil have done a wonderful job. Tom on the camera as well. Got Willans. Almost said James then. I hope that James maybe isn't in there. But of course, Tobes as well.
Yeah. No, everybody behind the scenes does a fantastic job to make this stream happen. Started up this year with a bit of a change of personnel. We had George and we had Ben on the production and on the camera. And those two finishing their stint at Northampton, moving on to pastures new. So can't forget those guys. Toby, of course, have been ever present throughout the course of the summer. And then, as you say, the current team doing a fantastic job to keep the standard of the stream as high as what it is. And hopefully those of you that have tuned in over the course of the summer, whether that's for the 4-day competition, the 1-day cup, the T20s, hopefully you've enjoyed the product that Northamptonshire County Cricket Club have put together. It's been a real privilege and a pleasure as it was last year to commentate up here on professional sport, which I have to say I don't think I ever saw myself doing. It was not something that was that came across the careers advice desk, I don't think, at school at any point. So to get given the opportunity and to get to watch professional sport, it's quite good fun, isn't it?
It is, and at times it is challenging. There's a lot of travelling. Also, you do come under the microscope. You get things wrong. Of course you do. But it is very, very satisfying and incredibly rewarding. That ball is fielded there. But I always say this, one of the golden rules of broadcasting, yes, we are the voices that you hear, but we always have to be so grateful for the hard work behind the scenes, especially from camera operators, production teams, the unsung heroes of any broadcast. And it's all of us together, isn't it? We'll combine as a good collective. It's the secret to any good broadcast. So, yeah, just a shout out to not just the Northants crew, but all of the crews up and down the country. Done a wonderful job in 2024. And George Bartlett's done a nice job there, working out towards Sam Wood on the point boundary for 1 run. And that will be the end of that over. Northamptonshire 80 for 1. They require 57 runs for the victory. You can just see now in terms of the body language, I think Leicestershire have maybe just come to acceptance now, haven't they? They didn't get those early wickets. Yes, they got the early scalp of Gus Miller while the score was on 17, but this partnership has just taken the sting out of it. Correction on the partnership as well. It stands at 63. As Tom Scriven prepares to come back and bowl once more. Bartlett on 34 and Luke Proctor, the Northants captain, also out there on 34, matching each other shot for shot at the moment. Here is Scriven then. Massive appeal. It goes down the leg side. They didn't run the first one very quickly, so they'll just come through for a single. Umpire will signal a leg by. 81 for 1.
Yeah, just cruising along now. Northants, 55 runs required. A minimum of 14.5 overs remain in the day's play. As you said, Aaron, when this evening session started, there would be an opportunity for an evening session. Sorry, a further half an hour on this evening session if the umpires deemed necessary or thought fit for it. Nicely played by Luke Proctor, just runs it down to the man at deep third, which is one of the absolute favourites of the Northants skipper.
It is. He plays it pretty much every over, doesn't he? It feels like. And again, that is what analysis is for, isn't it? It's to try and almost take them out of that comfort zone. Also, if you are going to allow them to score in that area, it's about limiting the number of runs which are manufactured in those strike zones, as Tom Scriven comes on to bowl here to Bartlett. Again, the ball is squeezed out towards deep square leg for 1 run. I do just wonder if we'll see a slight change in the tempo, though. As I said, once that deficit goes under 50 runs, we might just see a little bit of a flurry. Finish it off in style would be a wonderful way, wouldn't it, to reward these home fans, both in the ground itself and watching along on the live stream. Been patient, they've stuck with their team through a lot of tough times this season, has to be said. So to finish off the home campaign with a victory, back-to-back victories, it's exactly what this club requires. And I'm very happy if they can do exactly that. Game isn't won yet, though. Of course, 54 required for the victory. But Bartlett and Proctor have done a stellar job of steadying the ship so far. Proctor attempts to drill that down the ground. So 1 final delivery remaining in this 19th over. Partnership now stands on 66. Let's wait and see what Scriven can do. I'm just thinking, Dan, shall we do a bit of a county roundup, even though a few of the games are finished now, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Surrey winning by 10 wickets at the Oval. That's the big headline, I suppose, because within the next 24 hours, they can be crowned as the champions yet again.
Yeah, let's have a look and see what's going on. Start down at Southampton. Worcestershire, who confirmed survival, didn't they, yesterday? They require 327 runs against Hampshire. They're currently 67 for 2. Gareth Roderick and Kashi Valley, the 2 men to fall, 7 and 8. Jake Libby is 39, not out, and Rob Jones on 9. Wickets for Kyle Abbott and Liam Dawson in that fixture. We obviously are aware of. We've spoken about the result at Canterbury. We did, didn't we? I believe.
Yeah,
that's been confirmed.
10-wicket win, wasn't it, for Nottinghamshire? So Kent now in Division 2.
Somerset 155 for 5. They require a further 238 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Archie Vaughan opened the batting, made 68. Tom Lammonby 49. 2 wickets for George Balderson. What a shot that is by George Bartlett. That is dismissive. Down towards deep mid-wicket. Rayan Ahmed, first ball of the over, goes the distance. What a shot that was by George Bartlett.
Right out of the screws, wasn't it, from the Northants number 3? Picked up the length of that delivery super early. Just climbs into it.
Yeah, James Rue and Casey Aldridge are the 2 men, the 2 not-out batters in the middle for Somerset. Plenty of work to do at Old Trafford if Somerset are going to keep that title race alive, but it does very much look as though that's going in the direction of Surrey, doesn't it?
It does. Here is Ahmed again to Bartlett.
Middlesex obviously done and dusted. Sussex done and dusted. Glamorgan 87 for 3 against Yorkshire. They require 309 runs if they are to overturn Yorkshire and to keep a bit of interest at Middlesex into that last game of the season. Asa Tribe 28 not out. Kieran Carlson made 41. Bevan Coed with 3 for 21 from 11 overs.
What a bowler he is, by the way. Ben Coed. Take a look at his first-class average. Goodness me, one of the best players in all of county cricket is Ben Coed. Here is Ahmed again. Well, that one has ripped out the surface. Catch was taken cleanly. But the important thing, there was no bat on it from George Bartlett, so he will remain not out. Would be intriguing if Glamorgan could chase that down, just to take it to the final week. Bartlett again punches that out towards backward point. Should easily come back for 2. And indeed they do. Moves Northants into the 90s. Bartlett has 43 of those. And yeah, the final week of fixtures then in Division 1. Just judging by those scores on the doors at the moment, looks like it'll all be a relegation battle.
I think so. I think it's going to take a miracle, isn't it? I mean, James Rue at the middle, he's in, or has been in an incredible vein of form, hasn't he, since his first-class career started? But 238 runs with 5 wickets seems like an awful lot. However,
it's possible, isn't it?
Look at what we've just watched today. There could be a chance for Somerset. Late order runs. They've got a decent tail as well. Casey Aldridge, Craig Overton, Jack Leach, of course. He scored a 90. Was it 97, 99 once? What did he get in that? 92?
Yeah, 92.
92.
Scored 92 against Ireland, didn't he? In the Test match in 2019 at Lord's. Also scored a century. I know it's 2s cricket, but he scored a century in the second 11 county championship earlier this season. I'll tell you what, though, that will be gutting, won't it? Absolutely devastating for Somerset. 134 years without a county championship. Absolutely crazy. 1 of 3 counties yet to win it. So that one is stylishly whipped away by Luke Proctor. And they come back for an easy 2. Yeah, I do find it absolutely insane that they have never won it. Absolutely staggering. They weren't quite one of the initial founders, I don't think. I think they came in 1891 in the end, but even so. That is some drought, isn't it, in the West Country? In fact, neither of the West Country outfits have ever won the championship. Here is Sam Wood then, from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Again, that one whipped away out towards mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, Somerset keep knocking the door, don't they? I don't know how much harder they're going to have to knock it to be let in, mind you, but kind of came up as a bit of a a dark horse on the outside rail, didn't they, for this county championship? Everybody thought it was going to be a Surrey-Essex to this final fixture at Chelmsford, which I'm sure was picked a complete random. That's the way the fixtures came about. It's normally the way with fixture draws, isn't it?
Bartlett resolute in defence there. I said revolute.
You did. Got a new advert, have you?
No, I was just going to say revolutions on the ball. Not entirely sure. I was meant to say resolute there in his defence. But yeah, it's going to be really, really gutting that for Somerset. It's been an admirable effort either way. Like that victory in Taunton, at least it sprung life into the title charge. Here is Sam Wood once more, worked off the hips there by George Bartlett. Moves the score on to 95 for 1, just 42 away from another victory.
Yeah, kind of almost last roll of the dice for Lewis Hill here, isn't it, with Sam Wood? It feels like he's been the pick of the bowlers from Leicestershire in this second innings. Certainly that spell which George Bartlett had to start against was really, really impressive. He, of course, has got the 1 wicket to fall, that of Gus Miller, clean bowling the Northants opener. That one width on offer. Proctor cuts away and can't get it past Rayan Ahmed at point. 95 for 1. Yeah, 42 runs required, with just over a minimum of 12 overs remaining in the day. It may well be a minimum with the way that we are looking on the clock. It's coming up to 5 to 5 now, with the scheduled close at 5:30. That one on the money and defended back down the grounds. But if Northants were to achieve victory this evening at the county ground in Northampton, they just require to go along at about 3.5. 3.5 runs and over for the 12 that we've got left. And as we've said, there would be an option for an additional half an hour, we believe, if the umpires felt that a result would be possible. So far, this partnership just building nicely. Settled down, didn't it, really quickly after losing Gus Miller early doors. Luke Proctor on 38. George Bart, 43.
Change of bowling here then from the David Capel end. It'll be Liam Travaskis. A little bit of left arm finger spin from the former Durham man. Now, of course, plying his trade for the Foxes of Leicestershire. Let's see if he can manufacture something a little bit different. I dare say that I don't think we'll need too much extra time if the game is to be finished tonight. Of course, that overrates. You'll imagine there'll be another little bit of spin from Rian at some point. Here is Travaskis. Draws the leading edge there.
It'll be interesting to see how Travaskis goes about this spell. He was quick, wasn't he, in Northants' first innings, just really trying to slide the ball back into the pads of the batters. Lots of arm balls, lots of changes of pace. It's nicely played through the offside. Bartlett will add another single to his tally. But will he have taken any feedback on board? Maybe bowl with a bit of extra flight, a bit of extra dip. Give the ball chance to turn off this surface. A slow turn, wasn't it, to be fair, for the most part of the day. Pitch would have had at least 2 uses of the heavy roller on it during the course of this fixture, which obviously just settles everything down a little bit, doesn't it?
It does, and there hasn't been as much turn today, has there, in comparison to day one? Proctor defends that just about. It has. It's been easier to bat on. I think that is a fair judgment based on what we saw today. After that opening hour or so, can't say there were too many demons then, other than a couple of deliveries which Chahal bowled, which were absolute UCs. As we headed into the afternoon session, it tended to flatten out a little bit. So it was always going to be advantage Northants.
Yep.
They got the job done, didn't they? in that first innings, 180 run lead. Always going to be very difficult as Proctor goes for the reverse. Goes on the opposite side of where he intended the shot to go. And George Bartlett was aware, calls them through for a single. 96 for one now. So still 9 wickets in the shed. I fancy Northants won't need them at this stage, or at least you'd hope so. But it does just have a feeling that this game will be done and dusted on day 3. Here is Travaskis then to Bartlett almost. Fences that one. 2 Sol Budinger at silly points. Thankfully he doesn't, and that will be the end of the 22nd over. So Northants 97 for 1. The partnership stands at 80. They require just 40 runs from a minimum of 11 overs in order to win the game. So that required run rate, if we are judging it by the 11, even though you fancy there'll probably be more than that, given how much time is left here on day 3. Under 4 runs and over now. So they've done an excellent job of this pair as Sam Wood continues his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's bowling against Luke Proctor.
Yeah, 2 quick wickets down at Cardiff as well. 5 down, Glamorgan, Ben Coed with 4, George Hill, your mate, picking up 1. Chris Cook and Ben Kellaway, the 2 men to full.
So Asa Tribe is still out there.
Still going, 29 not out.
Excellent. I like Asa. Plies his trade for Jersey in international cricket. Fine young cricketer, signed his first contract at Glamorgan this season. Here is Proctor then, slashes that one. Straight towards Ahmed, who has a shot at the non-striker's end, trying to catch George Bartlett unawares. I think he might actually be he's definitely the first cricketer in the 21st century from Jersey to play in the county championship. I know that Jonty Jenner played for Sussex, didn't he? In the late 2000s. I don't think he played first-class cricket, though, while he was at the Martlets. Yeah, shout out to Jersey, lovely island, the lovely people, as that one is shovelled away and shovelled fine by Luke Proctor. That will be the 100 up for Northamptonshire in this 4th and final innings of the game. The home side just 36 runs away from that sweet taste of victory here on day 3. Back-to-back victories on home soil would be a wonderful way to round out a home campaign. Also be nice to see those 2 in the middle reach half centuries. Here is Proctor then to face Sam Wood. Another dot ball.
Yeah, 100 up. Those that have made their way into the ground today, I think, have been treated to pretty good day of first-class cricket. A pretty stressful day at points if you're a Northants fan as well. There was a while, wasn't there, that afternoon session, you just thought, well, Leicestershire ever going to stop batting? One pitched up by Sam Wood and laid down the ground with a thick outside edge from Luke Proctor. Will add another couple of runs to the score. 103 for 1, so 33 runs required. Proctor on 45, Bartlett 44.
Quality run chase as well, isn't it, this? Really impressive stuff from Bartlett and Proctor. Bartlett looks a little bit shaky at the beginning. Yeah, I think that's safe to say, but he's really grown into this innings. Looks a lot more confident out there in the middle as Proctor slashes that one away to the point boundary for 4. Putting the exclamation mark on that one. Moves him on to 49. And that is a fantastic way to round out the 23rd over if you are of a Northamptonshire persuasion. Home side now 107 for 1. Proctor on 49. Bartlett on 44. 30 runs away. on the win.
Just really climbed into that, didn't he? He's played that really nicely, to be fair, throughout the majority of the innings. He just hasn't managed to get one past Ray and Ahmed, who was the man at point up till that stage, and that one has crashed through the offside. As you said, he's on 49, one away from another first-class 50. Northants now 30 runs required here at the county grounds, and up to this point, really, it's been a relatively clinical run chase, isn't it? Just a bit of a delay there. Not quite sure what we were waiting for, but Travaskis is ready to bowl now. Flighted into the pads of George Bartlett, who just defends it into the leg side. I'm sure with Northants supporters, there may have been a few jitters with this pretty awkward looking run chase. 137 runs is just an annoying number that you really have to switch on for. You can't get away with being lax about it, because you end up losing 2 or 3 quick wickets and you end up in a spot of bother. But these two really have just executed it really nicely for the time being, as Bartlett takes another single into the leg side, takes himself up to 45, and the score up to 108 for 1. 29 runs required. 28 minutes left on the clock. A minimum of 9.5 overs for Northants to complete this run chase, if it were to be today. As we've said numerous times, and I think we've said it numerous times because we're quite excited about it, really, but this would be the first time in 5 years to the day that Northants complete consecutive championship victories, as Proctor takes a quick single into the leg side up to mid-on, and Pitts brings up 50. A fantastic 50 for the skipper, leading from the front as per usual. When his team needed him, not only has he stepped up to open the batting this week, but also in a crucial run chase, he has stepped up and brought up his 50 off just 57 deliveries, including 4 fours and a 6.
It's been well up for it, hasn't he, in this game? That quick fire 38 and a 50 today, a 42nd career first-class 50 for Luke Proctor. Really is a gem of this Northamptonshire batting lineup. Here is Travaskis then to George Bartlett. He's just 5 runs away from his 10th career 50 in the formats. And again, he would be richly deserving of it. It's been a great partnership. 92 runs for the second wicket. And it's just completely killed this game. As far as Leicestershire are concerned. Northants motoring along. They're in a dominant position. They are well on course to wrap up a consecutive 3rd-day victory. Just offers a little glimmer of hope as well, doesn't it, for the future? Which is what you like to see. Hopefully the club can have a productive off-season over the winter. Keep the players fit. Of course, there's certain areas which can be improved upon heading into 2025. But with that young core, some good overseas talents, and with a couple of domestic additions, I do think Northamptonshire will be far better placed in the Championship next season. And talking of nice placement, that one is racing through the covers. There's a chase on for the fielders, and they will not get there. Another boom drive from Luke Proctor. A fine way to bring that score to 113 for 1. I do hope that Bartlett can score those remaining 5 runs, though. I think he would be richly deserving of that 50. I know Proctor's been the more aggressive and attacking of the two. Bartlett has definitely done his role, though. As Proctor again lifts that one. Slams into the advertising hoardings for 4. Emphatic shots from the Northamptonshire captain. He wants to wrap this up as quickly as possible.
certainly does. You said, didn't you, when that ticked under 50, you just felt that there would be a slight change of intent for Northampton. It's been exactly that for Luke Proctor and George Bartlett. He got past 50 himself, and now, as you said, just wants to get this job done for his team, his county. Back-to-back boundaries at the start of Sam Wood's over, and it is now 20 runs required for Northants to become victorious against Leicestershire here at the county grounds.
100-run partnership as well between these two.
We've seen a few of them today, haven't we?
We have. Honestly, it's been a great game. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I enjoyed the Derbyshire game. I've really enjoyed this one. It's always nice as well, isn't it, to end out your home season with a win. Puts a smiles on the faces of the fans. It's been a tough season. We spoke about that. Winless in the previous 5 here on home soil in the Championship. To win one would have been nice. To win both is a massive bonus. And I'm really happy for everyone associated with Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. So 20 runs away from winning this game. Proctor on strike once more, shovels that out towards mid-wicket for no run. Just remembered it's the Champions League tonight, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. Arsenal are playing at Atalanta in Bergamo.
Good for them.
At 8 o'clock. I think there's a couple of earlier kickoffs as well, so maybe Luke wants to get back and watch the Champions League tonight. Here is Sam Wood then. To Proctor. Again, attempts to carve that through the covers.
Of a slower ball maybe to finish the over for Sam Wood. Proctor was just a little bit early on it, wasn't he? Whether he's just run the fingers over the top of the ball. I think he might have done. 117 for 1. Minimum of 8 overs remain in the day. 20 runs required for Northants. Yeah, the Champions League. I don't think that's touched Northampton. A few leagues between the Champions League and Northampton Town, and of course the team that I follow down on the south coast. So that'd be why I gave you a puzzled look as to whether it was or wasn't the Champions League tonight, because I have no idea whatsoever. Travaskis will continue from the David Capel end. A slip and a silly point. Bartlett on strike. He's on 45. Searching for a 50 of his own. Defended into the offside. That one cut through the offside. Evades Sol Budinger under the helmet and will just be a single. Bartlett to 46. Proctor on 58. 118 for 1. How will Luke Proctor play the remainder of this over against Liam Travaskis? He will want to be there at the end. He'll want to make sure he's done the job himself. Uses his feet, advances, bump ball it would have been back to Travaskis. Cleanly. Went to have a shy at the stumps there as Proctor advanced at him, but wanting to finish this in a hurry.
Yeah, I don't blame him. It's an approach which has served him well in this match. Here is Travaskis then again to Proctor. Attempts to work that one just past square leg. Who still has the helmet on. Fair play. I respect that from Sol Budinger. Still has the shin pads and the lid. But yeah, this has been a dominant run chase as far as the home side are concerned. Travaskis then to Proctor.
Yeah, just scoops it almost into the leg side, doesn't he? Full safe. A long way short of Sol Budinger, who ends up doing the fielding there. Cries of catch to no avail as just another run gets ticked off. What is 18 runs required for Northamptonshire? Sol Budinger moves into a second slip against George Bartlett. Defends back to the bowler. Over complete, 119 for 1. 18 runs required. 7 left in the day.
Well, there will be a slight stoppage here as Sol Budinger removes those shin pads. Unsurprisingly, looking at how that field was placed in the first place.
I think he might be about to have a bowl. I think.
Let's have a look if your prediction is correct, Dan. He did impress me, actually, in that first innings. Out of all 3 of the Leicestershire spin bowlers, he's probably the most consistent, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just phantom-like drift. Indeed he is. Removes the long sleeve jumper and his cap, and it will be Sol Budinger to continue us from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Has got a first slip in place. Couple of fielders out with deep square leg and deep point respectively. Let's see how Proctor will play him. Well, it's just caressed out towards Sam Wood for 1 run. 17 runs away from victory now. And I wonder if Bartlett, against the right arm finger swing, might just go for the positive option here. Let's see what he'll do. It goes on the defence for that one.
It's supposed to be there'll be a part of George Bartlett here that will be desperate to be there at the end, won't there? To walk off with his skipper. To get the job done, so to speak. They'll take on Ray and Ahmed for a single, who will have a shy at George Bartlett's end. They'll come through unscathed. 121 for 1. So for him to walk off, say 50 not out in this run chase, I think that'd be quite a big step for him in his Northampton career. Yes, he scored that 100 up at Leicester. Good 100 it was as well. That one's going to run down past Scott Curry for another single. But has he won a game of cricket yet for Northants? Obviously, that game at Leicester wasn't a victory. Struggled in the blast. Didn't have the best of time in the One-Day Cup. Bartlett there goes for the big shot into the leg side. You asked the question. You said, would he be tempted? He clearly was, but Budinger is bowling with very, very little pace here. It's going to be a difficult shot to pick up against Sol Budinger as he fires that one in. Bartlett can't get that straight enough. Can't get it past Ray and Ahmed. 15 runs required then. There are a minimum of 6 overs remaining in the day. 17 minutes left on the clock. I suspect everybody out there in the middle is expecting that this will be done before 5:30. It's Liam Travaskis makes his way to the end of his mark. And there's been no real sense of urgency here from Leicestershire, is there, in this run chase? But you'd expect that. They don't want to bowl any more than what they have to. Proctor now on 60. He's the man on strike. He's got the short side of the ground on the offside to Travaskis. It will be against the spin if he were to take it. As it is, he plays that through mid-wicket for just a single. Bartlett on 47. 1, 2, 3 for 1. 14 to go.
Second slip comes in to play here to George Bartlett. Sol Budinger operating in that fielding position. Attempts to scoop that one fine. Tom Scriven does the mopping up. Of course, it is a short leg side boundary. If Bartlett does want to go for the sweep, something tells me that Travaskis is going to hang it outside of his off stump. Just looking at the field so far. Well, a massive appeal for stumping. Ben Cox was adamant that that was out. We'll take a look on the replay. On this one, it was a really nice delivery, that from Travaskis. Baited Bartlett into advancing slightly out of his crease.
He's not turned many, has he, Travaskis, through the course of this game so far. Sharp work from Cox from behind the stumps.
Here is Travaskis again then. That one turned away on the leg side. Getting great running. We've spoken about the big booming boundaries that Luke Proctor has played. His run calling has been absolutely sublime. It really has. He's so alert. Every single gap, it's going to be a single. If there's a slight misfield, slight fumble, right, we're turning 1 into 2 or 2 into 3.
Yeah.
Really has marshalled this run chase to perfection. Again, he turns that away around the corner. Be another single, 12 runs now required in order to secure the victory. And George Bartlett will be desperate, won't he? As you said, Dan, just 2 runs away from that 10th career first-class half-century. Put forward on that one. And that will be the end of the 28th over. So Northamptonshire 125 for 1. Proctor on 62. Bartlett on 48. And the hosts require 12 runs to get the victory here. 5 overs of the day remain in theory. I don't think it'll take them 5 overs, to be honest.
No, well, it has slowed down a little bit, hasn't it? I think the two of them now, that they've got themselves into a position. Well, one, Bartlett will have one eye on a personal milestone. Luke Proctor will have an eye on the fact that he doesn't want to put this in the hands of anybody else. So he just can afford to slow down a touch here to make sure the job gets done rather than do anything too reckless and give somebody a pretty thankless task of walking out with 7 to win or something like that. Or 12 if it was to happen now. Nicely flighted by Sol Budinger.
Tell you what, part of me kind of wishes that Budinger would actually bowl a bit more often for Leicestershire, given the fact that before this game he'd only, I think, ever bowled 30 balls in his first-class career. Again, he is predominantly a bat. I'm not for 1 second suggesting that he does a 180 and goes be an off-break bowler from that one, but he's got a nice fluid action. I really like it. That shot as well, well, they come through as acrobatic from Ben Cox. Tumbles at the end. They do scamper through for a single, so 11 runs now needed.
Yeah, it's the first kind of bit of indecision between the two of them, wasn't there? I think Proctor was expecting a call or any call from George Bartlett there, and body language would kind of imply the fact that he didn't get one until quite late there. As it was, Rayon went to Bartlett's end anyway, so another run ticked off for Northants. That one again, pace off, and well, they're just starting to look a little bit bogged down again, isn't he, against Budinger? And I suspect it's more than likely because he's nearing that milestone.
Oh, it will be, because up until this point, he's been very comfortable at the crease. Budinger utilising a different approach there at the crease, around the wicket. Worked away on the leg side for a single, so that'll be the end of over number 29. Northamptonshire 10 runs away. You can sense it, can't you? The anticipation now, as is broadcaster custom as well. I'll let yourself down, call the victory, as I did for the Derbyshire game.
Oh, I don't mind if you fancy it.
Absolutely not. It's tradition. We worked hard all season long, across formats. Final home game of the season. It's only right that the more established voices, the ones to call it home.
I'm clearly a lot easier about life than others, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's been a great season. Well, it's been a good season. The Blast in particular, a real kind of highlight for the county. Really, really enjoy doing those evening games up here in the T20 Blast. They are unbelievably good fun, just so fast paced. And I really am. I think it'd be fair to say, kind of growing up with cricket from 2005 onwards, like a real kind of T20 blast baby, so to speak, and someone that's grown up with that competition. So that's been fantastic. Bartlett on 49 here, just trying to find that extra run to take himself to 50. Emilio Gay's double 100 against Middlesex. James Sales' maiden first-class 100 against Middlesex. Safe's 100 against Glamorgan. The endless wickets from Ben Sanderson. The brilliance in the last couple of weeks from Yuzvendra Chahal has been a treat and a real pleasure to be able to watch and let alone commentate on. Northants now just require 10 runs for victory here at the county grounds. Bartlett still on 49, just searching for that 50. Can't find it in the gap, can't get it square enough. Next up for the two counties, Leicestershire will host Derbyshire. That game starts on the 26th of September at Grace Road. And Northants will complete their summer of cricket up at Headingley against Yorkshire. That's down the ground and through the man at mid-on. A bit of risk involved from George Bartlett, but he gets to 50 eventually. 53, the man with a bit of fortune at the end there, but well batted George Bartlett. A fantastic partnership with Luke Proctor, one that he himself has played a crucial part of. Hopefully now, having ticked past that milestone, can just settle George Bartlett down and just finish this job off. 6 runs required for Northants. And thank you to yourself, Aaron, for the last couple of games as well. It's been great to have you along. I don't know whether Rowie is currently listening anywhere in the south of France, but you've been a great substitute for him.
Well, that's very important. That emphasis there, I'm merely warming Phil Rowe's seats. An absolute Jedi master, isn't he, of the game of cricket. Some of his insight is absolutely phenomenal. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure. I feel like in these past couple of games, we've had a lot of fun. We've got quite the good dynamic. And of course, we'll see what happens in 2025. But if Northants need to throw up the bat signal, they need that extra voice and extra commentator.
A couple of championship wins.
Exactly, yeah. It's that mid-season grind fest, and you need someone to come in and change your fortunes on the microphone. I'll do it in a heartbeat. I've absolutely loved my time here. Really nice club. Not too far away from my beloved Warwickshire either, and just a really nice way to end the season. Bartlett carves that out on the offside for a single.
Yeah.
Getting good shots off the back foot, so just 4 away. One shot could win it here for Luke Proctor.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything too silly, are we, Aaron?
We said that about the slog sweep.
I did, and he's guided that so nicely. I will say that's not a particularly silly shot. That is Luke Proctor at his very, very best. He opens up the offside, runs it down to deep thirds, and picks up 4. Proctor finishes on 68, Bartlett on 54, and Northamptonshire are victorious at the county grounds by 9 wickets against Leicestershire. For the first time in 5 years to the day that Northamptonshire beat Durham in Division 2 of the County Championship. What a turnaround it's been at the back end of this season against Derbyshire and against Leicestershire. And Northants fully deserving of that victory, even though there was a bit of a wobble earlier on today against Leicestershire, particularly with that brilliant innings of Scott Curry.
Well, there was. And again, I think that just comes down to tremendous cricket. Those ebbs and flows of this great game. It's why we love cricket as a sport. And you have to give credit where credit is due to Tom Scriven, to Sam Wood, and in particular to Scott Curry. I'm still delighted for him. Improved on that career best score of 72. Bettered it, reaching 3 figures for the very first time here at the county ground Northampton. But the big story from a Northants perspective is, of course, the victory. Back-to-back wins. It's been a difficult season, and I'm just going to turn up the FX mic slightly so you can hear the applause of those fans in attendance. They've been through a lot this season. It's been frustrating, it's been tough, it's been difficult. but good things come to those who wait. And these last two games certainly have been good. They've been excellent, in fact. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a privilege to commentate. We hope that you have enjoyed the dynamic duo of Dan Jantovics and Aaron Viles. And that is the end of our 2024 season. A rather bittersweet moment. It's wonderful that there's a victory, but that is it in terms of cricket commentary for another few months. So any closing words, Dan?
Not much. I think you've summed that up really nicely. Just fantastic to see the lads get over the line twice in 2 weeks. And as you said, put a smile back on the Northamptonshire supporters. And it's been a real privilege to call it. So thank you so much for your company. Thank you to everybody that's tuned in on the stream over the last 3 days, and to everybody throughout the course of the summer as well. You mentioned earlier, thank you to the guys on the other side of the indoor school in the production side of things to make this stream happen. And yeah, an absolute pleasure. That's 2024 in the book, done and dusted. Northants, as I say, go up to Yorkshire next week, and Leicestershire host Derbyshire. So best of luck to the two sides for those remaining county championship fixtures. Streams powered by Daffabet. And yeah, we better start packing up and see you in 2025, Northants fans.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure. Have a nice evening, folks, and we'll see you back again next season.